Alright, welcome guys, welcome to our Loyal Legends number 90. My name is Maneas and I'm joined by the wonderful Liquid. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Wonderful, great. Yeah, we got some exciting games
Abs-
today.
yeah, absolutely exciting. Also, recent patch update, so I think, we'll be able to watch some of this new meta slowly being developed. Wasn't a massive patch, but little tweaks here, little tweaks there that sort of, change how you prioritize some things. So very interested to see how the players sort of adapt to some of the patches update.
Yeah. And just a quick note, we had to change to two brackets today, so it will be a little bit different. We're only having top and bottom bracket, so bottom bracket basically being the mid bracket today. So the elo range is a little bit different. But yeah, let's see if I can pull up the maps here real quick.
Yeah, and while you're doing that, I think we're starting on Gorge, going to Himiyama, and jumping to Sakutra, which Sakutra is interesting because there's a recent map pool, and then to Danube River. So we have a nice group of maps. Some are in the ranked pool, some were recently in the ranked pool. So players should be very familiar with these.
Yep. Okay, this.
And as always, when we inevitably get to the finals, we're going to go to Dry Arabia, the driest of Arabias, the most vanilla map there is in the entire map pool, and one of my favorites.
Yeah, it's really one of those awesome maps. Let's see if I can. Well, I'm on the right page at least. But
Technical difficulties.
why didn't I try that earlier? It's always just. Nope.
So, what are you thinking for game one? I know we had a request in chat. Wins versus Faboose. Is that the direction we're going for game one on Gorge?
Yeah, I think that's a good starting point. So let's load up that game real quick. If I can find it again. There it is. Okay.
It's always challenging to find some of the games that players are in. Some of them use the rule set. It's just difficult to search for it sometimes. But looks like we found it, and we're ready to jump into Gorge here. A little bit of an interesting matchup. You've got spawning in the south part of the map, Faboose 971 playing the Japanese in that beautiful blue color. Absolutely love blue.
Yeah. Really.
Doing sort of an interesting split that I haven't seen out of Japanese players yet, where you send one to build a house on the berries, two over to stone outcropping. So I wonder if this is going to be an early Damio play, and one over to gold. That's a heavy wood toll. Imagine he's going to rally to food after this. And then in the northeast side of the map, in the color orange, playing Ayyubids we have wins 0117. Wonder if that's a Halo reference.
Could be.
Ayyubids recently had a little bit of a nerf to their military wing and to their eco wing in Castle Age. So the Desert Raiders tend to spawn a little bit slower now, especially that first one. And then you get one less villager in the Castle Age, sort of incentivizing a little bit more, I would say, feudal play out of the Civ instead of always rushing Castle. But we'll see what Wins decides to do with Ayyubids today. His opening looks fairly standard.
Yeah, I think.
With 6 over on the berries.
I think even though it did change, I don't think it changed dramatically, and so it probably will not alter their play too much. I could imagine. Plus, I mean, Gorge being a very versatile map. You can play a lot of different play styles, and it's just a very nice map overall, I feel like.
Yeah, kind of looking at this spawn, you've got almost dead center neutrals there, so I don't think trading is going to be much of an option for either player. Sometimes on this map you can get spawns where your neutral is a little bit closer to your side, at least making trade defendable and a little bit more viable, but this spawn, that is out of the option. But, you know, good news is we don't have two civs that are notorious for trading. I do want to point out, Wins, I believe, showed his hand as to what wing he's going to open with. I think he's going to open with the economic wing instead of the military wing. Just based on strictly how he's doing his berry villagers. Tells you everything. His one berry pack has 16 of 250 left, so when the eco wing comes in, he's going to get an extra 50 food there. Very, very good use of his opening berry patch, I would say, especially if he's committed to the eco wing, which is the play I see more often these days.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's more often, and it very much indicates how you explained it, that he is trying to. He probably will do the same with the berry bush here if he doesn't miss the timing here. You know, it can be difficult sometimes while you're scouting then to always, you know, keep that in mind. We have the Kura storehouse here, of course, being in play here, making a lot of sense if there's no water to go for the Kura storehouse instead. Having those nice farms here around. Oops, sorry. And we do still have 2 on stone here. So yeah, probably a daimyo play as you mentioned earlier. Of course, Japanese also getting gold with going stone, so he kind of gets both.
You have a daimyo in queue here. What's interesting though is I see him with a villager queued behind daimyo, and I want to see if the villager you get for free after the daimyo will spawn in the queue after these 2, or if it'll spawn first. It spawns immediately. Alright, good. I remember when Japanese was first released, you had to queue daimyo by itself, and you couldn't put a villager behind it, otherwise your free villager got stuck in the queue behind. But now it looks like he just spawns on completion, which is so much better. Good fix.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's kind of a little bit like the Chamber of Commerce with French, getting the free traders there, which, yeah, it's a little bit annoying if you have to queue the regular traders with that. We do see the economic wing here coming up for Ayyubids, so just as you mentioned. Decent timing here as well for both players, and now no surprises here at least for the time being. We have barracks coming up for the Japanese, still 2 on stone. So, getting a little bit of stone, which is always useful if you're going for towers and outposts.
I would say Fabus is going to go with some feudal aggression. He's opening infantry, which normally when I see this daimyo play, it's opening into the mounted bannerman, the stables bannerman, just because it's like a pseudo knight that you get in feudal age. But Fabus, you know, opening with the barracks here, opening with the katana bannerman, likely gonna own a Bugeisha rush, likely gonna add in some samurais to tank, and try to make, you know, Win's fast castle attempt. As you can see, he's putting a tower up on his gold, which pretty much tells you he wants the fast castle. Gonna just try to make his life a little miserable for fast castling.
Yeah, either that or he just wants to have very, very safe gold income. Um, but I mean, yeah, his macroing, if you look at his food and gold, very much on point for fast castle. Again, something that is very standard for Ayyubids. Usually I mean, most of the times I would say you see that kind of play on the ladder, so nothing surprising here. Both players
Bannerman
scouted
is
most of the map, at least for now.
Yeah, he's making his way over, just gonna push Winds off of the berries. Not that big of a deal because Winds has plenty of sheep available. So he can just retreat under his town center and continue his fast castle. He's got 12 unkilled sheep at this point in time, so he's got food for days.
Definitely, yeah.
But I'm a little curious because Fabus is still kind of collecting some stones, so I just would like to know what he's gonna do with it. I think it's a little early for a Daimyo Palace, maybe a second town center, but only 6 on wood, and he's going into Yumi's now. So not entirely sure what Fabus is gonna do with all that extra stone, but he's definitely gonna be playing some feudal though. Onabu Geisha and the Bannermen are going to come down, try to pick up a villager kill, see if one villager goes down, and yeah, that extended reach on those Bagashas do claim one villager, but not a big deal. Winds did get 3 for free when he upgraded with Eco Wing, and on cue we have a military wing coming out. So it's going to be the reinforcement wing that's going to give him 3 Desert Raiders immediately, then every 2 minutes after that for the rest of the game. So we'll see how Fabus responds.
Yeah, he did do a little bit of eco damage, but clearly not enough. And I mean, it's a nice attempt, especially with the Bannerman, you know, having the deflective armor, so he can actually tank one of the shots from TC before he actually gets damaged. So that's quite nice. We do have a counter stable 2 actually going up here for the Ayyubids.
Yeah, it's gonna be Camel Lancers right here, and these Yumi are gonna get absolutely destroyed. Fabus's entire comp is not gonna perform well against these Camel Lancers once they eventually come out, which we're about 30 seconds away from the age up.
Yeah, and he will notice that like pretty quickly as soon as this age up comes up in 15 seconds. Yeah, as you mentioned, he's gonna have the Desert Raiders or the Camel Lancers on. Probably more like the Camel Lancers, and then he's gonna destroy him and just completely obliterate the relatively small army. So I'm curious to see what Fabus is planning to do, because he didn't really commit to a feudal all in, because otherwise he would have to have a lot more units here. So it's kind of like a little bit of both, but he's far off from Castle Age, it feels like. So I'm really curious to see what he's going to do here. Trying to do a little bit of eco damage here, but it's not going to be enough for now.
Yeah, we do have the military reinforcement wing came in. Those 3 Desert Raiders are out. You have Camel Lancers in queue, 2 of them, and once those Camel Lancers come out, Winds is going to just exhibit complete map control. Fabus does have options, though. He could get into some spears. He absolutely needs to get into a couple of them to help deal with that Camel Lancer, and because you have the Katana Bannerman, you can stay in feudal a little bit longer if you just, you know, pump out a couple spears. And we have a ram coming down. I don't know about this timing, though. Without those spears, though, these Lancers are going to chew through Fabus' entire comp.
Yeah, he needed to cancel that, and it's looking grim for him, to say the least.
Yeah, this timing from Winds is pretty brutal, and Fabus just not in the best comp to deal with these Camel Lancers. We do have some Spearmen in queue, so that is going to absolutely help him. Camel Lancers are just going to cut hunt down these Yumi. Yumi are faster than normal archers, so they'll be able to, you know, not take too much damage, but one of them will go down. First spear is out, so that's going to push Winds back just a little bit.
Well,
but
as you say that, he's only Dark Age spearmen, so they don't care. They really don't care. And Faboose also had to relocate his villagers, so he was gathering food here in the front, which was a nice attempt of him to, you know, like exert a little bit of map control here while he's under aggression. But then he had to go back because he can't just hold that position here. And yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna be
He's got to
tough.
stop making these Bugatia. Feudal Age Bugatia, not gonna cut it. They do 6 damage as a base versus 4 melee armor, so they do 2 damage a hit. Not what you want. You absolutely need to lean more into spears. And
yeah.
You need to...
Well, that's one thing. Lean more into spears, but also getting the upgrade. You know, it's not very expensive actually, and he really needs that because if he doesn't get that, yeah, Dark Age spears against Castle Age units, that never went well. So a little bit of two fronts here. Very nicely done.
Does have the floating gate coming up, so he'll be able to put that in his barracks and quickly pump some of these spears out, but Winds is absolutely just wreaking havoc on Faboose's ego. Camelancers come in for a charge, villager goes down, rest are just running for their lives. Not enough spearmen here to really, you know, do enough damage here, and the age up is in. We do have a Shinto priest, and he's going to put it into the barracks.
Yeah, I think that's a good choice. But still, it also, by the way, that also took him a little bit of eco damage. You could say that he had to go up with 18 villagers. I mean, that's basically 18 idle villagers for a minute. So pretty sad position he's in right now here. Very good by Winds here with the eco damage. The Camel Lancers just being so obnoxious and also doing quite a lot of damage. Then the Ghulam's coming in, and yeah, now he needs Faboose needs crossbows, because otherwise, I mean, what can you do with Yumis against Ghulams? You're not even tickling them. So
he can scratch at them. That's all those Yumis are gonna do. He could also go into Samurai, right? You get Odachi and you do +4 damage versus infantry. So if you went with the Samurai Spear comp, nice little raid coming in. 2 Camel Lancers. Another villager is going down right there. Winds is just keeping the pressure up. But those spears, oh, they're gonna poke those camels dead in their tracks. But Faboose has a good opportunity. He's stabilized a little bit. The raids have stopped. He just needs to kind of get into the right comp. I think, you know, a nice Samurai Spear would do well here. But behind all this aggression that Winds has been putting on, he's grabbed 4 relics. There's only 1 relic left on the map. It's sort of mid-map, closer to Winds' side, so I really think it's going to be a 5-relic game here real soon. And Winds' eco definitely going to be a little stronger. Hopefully Faboose leans into a second town center to catch up. He's not too far away from it resource-wise, but he's definitely needs to do something to catch up.
oh, absolutely. I mean, you can just tell the difference here. 7 villagers killed on his side. And as you mentioned it, there's the second town center coming up here, protecting the berries, going for the wood line here as well. So, I mean, overall, not like the best position, you could say, but I mean, we're not nitpicking here. It's the second TC, and he definitely needs that. But yeah, Ayyubids going for the sacred sites here. The second sacred site already gathered, and he has 4 relics in his pocket, so just a lot of extra gold income. And then he as well going for the second TC as well. So I don't think that he scouted. He might be.
He didn't.
Maybe.
He just missed it. If you look at Winds' scouting pattern, he's like, he scouted all around the relic. Yeah. He just didn't scout the 5th relic. So he just doesn't know where it is. So Faboose is actually going to get that one. That's unfortunate. We do have another raid coming in on the backside of Faboose's base, garrison, but spears are there to deflect it, so no damage done.
Yeah, and now they're finally actually veteran spearmen, so that's good to see. Still, Feudal Age Yumi Ashigaru, so there's a little bit of lacking technology there as well. I just wish they would fix this here. So let's check if how is he doing with his eco upgrades here. Well, he got some here.
He's got them all.
Oh, wonderful. Okay.
The only thing he's missing is professional scouts, but Japanese isn't notorious for them.
No. Well, that's good to know, because yeah, this is looking grim, but it's not the truth, guys. Don't let yourself be discouraged. So Wolfgang on the action here as well. So yeah, we have three sacred sites here. 9 minutes to sacred victory. I don't think that will be a factor, but it's one more pressure point for the Ayyubids. So very nice position here for wins. And
yeah, it's also resource generation, right? Look at Wins. Wins is generating so much gold he can't spend it all. He'll probably drop down a market to trade out some of that gold really soon. But 4 relics, 3 sacred sites. You don't need to put any villagers on gold.
No,
just
you
go
don't
gather
need to.
food.
Well, the funny thing is he doesn't. You know, like the gold here ran out, and now he's like, well, I mean, I already gather like 800 gold per minute without doing anything. So he's just having a 50-50 split here on food and wood. And yeah, you can just tell the second TC just propelled him so much further ahead. It's like 48 to 62 at the moment, 63. So very nicely done for him here. So
yeah, but you've got Onimusha now in Fabus's comp, which even though they are affected by Camelanese, they do bonus damage versus heavy, so they can absolutely take on those Camel Lancers and not really have too many issues with them, despite getting nerfed on their damage a little bit. Wins going into a Manjanique here. Looks like he's not going to take this to Imperial. He wants to continue to press his advantage and try to go for the kill here. A second Manjanique coming down as well. Those are going to be issues for the Onimusha. They're absolutely going to rip through the Onimusha.
yeah, absolutely. And I think it's a good call from him to not go into Imperial, because that would just delay him so much. He's there with gold, but he would basically stop unit production and then go for Imperial Age. And that would just create a timing window for Japanese to close the gap, to reclaim the sacred sites, which he is actually doing right now. And then, you know, the issue is also, yeah, Wins is not on gold right now. And so he's relying on all the passive gold production here. Which, once he loses the sacred sites, he might be in a bad position to produce units, because they all cost gold, and if he doesn't have the gold income, he will not be able to produce them. So it's good for him to keep holding on to them, maybe drop a keep somewhere here down there, and just hold them and focus on Castle Age. Also, I mean, what do you really get from going Imperial? I mean, yeah, of course, your units are stronger and you get some unique techs maybe, but in general, he has everything he needs in Castle Age already. So there's no real need for him to risk sort of going Imperial Age.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Looks like Fabus probably going to take down the sacred site, but I don't think Wins really cares. He could defend it if he wanted to, but he's kind of just letting it go. He's going to focus his attention on this second town center and trying to, you know, put the nail in the coffin for Fabus here.
Oh yeah.
Bombs are moving in. Manjaniques fire off their perch shot, but just straight into the TC there. The Steed is out of position though. Fabus is sending some spears to deal with it.
Yes.
Nice dodges for the mangoes.
Unfortunate down there, but yeah, so nicely done by Fabus here, getting rid of the Manjaniques, because they are a pain to deal with. The Springald not really needed here, another Manjanique coming in here, so looks almost even here, the cleanup here. So Siege is basically gone for Wins, but he still has a couple army here, mainly Gulams, so that's the one thing that Japanese can't really deal with right now. Let's go back into regular view.
Yeah, if he switched into Samurai with Yodachi, they would they would do fairly okay against these Ghulams, believe it or not.
Oh yeah,
But
they would.
it does look like Wins is about to take this one. Definitely in an oppressive position. These Ghulams just on top of the production. He's got crossbows as well. One-man sneak on the back line. More Camel Lancers coming over. Looks a little tough for Febus to get himself out of this one.
Oh yeah, I don't see a way for him coming back. If you look at the army value, it's basically down to 0. That's one sprinkled and that's gone. So no military here at all for Fabus. He doesn't have the resources. Once he sees idle even, and that's basically it. And he taps out.
Yeah, Ghulam's into your ego doesn't feel good. You know,
No, it doesn't.
Once you lost it, once you lose your mass and the opponent is on your front door, they go into your eco, and your town center, as upgraded as it was, isn't going to protect you versus that amount of armor. Well played on both sides. Gotta say, I haven't seen that Japanese opening. It looked really good, getting the early daimyo, eventually getting into a second town center. Definitely interesting. Haven't seen that one before, but I think I'm gonna go check it out because he had good feudal age timing, good castle age timing. But unfortunately, Wins just a little bit cleaner in some of those fights, a little bit cleaner with some of his timings, and was able to take that one.
Yeah, very interesting opening. I just feel like it delayed him, and he wasn't. You know, it's like you can't go fast castle if you do it. You can't really go feud like all in if you do it. So it's like you're not really doing anything. Like there's, it felt like yeah, it's a cool idea, but there's no game plan behind it, if that makes sense. Whereas with the Ayyubids, you could clearly see like the game plan, like from minute one, basically going eco wing and then military wing, going second TC once you're in a leading position, taking the sacred sites, taking the relics, getting the extra gold, and it's just closing the game. And so it felt more like there was a plan behind that, whereas the daimyo play is like, yeah, it's nice, but what did he gain from it? I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I think I would have liked to have seen, instead of going into Yumi after you identify the fast castle, because fast castle means there's going to be armor, and the
Mm,
Yumi are not going to perform well there, but maybe he doubled down, went an extra, barracks, and, got into Spearmen, right? Because with Ayyubids, it's like, alright, they go fast castle, they go straight into the Camel Lancers.
yeah.
So if those Yumi had actually been spears, I definitely think that's a completely different game.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. I don't know exactly what the Yumi achieved here, other than being an annoying range unit that can poke your villagers. But other than that, in a fight, they, I guess they could like just try to snipe the dervishes. But other than that, it's yeah. I'm not really
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I kind of saw what he was trying to do there. The timing, he wanted to put some feudal pressure on, which is great. I absolutely love seeing that out of Japanese because they're such a notorious, fast castle civilization. So he wanted to apply some feudal pressure. He also wanted to get to castle himself. So just great idea there. And like I said, despite applying some feudal pressure, he still made it to castle with a respectable timing. Um, just if he opened double barracks, I just think that would have helped him a lot more.
Mm,
That's all. Because once your opponent shifts into Gulams, your samurai with Odachi actually trade pretty well against Gulams, so they're not as scary there, and you kind of go samurai spear and then take it into the next phase of the match. Right? It's just
yeah,
those Yumis just kind of expensive, didn't provide a lot of value. That's all.
yeah, yeah, pretty much. But yeah, well played
So
by
kind of
both. So very interesting to see at least, and it's that's one of the things I like about those low elo legends tournaments. It's like you can see very good execution and gameplay, but you can also see some interesting strats, some wild stuff, fun stuff for sure, stuff you don't really see from maybe big name tournaments.
Yeah, I really liked his opening there, right? Like I just saw him split onto stone, saw him split onto gold. I was like, oh, this is kind of interesting here. Is this gonna delay his feudal? Is this gonna set him back? And I don't think it really did. I think his timings were still pretty good. So it just has my brain turning like, all right, next time I play Japanese, maybe I toy around with that, right? Because
Mm.
again, we're still figuring out, some of the changes with the patch, the new meta, and the way everything is right now is it's not as cut and dry. This civ doesn't just do this one thing. A lot of civs can do a lot of different things, and that's exciting. And so I appreciate him kind of breaking with the meta a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Good stuff, good stuff. Let's hop into the next game. We do have so bottom bracket just finished their first round, so we're still in round one with top bracket one game still going. And we actually could check that one out. Let's see if
Bagsy and Socerton, send me an invite, please.
yes, yes, yes.
So, for those of you who don't know, Socerton is the famous podcast personality. He has a very good podcast, if I'm not mistaken. Is it More Sheep?
The extra
Forgive me,
sheep.
I'm not.
It is the
Extra
extra
Sheep. There
sheep,
you
yeah. Yeah, we can tell you're a fan of the series.
go. I'm not saying I listen to it all that much, but occasionally I tune in. Just I'm getting old. Memory's a little sluggish. So, but yeah, the Extra Sheep podcast. So definitely a good player. Bagsy is another one. You do need to send me that invite, and you
Oh,
didn't, so I will just go find it.
I'm very sorry. I thought I did, but I probably was too quick then. Let's pause
Not
that for a
a
second.
problem. I will figure it out.
Yeah. See, I can also share my screen on.
Oh no, it's fine. I got it.
Oh, I shared it anyway. Or not. Okay. Well, are you in game now?
All right, so yeah, go for it. Roll.
Wonderful. Okay, so we do have Socerton, as we mentioned, one of our famous casters and just overall wonderful people playing the Delhi Sultanate in teal and cyan on the left side. So again, playing on Gorge. So same map as previously against Bagsy, one of our other regulars in Low-Eater Legends tournaments. Playing the French in orange on the east side, on the right side of the map. Um, so just from the get-go, the map looks fairly similar. The trade posts are a little bit more like closer to each side, but still fairly in the middle. So going trade, you would have to go like all the way around the map, which is really difficult unless you're in the driver's seat. Then you can go for it. Other than that, it's very, very difficult to do and to pull off.
Yeah, French is a civ that could trade if they wanted to. I don't know if this is going to be the map I would elect to do so, but Chamber of Commerce saw some buffs recently
Mm.
that absolutely make it a little bit more of a consideration instead of, always with the same opening. You can look at the Chamber of Commerce and definitely play it. I don't like where these neutrals are in 1v1
Mm.
to sit there and say this is where you use it. But for those of you who aren't familiar, the Chamber of Commerce trades those trains, those free traders, 100% faster. So they come out every 15 seconds instead of every 30 seconds. And your trade posts are revealed from the start of the game. So
Yeah, you
you
can tell.
kind of can get traders faster, and then you have previous patches. You got 30% discount on those economic technologies. Now it's a 35% discount. So that makes a big deal in whether you want to go chamber or not.
It does, yeah. And as you mentioned, since he can actually see the traders from the start, I mean, it's out of the question. He's going for School of Cavalry as you usually would do with the French, but he could have gone with the Chamber of Commerce because he sees the trade posts right from the start of the game. So it's kind of nice you can actually plan with that. I mean, imagine you're going for Chamber of Commerce and then you realize that the trading posts are just in a crappy position for you. Um, so that would suck. So he's going for School of Cavalry either way. Tau Victory on the other side. For the Delhi, also the more standard landmark. I mean, depending on your preference, how you want to play the game. If you're going for more aggressive gameplay, maybe more feudal all in, trying to get the sacred sites, then you usually go for the Tower of Victory, and Dome of the Faith would usually indicate more of like a castle castle age focused gameplay, maybe even longer gameplay, because you can reduce the research time with more scholars, and so scholars being more cheap is what would indicate that as well.
Yeah, I mean, when I see Dome of the Faith, it's usually some sort of fast castle trying to get into village fortresses and sort of boom type of play. So Dome of the Faith has its uses. Here versus French, though, Tower of Victory, absolutely the same landmark I would go with, because you get the bonus attack speed, so your spears, which are going to be vital against French, are absolutely devastating if they can catch a couple of those knights into a fight.
Yeah.
So, looking over at Bagsy, though, immediately he's on to stone. So I think we're going to get a school cavalry into sort of like a fox aggression 2TC build right here. And I kind of like it a little bit. 2TC is a good strategy. The only thing I will say is Delhi Sultanate makes a absolute living out of punishing that 2TC play. So he needs to disguise it. He needs to hide it and not let Socerton know that he went 2TC. Or at least that's what it looks like he's doing.
Yeah, and the thing is, I mean, I know that you're so happy when you deflect that attack from the Royal Knight, and you're like, okay, cool, I'm safe, and then at some point later on in the game, you realize that all this time you were defending and trying to save your ass, the opponent had been on 2TCs like the whole time, and it was just a ruse for you, to lure you into going heavy military. So it could be, like you indicated, it could be some sort of like psychological warfare, or it could be his play to really go all in, and unless Socerton scouts the second TC coming up, he will not know.
Yeah, and that's where scouting becomes absolutely critical here, because French TCs, they sort of have like a poor man's Song dynasty, if you will. They're producing villagers every 17 seconds now, so when you have 2 of them, your eco just booms. But Socerton could take advantage of the greed. He can play map control. You can deny food to the 2TC player, which is always one of the biggest needs you have when going 2TC. Looks like we do have a little bit of a night raid coming around. But they see the spear, and that one Tower of Victory spear sort of, scares them away from the woodland. So Bagsy's deciding to return home. Socerton, though, his scout is moseying on over towards that stone deposit. He actually might see the 2TC play here before long. So very good on Socerton. Yeah, if you look at his scout's Q path, he's going to go check. He sees the stone.
Yeah, and
so
he can tell, definitely. You can tell that there's been enough. So it's not enough stone for a keep, but it's enough stone for a TC, and then it's all you need to know. And he didn't scout the woodland, but I mean, you don't need to. He knows that either in the next few minutes there probably will be a 2TC play. Also, you can see very nicely here, just keeping 2 of the Royal Knights here, protecting his gold. So I mean, Delhi has a lot of tricks up their sleeve. They can attack with Ghazi Raiders, which are really nice, and also not too bad against the Royal Knights. A little bit of a misplay by Socerton here, pulling away his spears right when Bagsy was trying to get in here. So lost the villager because of that, but it's not game ending for now. Although I am a little bit curious why there's such a villager gap here between Socerton and Bagsy. I mean, yeah, you mentioned the budget Song dynasty here with 17 seconds instead of 20, but that shouldn't be 8 village or 9 village, 7 villagers plus the 1.
Believe it or not, 7 minutes into the game, it could create quite the villager gap here. So, yeah, and previously moving those spears away, we call that anti-timing. Obviously the French Knights always strike as soon as you leave your base. As soon as you're like, I'm gonna go attack, there's French Knights in your eco. Always feels bad, man. But, yeah, I mean, you you always got to kind of, prepare for it, maybe build a little wall, kind of make it harder for those French knights to get access to your resources. But yeah, Bagsy's second TC just about to come up right about now. He's already starting an early farm transition, so he kind of knows. He's like, all right, I'm going to TC. My opponent scouted it. He's going to exert some sort of map control on me, so I'm not going to have easy access to those deer packs, or at least I'm going to have to fight over them, and I don't necessarily want to fight with Tower of Victory spears and Ghazi raiders. So let me just start this slow transition.
Ooh, danger for Scholar here. Ah, well, that's one dead Scholar here. Very unfortunate, very nicely played by Bagsy. The timing here was just incredibly lucky for him that he just right when Socerton moved out to get this one sacred site, he prevented it from happening. So now there's a dead Scholar. He needs to send the next one. He needs to build some more, which he can't do because he doesn't get any gold at the moment because he was, sort of pushed away from gold. I mean, not really, but he went away from gold. But now he really needs that gold because otherwise his scholar production is, yeah, non-existent.
Yeah, he's got 0 scholars, so all his techs are coming in at a snail's pace. He can't cap sacred sites, so he has no access to gold. This is, I mean, beautiful timing by Bagsy right there, and the best part about it was the knights got in, and they got out without any of them dying. They're going to heal up slowly, so the damage they took from those spears isn't that big of a deal. And they picked a scholar. He's dead now, and, no harm, no foul.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that was. I mean, you could hardly play that any better. I mean, it was lucky for him, but it was really well played. And as mentioned, he didn't lose anything there. Killed the scholar, moved out, and yeah, that was really nicely done for him. Delayed Socerton's gold income and possibly sacred victory for, I don't know, a minute at least. Possible raid here again. We do have a couple spears here, but yeah, that's always the issue. If you're only defending with a couple of spears, he could go in and just crush them, or try to lure them out and then move in behind them and get in the wood line. So it's always very stressful to defend against French, to say the least.
Yeah, the thing is, a couple of walls right here at least give you more peace of mind, right? He's got that, main wood line on the backside of his base and that secondary wood line. Just one quick wall there, which those 2 spears could make. And then maybe a wall on the other side. The blacksmith is kind of blocking where I would have put it. One of the blacksmiths is anyway. And all of a sudden, you don't really need to post spears up there anymore. You can move your spears into more of an aggressive position. So
yeah,
that's the only thing I would like to see. Walls are great for just sort of zoning some of those French knights, but you know what? He's doing the right thing. If you kind of look towards the middle of the map, he's grabbing the second sacred site. And textbook walling of that middle sacred site. On this map, players don't usually wall all the way around it. Typically, they just do one right in the front, and that's good enough.
Yeah, so very nicely done for him. And yeah, to your point, you can see, like, if there would be a wall, it would be fine, but now he needs to distribute his spears, some here, some there, and so he's at 26 spears at the moment, but in the middle here, it's only like, 13, so half of them are only there where he needs them to be in the front, and the other ones are just, running around here a little bit. This one spears. I mean, it's a brave attempt, but yeah, he's dead.
Oh yeah, listen, one spear, they're powerful, they have a higher attack speed, but that's 6 Royal Knights there. That's not a fight you're gonna win. What I find is interesting is it a misclick or what? He's got 2 scouts in that formation. And whenever I see 2 scouts or more than 1 scout out of French, my immediate thought process is, are we going to get professional scouts here? Is that a play since Bagsy's losing map control? But so far, no professional scouts, so that's probably just a misclick.
Yeah, I think maybe he calculated that he might lose one, and so, I mean, oftentimes you see games where people have 1 scout and then they lose it, and for the remaining 30 minutes of the game they don't have a scout. And so it's not a bad idea, but usually yeah, you would either go for professional scouts, which I don't feel it's really necessary on this kind of map because two deer packs are in his side anyway. Um, and he saw that there's no Ghazi raiders, so he could actually, you know, move out here and get the deer, and he would probably still be fine because Socerton is focused on the sacred sites. So I would love if he would put one of the scouts, you know, I don't know, maybe like here to the gold. Well, not against Delhi, I guess, but like put him here, and then I can see if he's going for stone or gold, and then that would indicate for him what the next play for Socerton might be. We actually do see some Ghazi raiders here, as I was talking about them.
Ooh, nice little raid there. Gonna pick off, or hopefully pick off a villager.
Yeah, it's
Villager's running for its dear life, but not running in the right direction. Likely cost that villager its life. But those Ghazi raiders not gonna be able to survive long under this TC. And at the same time, you have a little bit of a scrim going on in the middle, but these Ghazis can't take this fight, so they're gonna kind of back off. But Bagsy looks to have claimed the middle sacred site from all this.
Yeah, and you can tell. I mean, he built so many spearmen, and what can Socerton do? He has spearmen of his own, so they're better than those spearmen, granted. But the Ghazi raiders can't do anything against them. And so a nice counterplay by Bagsy here, you know, biding his time and then at some point just moving in, retaking the sacred site, or at least, you know, neutralizing it. So nicely done by him. At the same time, we do have a castle play here coming up, the compound of the defender for Socerton. So we'll see if that might spice things up a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit of a fight here in the middle. Not the best timing for Socerton as he's aging up here, so definitely a fight that he's going to lose because Bagsy just is more invested in his military than Socerton does. Plus Socerton's force is a little bit spread out. Spears coming in fighting spears, and the knights are just going to help clear them up. But without archers here, Bagsy's losing a lot.
Yeah, he has a couple archers, but not enough. But at the same time, he's still countering Socerton better than Socerton can. And as you mentioned, taking such an engagement where you lose almost everything of your army while going castle, it just feels bad. It feels horrible. Some long distance mining here as well on top of that. So yeah, usually what you want to do is if you're taking a fight and if you can prevent it, you can't always prevent that, but if you can prevent it, don't take a fight while you're aging up before getting this tax, because that would make such a difference. Even if it doesn't have the right units, if he's one age ahead of him and has all the techs and all the upgrades, he could actually still take the fight, even though he doesn't have the correct counter units to him. And so that was a little bit of a misplay here by Socerton. Nice Vololo trying here, getting a little bit of... Okay, wow.
Get some spears.
That is unfortunate. He got like one spear.
Just barely. But Socerton's play here, right? He's going into village fortresses and he's going over onto stone. Those villagers on stone are definitely getting their steps in today, that's for sure. But he's going to start keeping everywhere. He's going to turn those keeps into town centers, and that's his plan to kind of counter the 2 TC out of French, plus grabbing some relics. But the knight does find one of his scholars carrying a relic, and scholar can't wololol to defend, so he's going to go down, turned into a chalk outline, unfortunately. But the relic's at least a little bit closer to Socerton's base.
Yeah. Yeah, rest in peace, little scholar. Rest in peace.
Yeah, but he's maintained 2 sacred sites, which is critical. Looks like Socerton finally had enough of, you know, his villagers getting their steps in for the day. Mining camp is up on the stone. Slowly working his way over to start keep dropping, but if Socerton can get keeps down on one or both of these sacred sites, suddenly the economic advantage that Bagsy currently has isn't as relevant, because those will be town center keeps in, hold on, 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yeah, I was looking earlier, and it's just painful to see that it's still taking. Actually, okay, it got up here to 3 minutes because it took out the scholars, and so you can see what this one scholar kill here earlier like, it completely threw off Socerton basically, because he doesn't have so many scholars, not as much or as many as he would like to have. He's at 6 right now, but it's only 1 in here, and then 2 here to boost, or 3 to boost the production time. But I mean, the research time, I mean, that's just awful how long everything here takes. He's been in Castleade for, it feels like 5 minutes, and it's still going here. So that's just very, very painful. In the meantime, Bagsy did manage to neutralize this one sacred site, so gold income for Socerton even lower now. He's almost forced to go back on gold, actually, if you think about it. And Bagsy also was able to go to Castle Age himself with the guild hall, which, yeah, I mean, I don't know, curious choice. It could kind of indicate a longer gameplay, but at the same time he is in the driver's seat, so he doesn't need to prolong the game. That his villages is like almost double the amount, and yeah, Socerton can soon drop a keep, and then he can start pumping villagers from there as well, but it will still take a while for him to close the villager gap, really.
Yeah, so I think that the guild hall could be a Red Palace play. A lot of times I see the guild hall, I see it, it's done so French could store up that food and just make, you know, Red Palace probably mid-map somewhere around like 25-ish minutes. We do have the last sacred site going down, so Socerton's gonna have to move some villagers over to gold if he wants to continue making these premium units. But can we take a minute and just admire these absolutely beautiful men-at-arms? And oh no, Socerton's first keep gets scouted out by a knight, and he's gonna lose most of those villagers there. Ooh, that's just an unfortunate turn of events for Socerton.
Yeah.
That hero knight now returning to the formation.
Well, he's gonna tell his buddies for sure. So, I mean, the eco damage is not as high as Bagsy probably, well, would have wanted to. I mean, but 10 villager kills is still a lot. If you add that he's been on the second TC for, I don't know, 13 or 12 minutes now. It's just quite a lot of villager difference. Now he's actually twice as many, and so we'll see if Socerton is able to pump some villagers here. But then again, he also is kind of, he did a little bit of farm transition, but Delhi needs a lot of food, and there's not much out here for him if he wants to play it safe. He wanted to go here a little bit earlier, but then there were some villagers that were killed here as well, so difficult for him to get a footing in here.
Yeah, meanwhile, Bagsy, look at his pop. He's getting close to pop count. He's at 150, 160 now. You know, at a certain point, he's going to get to the stage of the game where I'm just going to start trading my military out against you. You know, make a couple rams and just go knock this keep down. Socerton has started the villager spam out of keeps. So Bagsy, you know, he has this huge lead now. He has this giant window where he could absolutely, you know, punish Socerton, but he's not taking advantage of it. But those knights, they're getting dangerously close to some of Socerton's villagers up there, and there's nowhere for those villagers to run if those knights come back for him. But wisely, Socerton moves his military over to kind of deflect. Maybe he'll take those spears, build some walls to sort of secure up this right side, but that got very scary, right? Those 8 villagers were in harm's way.
Oh yeah. Well, Bagsy is trying to, you know, push forward slowly but surely. He built a keep here to boost his military production here, so that's nicely done. And he is going for some siege units, especially the Mangonels. They will put in some work here, going tower for tower and pushing away Socerton here from the stone. So yeah, the plan for Socerton to drop one keep after another is not really coming to fruition. He needs a little bit more. No, that's the, no, mind.
Oh, that poor, oh, look at that beautiful men-at-arms as he slowly dies. That is, you don't see them very often, French men-at-arms, but when you do, they're one of the most well-designed units in the game.
Yeah, it's
Looks
insane.
like he's trying to,
it's insane how beautiful they are. Right?
Oh, first mango shot comes in. That absolutely hit a home run. Looks like we're going to have a little bit of a fight here in the middle. Socerton going for it. Mangoes are firing down. Getting body blocked by the sacred site. Not able to get a full conclave here. I think Socerton's going to have to pull back. Yeah, he knows it too.
Yeah.
Just couldn't get his map around. He had a lot of villagers, or a lot of his military just kind of running around because they were body blocked by his wall and the sacred site. But this keep here is gonna keep Socerton in the game. Bagsy doesn't have what he needs to really take that down yet. Ooh, look at this. Bagsy's just like, all right, cool. You know what? You want to sit in your base? No problem. I'm gonna come over to your gold. I'm gonna take your gold, and I'm gonna use it to, you know, make my own knights to kill you with.
Yeah. Yeah, he's going through. I mean, he has gold still here and still here, but he's like, well, I mean, why not? Why not take it? It's free real estate here. So, yeah, it's. I mean, it was a nice fight here in the middle, and also the army mass for Bagsy was so high that he was also not able to get in here. So both players were kind of stuck and blocked by their own by the situation. Like Bagsy was blocked by the wall, and Socerton was blocked by the sacred site, but. I just wish if he would retake the sacred sites. I think that would be really helpful for him, but he's not in a position to actually do that right now, because he's just behind and needs to be in a defensive. So like it's difficult for him to move out on the map, and so yeah, Bagsy has all the map control. He's on 4 different goals at the moment, so he's just taking all the goals. Why not?
Good on Bagsy. So here's the question, right? Does Bagsy go Red Palace, or does Bagsy go College of Artillery? If you kind of look, he's remacroing towards going Imp right here. He's putting a keep up in this west corner, right on gold, right on stone, gonna deny Socerton access to those resources. Red Palace would be a pretty good play here, but I think College of Artillery, getting some of those royal cannons. Oh, no. It's gonna be Red Palace because he's got trebs now. He's just gonna treb this keep down.
Yeah.
Can I just say, I hate trebs. Hate them.
Well, I mean, yeah, I understand. Well, okay, let's put it this way. I hate cannons more, like bombards, because they're faster. Like they do more damage in a shorter amount of time. I feel like it's like you don't watch your keep for 3 seconds and then it's gone. For traps, it's like, oh, I get attacked. Well, I still have like 2 minutes. You know, I can counter heal if I wanted to. Curious choice here for the placement. I feel like for the Red Palace. I wish he would have put it. You know, like, I mean, you know, maybe just trap this one down and just put it right here. Have a Red Palace right here in front of him and be like, you can't do anything against it, buddy.
Alright, listen, Red Palace in your face, it's a tiny bit disrespectful, but I don't mind this, right? Look at this, Bagsy's basically saying, okay, Delhi, you normally like to control the sacred sites, I'm flipping the script on you, and I'm gonna put a Red Palace on this right one, so good luck getting that back, just good luck.
Yeah.
Right? And his military's in the middle, and he's starting to sort of tower up this other one. He's got his knights over there protecting. You know, he put Socerton on the clock. He's Imperial Age, so you know what? He's basically saying, hey, Socerton, come get me. I would like to see Bagsy collect the relics, though. He's got those monks right there. You know, there's 5 relics on the map. And, oh, as I say that, it looks like... interesting. So it shows Bagsy with relics.
Yeah.
But there's 1, 2, because... if you look at the statistics, it says he picked up 3, but it doesn't look like he brought any home yet? Interesting.
Well, let's try to find the units. Well, it looks like he brought some home.
4, 5. Yeah, no, he didn't bring them home, but I guess maybe he picked them up?
Well, he must have picked them up, because otherwise we would see them, so... But yeah, I mean, regardless. So that keep is down, and... well, okay, well, one more thing is also, I mean, it's not like, you know, a huge deal, but the Red Palace as well provides the influence, and so up here, that's basically useless, you know. But if you would put it like somewhere here, maybe not like right next to the sacred site, but like, I don't know, here maybe, then he could put some military production buildings around it, and then he can just start pumping units from here, I wouldn't have to go all the way across the map. But as we're talking, we have a big fight here in the middle.
Oh no.
Socerton trying to get a footing here. War elephant going down. Big boy.
Nice little micro there from Socerton, just kind of kiting with his archer ball right there. But Bagsy is, night raiding, wiping out all those poor villagers on the farms in Socerton's eco right there. Beautiful, beautiful bait and switch by Bagsy right there. He's pulling back in the middle, sort of letting Socerton have that middle sacred side again, but all of Socerton's villagers are just being systematically murdered by these elite royal knights.
Well, I mean,
it's absolutely brutal.
It is so brutal. And the thing is, like, he's not even losing in the middle. Like, the arbalest tree is doing so much damage. The beautiful men at arms, they're doing so much damage. And that's game for Socerton. He realizes that he can't win the middle fight. And at the same time, he's bleeding out units. Villagers in the base. He lost at least 30 villagers when I last looked at.
Yeah, listen, that sort of night raid at the end, that's just that dagger right into your side that just slowly kills you right there. You don't often see it coming, and it just absolutely brutal. If you look at that villager count right there at the end, like, you can just start seeing them just dipping down there. Ooh, that was nice.
That was
but as always, well played on both sides. I really like how Socerton countered the 2 TC by, getting his own castle age, turning to village fortresses there, but he kind of got zoned into his base and let Bagsy have the map control, and that sort of was the beginning of the end there. Delhi normally needs to exert the map control. They need to have access to all those resources, and when you see that, especially to a civilization like French, you're fighting on your back foot there.
Oh yeah, and I mean, French loves to have the map control, like eating the food on the map, getting the gold on the map, because they're just so gold hungry with all those gold units, and so yeah, that really put Socerton here on the back foot, and you can see like the trades were also really bad for him. I mean, this one I believe was the one where he lost all the spears and Ghazi raiders while he was aging up. And then there was another bad trade here, and then just in the end, it's like he never had the correct units to counter, I feel like, and so it's really difficult.
Yeah, I mean, Delhi, because it takes so long for veterancy to come in, they're always sort of weak right after you go castle age. So that's the time where you want to pull back, let your veterancy upgrades come in, then push out again. Unfortunately, Bagsy forced that fight. And Socerton took it, and it just went Bagsy's way, and Socerton never really kind of recovered from those losses. Bagsy had the military lead from then on out, and once he got the guild hall going, he used the guild hall to finance his Red Palace, as a lot of players do, and next thing you know, he's an Imperial with, elite upgrades, and Socerton's in Castle Age only with his veterancy, and, it's hard to take good trades at that point.
Yeah, yeah, especially if you're behind economically, like the whole time, basically. I mean, lost a few villages here and there. Like add to that the French have a faster villager production. There's a slight lead here as well. Then there's a second TC coming in, another big gap here, and then it kind of stabilizes here. Then he loses a couple, and then it just booms from here. So I don't know how you come back from that. It's if you lose like in as Delhi, I feel like if you lose in this part of the game, like everything else is just so annoying,
battle,
and
right?
that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. But honestly, Bagsy played it very well. I like the sneaky second town center play. Sort of leaning on that early French eco to both exert some pressure with his knights, while also greeting behind it. I'm just a notoriously greedy player. I love 2 town center. I love trading. Anytime I see it, I'm always like, yes. And Bagsy did it well.
Yeah.
So he was able to come away with that.
Yeah, very nicely done here, and
so looks like we're knee deep into round 2 a little bit here in the bottom bracket. We do have 2 games finished, still 1 open. The top bracket though, we have all 5 sets kind of going. Maybe maybe we pop over there real quick, or we can go to TurboTom Navneet. I'll leave that one up to you.
Yeah,
But we
let's see. I think we can go for the bottom bracket now because the last two games we casted were actually top bracket. So let's see.
That's right, I forgot. Two bracket system today here, ladies and
Yeah.
gentlemen.
Yeah.
So we're gonna go to Himiyama, which is sort of an interesting map because you have that pond in the middle, and certain civilizations can move out to the pond in Dark Age. Some civilizations never go out to the pond. Definitely a little curious to see, because even English, which is not a notorious, go out to the pond type civ. I've seen some games at a higher level where English will go out to that pond in Dark Age. So I'm curious to see how these players are going to utilize the pond very early, because it can give you a good eco boost if you're going to apply some feudal pressure. So this map is also very open, so it's conducive to feudal pressure plays, which I absolutely do enjoy. So hopefully we get some of those. Send me a group invite, please, sir.
Yeah, I just did. And yeah, the thing is, like, there's no deep sea fish, so you're kind of like, well, is it really worth it? But yeah, I mean, if you're spending, let's say, 300 wood, and you get 2,500 food, yeah, of course it's worth it. So you can absolutely do it, and if the opponent doesn't punish it, you can totally pull it off, and then it just steamrolls. And yeah, it delays maybe your feudal or castle, or maybe just a feudal age a little bit, but then it just, yeah, it moves you ahead so much.
Yeah, it definitely gives you sort of that shot in the arm, turbocharges your economy a little bit, and just gives you that edge you need to absolutely punish. So here we go. We are going to Himiyama, everyone, and oh boy, do we have a treat. My favorite civilization going on right here, TurboTom.
Oh, I love it. I love
Thoughts
it.
and prayers are with you, because unfortunately, Delhi, this is one of the more uncomfortable matchups for Mongols in this game. Not saying that, Delhi could, you know, bully the Mongols, if you will, in feudal age, but honestly, the Delhi can.
They
Even though
definitely can, yeah.
You're 2xing some Keshiks, you're 2xing some archers early on. Delhi can just outproduce you. So this is one of those matchups that's, I would say, the least fun, if you will.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, like, I love both civs, so I'm a Mongol main, but I also liked playing Delhi as well, and so it's fun to see them again against each other. And yeah, it's I feel like feudal aggression wise, if there's like one of the civs that can kind of match the Mongols are the Delhi. I feel Ottomans are also kind of like in the same boat with the military schools. But other than that, yeah, it's a rough matchup for sure for Mongols, and so I'm really curious to see how they play it, and how much the Mongols the Keshiks will have an impact, or maybe, as we talked about before the stream actually, the Khan Hunters and Manyadai could be a play here as well, because the range increase that they get from the Khan Hunters is just insane. So curious to see that.
We're getting a tower rush. We are getting a tower rush. Okay. All right. I'm not against it. I'm a little curious to see kind of what TurboTom wants to take away here. I absolutely love tower rushing the Delhi Sultanate, but usually when I tower rush them, I go for the wood. And on some maps, some spawn generations, you can sort of get like a double forward wood. But on this map, he's got 1, 2, 3, 4 different sources of wood, at least early on. I just, berries is the only thing that you can really take away at that point, and he got a back spawn of those berries. So, but we are getting a tower rush, or at least feudal or dark age pressure. He's got 2 of those spears queued up. We'll know in a second here if it's going to actually be a tower rush. Actually, with only 2 on wood, it's probably just dark age. Oh no, there's 3 on wood now.
3 now.
So that is tower rush territory, and the Khan is on his way over to kind of see what he can tower rush. I really hope he doesn't tower rush the gold.
So he is going with 1 villager here now, and potentially that's gonna be the tower rush villager. It looks like it, at least. So he has currently 2 on wood, which is not enough for a tower rush. If you want to have a tower rush plus the unit production here, especially since they also cost wood, you need at least 3 or 4 on wood to do that.
He actually cut it back because this tower rush is coming in late. So he's got enough wood for the tower, but normally by now you start the construction of the tower. But he's probably about 20 to 25 seconds behind. So that actually gives him enough wood with just those 2 villagers there. He's moving over to gold, so it's just going to be a tower rush. It is going for the wood on the back line there, probably the wood and the berries. Delhi has a good... well, where's the scout? Let's find the scout for Navneet real quick and see how many sheep he has. He's got on that scout 12 sheep, so yeah, taking away the berries early, little annoying, a little troublesome, but no, that tower's going on the wood line.
Yeah, which, I mean, I hate to say it, but what exactly is he accomplishing here? If you look at like what kind of resources, if you add those spearmen as well, what kind of resources he's investing into this here, and in essence, he is denying 2 wood lines that the Navneet is not really relying on right now anyway. I mean, if I would be Navneet, I would probably go for this wood line here first, maybe this one. And so those 2, they will not be in play until, I don't know, mid-castle age or something. And so a lot of investment here, and also mind you, it's the idle time basically, because this one is not gathering any resources. Then you have 5 on the deer stones, so basically 6 villagers less than he currently has. So it's basically 12 against 20 right now. Interesting.
Navneet doesn't know about it.
No, he doesn't.
He might actually pick a couple villagers here, because if he throws up that scouting falcon and garrisons,
yeah,
you're gonna get 1, maybe 2 villagers. He needs the garrison. Don't attack.
Oh yeah, just shoot him,
Okay.
Well.
All right, he got 1. He probably could have gotten 2 if he just garrisoned, because by the time Navneet would have realized, it would have been, 1, 2 down at that point. Got a little too excited there, and I get it. Every time I see enemy villagers and I can kill them, it's super exciting.
Yeah.
Well, probably cost him an additional villager there, but he picked up 1, so he also forced a lumber camp, a second lumber camp out of his opponent.
Yeah.
Spears are now pushing him off the berries in the back. Moving around to the other wood line. Ooh.
And this one is actually out of range here, so he can stand there. We have a counter spearman here, but 1 against 4 is difficult at least. So, I mean, it worked a lot better for him than I really expected to. I mean, this is a little bit unfortunate for the Navneet and a little bit lucky for TurboTom here to actually get something out of this tower rush. I really didn't expect it. But now we have the scholar being able to heal them up, so he will be fine. He'll probably not lose more than this 1 villager. And TurboTom kind of needs to be a little bit careful here with the spearmen not losing them. So he did go for the deer stones, which is kind of like the new favorite landmark for Mongols. He is lacking in sheep, so that's why there's some idle villagers here standing around, even though they don't show us being idle. A little bit unfortunate. Doesn't have enough
he's got to get his Khan back to his base. He's got, 5 sheep there. He seems to have forgotten about his Khan a little bit.
Yeah.
But
which can happen. Yeah.
It absolutely can, but now all those villagers are idle. That's not a good place to be. Looks like they're moving out looking for their next food source. Maybe the deer pack? Down. Yeah, they're going for the deer pack right there.
Yeah,
which is a good food source.
It's a great food source for him, yeah.
But it's a little dangerous, only because it's so far exposed. So you've got 10 villagers moving down. At minimum, you need 2 towers to defend that. And because he's been off food for so long, he's just generating 84 a minute. At this point, he's technically generating 0. He's not going to be able to invest in military. He's not going to be able to invest in more villager production. He's got to get his food up in a hurry. Meanwhile, Navneet has 6 spears and a scholar, so he can take this outpost down. TurboTom is moving archers over, so that'll actually make it a little bit harder for Navneet to take it down. But as we said earlier, other than being annoying, this tower isn't really denying a tremendous amount of resources at this point in time.
Yeah.
And you know, Navneet has all the wood on the backside of his base. He doesn't really need to come over to this area for resources anymore.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate because it doesn't really deny it, and so other than he built this one lumber camp, and then he lost one villager and had a little bit of idle time. Other than that, it didn't really accomplish anything here, and also it alerted Navneet, so he's now like, okay, let's go with an outpost here so that there's no, he's already preparing here, going for the big wood line here, and this is gonna be super safe with this outpost. A little bit late scouted here from TurboTom, a little bit unlucky. If he would have been here faster, so we will not be able to push to get a villager here.
Nope. Navneet found it, garrisoned real quick, but the one thing I will point out that all this chaos, which Mongols are notorious for, is doing is we're 9 minutes into the game. Navneet hasn't thought about moving out to these sacred sites. It's not even on his mind. He's trying to defend. He's trying to get his economy set up. So that is the good thing that TurboTom has sort of forced is Navneet's defensive. He's not moving out on the map. He's not getting sacred sites. So that's the one positive that came from this tower rush.
That is absolutely true, and it's kind of it gets underrated sometimes, I guess. So that's a very, very good point. And we can also.
Navneet, what are you doing? He's building a wall with villagers instead of spearmen.
Yeah, that's a classic mistake you sometimes do if you're not used to playing Delhi. It's like, well, you can build them with military units instead of with the villagers. So that's another 13 villagers idle. I mean, yeah, cool, you got them up really fast, but other than that, it wasn't really worth it. And so yeah, TurboTom, he's getting pushed up a little bit. So his eco is ahead, but his military is behind. So it kind of like depends on who's gonna strike first now.
Yeah, it looks like Navneet is gonna come take this tower down, and TurboTom has evacuated it. He knows he can't hold this position, so he's just gonna let the opponent have it. But I guess in his eyes, the tower was worth it, right? You delayed your opponent, you scared your opponent into investing in all these walls, all these towers, pushed him off some other wood lines. But now that the tower's gone and Navneet's pushing out onto the map, what do you do, right? Because you have this Delhi Sultanate army that is a lot larger than yours. These archers are going to get found and picked out, and to be honest, better because they're Tower of Victory. Now you're on the defensive. And Navneet is going to go get those sacred sites.
Yeah, Khan's Hunter going down here, and yeah, he is moving out now, and so TurboTom is trying to defend against that. He has to be careful that his trade doesn't get spotted out here by the Navneet, because right now it's undetected, which is a good move by him. A couple Khan here, Kakeshik here, Khan's Hunter improving the archers here, so you can tell here by this little bullseye icon here that they're having a little bit of improved range, but that's dangerous moving into this into the enemy like this. So you can tell that he is not used to moving his units, because then that would not have happened.
Yeah, I mean, somehow TurboTom is repelling Navneet despite having inferior numbers and inferior units, right? He's got 3 Keshiks, which pittance against those 17 spears, and he's only got 7 archers versus the 14 on Navneet. If Navneet wants the sacred site, which he is moving towards, Navneet can absolutely have it.
He will absolutely have it, that's for sure. Keshik moving around, but way too far. But at least, getting a little bit of spearman idle time. At the same time, the archers just shredding the archers from the Mongols, and then it's nothing left besides the Keshik, who were not able to get on the archers effectively, and then the trade line also gets spotted out. So a couple of dead traders, and then also losing the sacred site here, getting immediately walled in. Now he's now he's using the military units for that, so that's nice.
Same time, TurboTom is macroing towards Castle, it looks like, so we'll probably see the Kurultai here, but he's got no military to speak of. So, a little bit of a dire situation. Fortunately for him, Navneet's kind of like, I just want to take the sacred sites, I'm going to heal my units, and I'm probably going to move towards that north sacred site, so I think TurboTom has a little bit of time here, but that was a bad fight. Terrible fight for him.
That was a very terrible fight. He also shouldn't move the Gur here. Didn't even get all the upgrades. He could have had them by now. And yeah, so I don't think it's a bad move to go into Castle Age, because you know you have a time window while Delhi is trying to get the sacred sites, you know, protecting it with the walls and stuff. So this is all time and resources that Navneet has to spend. And so going castle in the meantime and then striking with superior units, maybe inferior numbers but still better units, is not a bad move. The question is, will he be able to do it? Because right now his numbers are nowhere near where they need to be in order to do that.
I don't know, Navneet looks like he woke up this morning and chose violence. He's sort of posturing a little bit right outside TurboTom's base. Is kind of like, you know what, man? I know I took that fight. I know I won that fight. I'm gonna go punish you. Because TurboTom lost a lot. We do have the Kurultai coming down, so this is some great timing from Navneet. If he can maybe get a ram down. Does he have the ability to make rams yet? No, he does not. Still needs to get that tech. It's not coming anytime soon. If you look at that blacksmith is queued till the end of time. So we're not going to get rams, we're not going to get a kill. At the same time, TurboTom has got some Keshiks in the back. These Keshiks could be trouble. There's no spears back here to defend. First villager going down. These Keshiks are just rooting and just murdering back here. A couple of villagers running for shelter in the tower. Gonna make it in time. 2 villagers left out though in that wood line. They're probably just gonna get massacred here. 1 spear coming over, but that's not enough, and he's not fast enough. These Keshiks are just gonna run away. But these Keshiks don't really have anywhere to run.
Yeah, they can't get out here.
Walled.
Well, I mean, I think he should have turned around, just killed his 1 spearman, and then try to make his exit over here. But he could still walk around here, and good for him that he, you know, pulled back all this army here. So good for TurboTom that, you know, Navneet did it, because Navneet could have walked in here, you know, just go in there and just murder everything in this place.
TurboTom has absolutely decided that he just wants to wreak chaos and kill as many villagers as possible, even sacrificing his Keshiks to do so. Comes away with a whopping, I think that was 5 villager kills, maybe 6 villager kills, but the unsung hero of this was Navneet pulling his army back. He was in position to absolutely punish TurboTom for going to Castle Age, but now his military is at his base, so he's got to move all the way across again. And this allows TurboTom time to get his veterancy, time to get some premium units, such as maybe men-at-arms, to help kind of counter what Navneet has. But he's moving out, looking to take a fight, but he left the Kurultai at home. That's a bold strategy. Let's see if that works out for him.
Well, I mean, looking at the numbers, I would say it will not work out for him. He doesn't have the archer veterancy yet, so that's at least something he needs to do. And now Navneet knows that he's getting attacked, so he can just pounce back, completely disrupt any resupplies here from TurboTom. So that's a grim fight. There's no Khan, so there's no arrows to increase the movement speed, and those archers are just getting shredded. It is so painful as a Mongol enjoyer to, it's absolute bloodbath here. So I mean, I'm bleeding internally just looking at this, and I mean, it's just a stream of units just hunting them. At the same time, we have the rally point here. Those Keshiks not phased by anything, and Kurultai here in the back, so yeah.
Oh no, he's got crossbows. I'm not even sure why he went into crossbows. There's no armor from Delhi Sultanate. They're still in feudal age.
Yeah, I don't think that that's I want to say conscious decision. It feels like it's more like something you do because you always do it, and not because
Oh no!
it's
Sorry,
in the
just watch
moment.
that hero men-at-arms just get butchered.
Yeah. Yeah. Rest in
So
peace.
Navneet has both sacred sites now. Probably gonna macro up to castle. He's taken a whole bunch of fights, won a whole bunch of fights, or not. Actually, he's moving his military into position. He still does not have the ability to make rams, so he can't kill TurboTom yet. But in 40 seconds he will be. But there is a difference maker on TurboTom's side. We have the Mangonel. That Mangonel could absolutely be brutal in this fight.
Let's see if I can use it correctly. Let's see where it actually hits a couple of units there, and the Kurotai doing some work here as well, increasing the damage and then also healing just a little bit. So it's basically having like a scholar here for the Mongols, healing everything. Villagers getting shredded here. Another great shot by the Mango here as well. Mango not getting down, and TurboTom's army really lacking. I think he should just, garrison those traders and then have some more firepower through the town center. But you can just see the difference here that the men-at-arms are making with armored units against not armored units and not being able to counter the armor here. So even though Navneet in a sense won the fight, he still has to run away.
Yeah, and if you kind of look at it, the second Mangonel was also a huge deciding factor in this fight. That Mangonel just wiped out scores of those archers right there. So helped kind of stem the tide a little bit. TurboTom stabilized, in a good position. He's got his veterancy in, so he can take a fight. He just, needs to do so with his Kurultai. That's going to be critical in him winning any future engagements right now, especially with a 22 to 43 military count. But still undeterred, he's sending 2 Keshiks out. They no doubt are either going to raid or they're going to look to take the sacred site down. But Navneet did a lot of damage there. Picked up a lot of villager kills. He moved his archers over onto the gold there, so TurboTom needs to recover a little bit. And looking at this, he could just drop down a second TC. He's got the wood for it. It's 850 wood. And that'll get him right back into this.
Yeah, that would be definitely a choice that he could make. So Navneet walled the whole map basically here. So nicely done here. One thing that TurboTom really should do at some point is get the superior mobility, because if he wants to finally move the Kurotai at some point, he should get superior mobility, and then also his Uvu was depleted like minutes ago. He's not getting any stone. Even though he has a good, position here with the Uvu. What I usually like to do is, go for Uvu here, then build a tower here, and then you have vision here. You can upgrade the Yam network if you want to, and all those kind of nice things here.
You know what I would like to see? I would like to see him move his market into the corner of the map, right? He's trading with this northernmost trade post, and he's getting 18 gold and 2 food. If he just kind of took this and moved it down, he'd probably be closer to the, probably like 4, maybe 5 food and 40 gold, 38 gold, something in that range if he was to just move it. It's great having traders, but at this value, they're not really doing much for you.
No, they're not. And then also one thing, like, you don't have the Yam network working for you, so you have it here, and so they get sped up a little bit here by 15%, and then you don't have a tower all the way here. Plus there's also a tower here from Delhi, which is fortified, so that's annoying him as well, so he will slowly but surely get those traders down. Getting 10 damage per shot, which, yeah, that's brutal. Wow, oh man. Yeah, so TurboTom kind of needs, if he wants to make that trade be a successful trade, he really needs to get this tower down and do something about it. We have a fight here in the middle as well, at a sacred site, so Mongols being cramped in here, Man-at-Arms not being able to do anything. It's so painful to watch.
But you know what? The Mangonel is free. The Mangonel He's fully surrounded, he's protected, he can just rain down fire, and these men-at-arms can tank.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, it kind of works, so... please, hit those archers here, hit them. Yes, he's aiming for them, and a wonderful shot here. A couple more archers falling down here. There's some more mangonels here attacking the gates, which look frightening, I guess. But yeah, slowly but surely, there's the, the army is running out, and then the mangonel is not protected anymore. There's not many men-at-arms here left. 2 mangonels getting sniped away here on the backside, so...
But you know what? Navneet lost his entire military. You have a knight coming in, about to take out that 3rd mango. Might not get there though. That mango's hanging on by a thread there, but spears will clean it up. Overall, it's hard to tell who won that fight. Both sides lost a lot. TurboTom was able to cap the sacred site, so he got the clock off, but lost most of the military doing so, and now Navneet said, I had enough, here's a keep.
Yeah. Well, I want to say that Navneet won the fight just because if you look at the eco, Navneet was able to not only close the gap, he was behind in villagers at some point, but also going ahead of him. In the meantime, he went for the House of Learning, interestingly enough, so he's not going for the compound of the defender, but rather the House of Learning here. But yeah, drops the keep here, so he's fine. He's still, well, I mean, he still can retake the sacred site, and then he's back to his regular gold production. And
we have a Dumbo.
Do we have one?
We have a Dumbo on the field.
Where?
There he is.
There he is.
Majestic beast is moving over. Sorry, needed to call that guy out. These elephants recently got a movement speed buff, or an upgrade to give him a movement speed buff, which is called Maneas, which is second in queue behind Home Blades right now in the House of Learning. Increases their movement speed by 10%. So it makes these pretty quick Dumbos.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, they don't only look majestic, they're really, really strong in the fight. And yeah, speaking of fight, can you imagine the last fight, with the mangonels and with all the men-at-arms and stuff, including the Kurultai? Can you imagine that?
Oh, yeah, that would have been devastating. Mangonels under a Kurultai, they wreak havoc.
Because yeah, they do get the bonus damage. It's not much, but it's 20% at least. So you do get the bonus damage even for siege units, which is great for Mongols because they're, I mean, for at least the trebuchets, they do less damage than the regular trebuchets. So having that buff is a great thing. And we were wondering who won the fight. If the Kurultai would have been there would not be any question who would have won that fight, because Mongols would have completely destroyed Delhi in that fight.
Yeah, we almost had mutually assured destruction. TurboTom moving over on this north side, busting through the wall, going after Navneet's pocket eco. Looked like Navneet was posturing a little bit to go into TurboTom's base, but now he's just going to respond to this raid from TurboTom. Mangonel's coming over. They're going to take a couple of shots at the Palisade Gate, but, realistically though, this is a devastating raid for TurboTom. He's pushing Navneet off a lot of eco, couple farms there. Tower Elephant now is exposed and getting poked to death by spears. That's a big takedown if he can take that down. And Dumbo is down, ladies and gentlemen. Dumbo is down.
Dumbo is down.
Horseman into the back wood line. Just gonna call some chaos. And do my eyes deceive me? Is Navneet trading?
Well, I mean, he at least is showing how it's done. His traders are getting 42 gold. At the meantime, those traders are only getting 18. So he's kind of like showing TurboTom how you actually do trade. But it's just painful. I mean, both players did get a couple of relics at least, so that's something. And now we have, finally, after 27 minutes, look at this. That's probably the slowest Kurultai I've seen in my whole life. It's as slow as the Mangonel. If you look at them, It's like, please get superior mobility, my guy, please.
he's on a mission right there, that Kurultai. He wants to be useful. He's gonna get there at his own pace. Probably could get there a little bit faster with a couple of Uvu upgrades. But look at this, TurboTom's also putting in a second town center. But
Yeah.
you got an annoying biting infantry right there, kind of poking at one of your villagers.
Yeah. Well,
Oh,
please.
we have a fight brewing though up at this North Sacred site.
Ooh, look at
Navneet
this.
is moving up.
But now there's a course. It's still building. Just how long it took to unpack.
Oh, no.
It's insane.
That
Please.
mango is exposed.
That mango is exposed and it's not doing anything. Please attack it. Where's the army? Where's the army? Move it.
Away!
Run.
No, no.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mango didn't get away. But still, you're taking a fight under the Kurultai. That's never a good place to take a fight. And half your army is burning the Kurultai instead of fighting the enemy military. And TurboTom is probably going to win this fight by a wide margin. Dumbo's going to start going down here any second.
Yeah. Well, one thing.
Oh, no. No.
You,
Actually, Navneet's winning.
well, he's still winning. It's really strange. I mean, all those crossbows, and still they were not able to do anything here to the wall defense or tower defense here. Sorry. And now we have the slowest Kurultai in existence, trying to get away. You know, the thing is with the buff that it received recently with the improved superior mobility. One of the reasons for that upgrade is that you cannot get surrounded by infantry units, and now you can just see it being burned down, and it's just painful to watch. At the same time, TurboTom's still bleeding out units here with a couple of Delhi units, and the army difference is just night and day here. And
You know what I forgot about? Honed Blades in Tower of Victory on Navneet's side likely made that fight so much easier. His crossbows are attacking at a 179 versus, you know, the 212 that TurboToms were. But those men-at-arms, look at them. They're doing 16 damage a hit, but they attack at a 112 attack speed. That is lightning fast.
yeah, thanks to the Tower of Victory, it's insane how much that's still. I mean, you know, like people usually talk about Tower of Victory being like this feudal all-in aggression kind of landmark, but it's insane how much it benefits you the whole game, like way into Castle Age and even Imperial Age. I mean, 20% attack speed is 20% attack speed. It's always good. At the same time, like I don't want to know like how much damage that one wolf here did. You know, it's still going, by the way. You know, like please.
He's clearly a sleeper agent for Navneet.
Oh man,
That's what he is.
that's another
That mighty
villager.
infantry.
Oh. I mean, you know, that's the one time where I'm like, why do secondary town centers not shoot? I mean, just kill it. Like he's not realizing that he's bleeding villagers here, and so yeah, like at almost the same pace as one villager comes out, there's one going down.
Like I said, sleeper agents.
Oh,
Navneet
what a
planted
sleeper
in there.
agent.
Alright, Navneet's coming in for the killing blow, it looks like.
Yeah.
Jumbo's sort of charging in. You got a couple Keshiks trying to flank around, but they're going to get pulled back. Taking
Signal
this fight
arrow.
over the Kurultai, but the Tower of Victory is just absolutely, you know, putting in work here. This
yeah.
archer mass for Navneet is going to come out on top.
Oh,
And
absolutely.
there goes the front line. TurboTom needs to pull back. He can't maintain this fight. Navneet appears to sort of be in this place where he can just stream military over. You do have a hero Mangonel though that could absolutely flip this fight coming in.
Yeah, but I mean now you can see that Kurultai is moving, so that bonus is slowly, you know, getting away. He's only having a Yam network right now, so there's no bonus here. And then also he's trying to repair it and set it up at the same time, so that's always a little bit tricky. So he is repairing that. That's something. So good for him. He is still, you know, not really getting anything out of this trade here, and it's just so painful. And still, mind you, this is still the starting Uvu. I mean, we're not talking about You know what? One thing I would love to see if, I mean, maybe it would be too strong, but if the Mongols could have multiple Ubus, kind of like the pit mines for the Malians. But he's having only this one, so he's not having any stone for yeah, it feels like years now, and he's not.
Yeah.
So it is just like, you know, you're not using the Mongols to their, you know, like to their strengths, basically. Again, another fight. Where's the Kurultai? It's over here. Idle villages. Rally point is here. It's just like, how are you supposed to win this fight here? Oh, sorry.
I don't know, but TurboTom's losing a little bit more. Mangonel's going to go down. Navneet just keeps on taking, you know, winning fight after winning fight. TurboTom's on his back foot. He's not in a bad place, though, because one thing that TurboTom is doing very well here, look at his food per minute, right? He's at 1900 food per minute. Navneet still chilling over at just sub 1,000, and it's hard to field a Castle Age army when you're only generating 1,960 food per minute. So he's got the wood, he just needs to do a full farm transition, put down some more production buildings, and, you know, just go in and harvest souls of TurboTom's villagers. That's all he needs to do at this point. But for as long as he sits on, you know, sub 1,000 food per minute, he's gonna struggle to you know, put TurboTom to bed. But at the same time, he's only got to survive 7 minutes, right? He's got the Sacred Victory approaching. He's got one keep on this south side. His army's on the north side with another keep there and a third keep going up. So Navneet doesn't need to end this game. He just needs to wait out TurboTom.
Yeah, and he's in a good position. Although while I'm saying this, we do have the Kaghanat Palace, so not getting the White Stupa with the free stone, which would have been kind of nice, but I guess he's playing Mongols without stone anyway. So he's getting some units here as well. So you need Horse Archer. He will also get the Khan's Hunters with that as well. So getting some free units, which is nice because he's far away from being pop capped anyway. So in this position, Kaghanat Palace, a nice play, I think. Although, yeah, White Stupa is one of my favorite landmarks, but yeah, it's still a great landmark here, the Kaghanat Palace in his position for sure. One thing also what you can see is like he's been choked in by Navneet, and his vision is like just this 1/4 of the map. Those are some brave villagers here, way in the enemy base here, basically.
Yeah,
behind enemy
these
lines.
traders, though, getting stonewalled out, they're not going to be able to, you know, get to that trade post. So he's going to be missing that 18 gold, that precious 18 gold. Oh, look at that! He stopped a trader there. They can't. Oh,
very nicely done by him. So that is, you love to see that. So that, at least for the time being, will help him to maintain his, you know, measly trade with, again, it's like, what is it? This is still 18, right? Yeah. And because
it's still 18.
One of the things also, because he only has 3 active traders, he's not even getting, you know, not even getting the food and wood and other like resources he would get usually if he had more traders than that. So a little bit of sad to see that here. Another Mangonel here trying to do some damage, but you can just see the War Elephant. He's not phased by the Spearman. I think actually the best way to deal with War Elephants would be, yeah, he has some hand cannoneers and then the crossbows, because Spearmen, they just die so quickly as War Elephants. It's insane.
Well, they also have an AoE attack too, right? So the best counter to these elephants is hand cannoneers and crossbows, since they're heavy. But crossbows only go so far because you have tower elephants, which are not heavy.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, Navneet, he sort of showed his hand here. He's playing for the Sacred Site victory. He doesn't want to put TurboTom into the ground. He's content to just get that sweet Sacred Victory, which always feels like a flex when you can do it. So that's clearly what he's playing for, these stone walls, these keeps. But TurboTom, he brought a cannon. He's got a bombard, so Navneet might be forced out to fight. He's got his own Springles in there, 4 Springles, to kind of counter TurboTom's siege. But TurboTom needs to make a winning play soon.
Well, the thing is, he not only has a bombard, he also has the Wei Pow here, which is really fun to see. So that's like the, like the unique trebuchet kind of version here, built by Chinese architects basically. Or was it like Ottoman architects? I forgot. I played the campaign but I forgot about it. But it's such a unit. I mean, look at this. It has 18 tiles range, just a massive amount of damage. It's insane. It's I love it. It's so fun to play, to see this here.
Yeah, this thing is like, sending Mongol regards, sharing Mongol culture from the other side of the map. It's got a massive 18 tile range.
Yeah.
It just does plus 600 damage versus buildings. Yeah, that thing's gonna take these keeps down pretty quickly. But it is exposed right now. So if Navneet sees that, he can absolutely take it out. You got the cannon coming down on this keep as well. So unless Navneet, moves to defend it, he's going to lose this keep. But I don't think he really cares, because he has another keep to fall back on.
Yeah, he doesn't care for now, because that's another keep here, and so even though this keep gets demolished relatively quickly, it still doesn't really matter that much. We do have a big fight here. Besides the keeps, it's kind of hard to keep track a little bit here. And yeah, it's only a couple minutes left here for the Sacred Side victory, so he just has to hold on, and then he will still win the game here. Keep finally getting destroyed, and again, imagine there would be a Kurultai here. Can you imagine this?
It would be very helpful, but this front line of Navneet holding up because it's mostly men at arms.
Yeah,
and now gonna fire, but misses. It's not a good shot there. You have hand cannoneers coming in from TurboTom, which might turn the tide of this fight.
Yeah, a lot of
damage a hit.
A lot of hand cannoneers here, but they just kind of moved in here into the crossbows and then were in range of the keep, so that was a little bit of unfortunate here. Way power now, getting that gatehouse down. Well, that's
TurboTom is quickly running out of time here.
Yeah, it's 1 minute.
Under a minute.
Well, okay, so the thing is, he only needs to step into this radius. He could, decapture this sacred site if he wanted to. He would just have to, move one of the spearmen over here, and that would be it, basically. So he could do it, but I don't think he will be able to do it. Maybe he will. I mean, he's running out of time, basically. So he probably doesn't even see this kind of option for himself right now. Way power now in range of the outpost here. And yeah, I mean, TurboTom lost most of his units. He's down with his units as well. And even though Navneet is still in castle age, he didn't get any of the upgrades yet, because it will take another, I don't know, 10-15 minutes for all of them to be done. He still probably will not be able to get around this massive units. Yeah, just getting demolished before he can reach the sacred site here. The other one is fairly safe here as well, walled in. And so this is gonna be it.
Yeah, Navneet was also fielding hand cannoneers, which Tower of Victory hand cannoneers, 179 attack speed, absolutely punishing. Well played. I like, Navneet's game plan coming into this. He wanted to exert map control, force the Sacred Site victory, keep it, sort of play that map control game against a notoriously hard to wrangle Mongol civilization, and he did it very well. He walled well, he took good fights early on, and just sort of parlayed those small victories into what we saw culminating at the end there, which was the Sacred Site victory.
Yeah, absolutely, very well played. Nice execution there. For TurboTom, a couple pointers maybe. So the tower rush didn't really do a lot for you. Trade was awful. Kurultai was not used to its, I don't know, best strength, and so just a couple of things to maybe be mindful of. But again, we're talking about a lower elo, so not not like low bottom bracket, but still not high elo gameplay here. Regardless, it was a fun map to watch for sure, and a lot of action.
Yeah, listen, it started in the Dark Age with the Tower Rush. I do think, I would have thought otherwise on a map like this, because there's not a key resource you can deny from the Delhi on this map. But I love the aggressiveness. I love the fact that you are going to challenge the Delhi Sultanate in Dark Age and sort of say, hey, look, I'm going to play this game my way. TurboTom, if you're out there listening, definitely happy to give you a pointer or two on the Mongols. I'm a fairly adept Mongol player out there. Any questions, ask Mika Doman. He and I scrim all the time. He'll give you the info on it. But if you need some help, happy to kind of share my Mongol knowledge with you.
Absolutely. And since you're mentioning that, this is Low Elo Legends. We're having these tournaments for, low elo players sort of from all kinds of ranges, going from bronze, silver up to Conk 1 or 2. Um, and we're focused on improving people. So we're very willing to help, to coach, to give pointers, to talk about replays and answer questions. So if you want to improve, if you feel like you could be better, if you had the right, ideas and sometimes you just need a couple of pointers and thoughts, and then you can improve vastly. And that's what we can see here with people who regularly participate. I know people who started in bottom bracket, being gold 2 or whatever, and now they're playing against diamond players like half a year later. So that's just what happens when you play, and you have a game plan and you focus on being better and not just, running into game like a headless chicken sometimes.
Yeah, and to kind of piggyback on that, we're a community here. We want to help each other get better. We, cheer on, everyone's successes, their small victories, and just trying to help them understand the matchups. Like I said, just if you have any questions, I'm here. Reach out to me. That's all. So kind of jumping back into the brackets a little bit, looks like we moved on to round 3, which is going to be on the new ranked map Socotra. A little bit of a bloody type of map here. Send me a quick invite if you could,
Yep.
because round 3 is sort of underway. Have you played this new map? What do you think of this new map Socotra? I don't want to say new. It's new to the ranked pool. It's been
It's new
around
to the
for a
ranked,
while.
exactly. It had been part of Low Elo Legends a couple times. I I haven't really played it much, I have to admit, just because I do like aggressive gameplay, but I do like aggressive gameplay without water because that's just another factor that adds into it, and so it can be a little bit rough, to factor that in. And then also it's kind of like if you want to use the water and be aggressive on water, you have to go all the way around the island, and so it's a little bit difficult. But it is fun to watch, that's for sure. I've seen some wild games on there, and that's why I also put it in the map draft. Also, if you're unhappy as a viewer or as a player with the map draft, then just go to our Discord and let us know, and we're happy to incorporate ideas of you and have other maps on there as well. Um, but
Also,
yeah,
you can join the Patreon where you can have further influence on the map pool selection, if I'm not mistaken, right?
I think for with Patreon we currently have a little bit of issues. But
Okay.
in
My
in general,
apologies.
like I mean the thing is, if you're letting us know like, hey, I would have loved to play the last weekend, but we just hated the one map you had. Well, sure, we'll change it. Like you don't need to pay us money to, in order for us to change a map if it's really bad. If people don't like it. So yeah.
Just so you know, there's only 2 games in round 3 left available. So if we want to go to
Mm.
Socotra, we're choosing between MightyMorris and Pilsen, which I think would be the direction I would go. We could also jump over to All Hail the Mighty Cow. He is playing this week. He's currently playing Reddarksider. So either of those 2 games are still open, but we probably need to jump into one
Yeah, it's
relatively soon.
good point. Well, I'll say we'll do MightyMorris and against Pilsen. And yeah, depending on how long that goes, we might still have another Sokoto game. But for now, we'll do that instead. So let's jump into the
Oh,
game. All
we are
right.
getting the Reddit maligned Ottomans from MightyMorris against the Malians. Uh, so kind of an interesting matchup on this map. So spawning sort of in the southeast side of the map, you do have Pilsen. AoE, he is a streamer, he is a Conqueror level player, playing as the Malians. He does have that gold vein in the back of the base, and for all our viewers back home on this map, starting gold always spawns in the backside of the base. So it creates some opportunities if you wanted to put down a dock and you wanted to make a galley or a spring-old ship to come back and harass the starting gold, which to the Malians is very important. But that's how it always spawns. In the northwest, if you want to call it, on this tiny little map, we do have MightyMorris playing the Ottomans. And we are going to get a military school opening. You don't see that too much on stream these days. A lot of the players have sort of wisened up to the fact that, you know, military schools might not be the best investment early on, so I'm seeing more military schools added on in Castle Age. But regardless, he's going to get some Dark Age spearmen here, and he can come and poke a little bit at a couple of these houses that Pilsen is building.
Yeah, though it will be difficult for him to do, as you can see, the TC range is just covering those. So I mean, yeah, I guess you can stand here and then just, you know, throw your torch on there as well. But it's definitely difficult. I'm a little bit curious. I never had that situation with the Malians on this kind of map. Can you even build like houses here as well, or is it like blocked because of the beach?
I think the bigger question is, where's the pit mine? Why hasn't he built the pit mine? Is the water somehow blocking the pit mine? Did he make a mistake? He's not generating gold right now.
Oh my
Page up. And he also opened with a mining camp. It kind of makes me think, okay, so the pit mine is coming down now.
Okay.
So at least that's good. He can make the pit mine, and that was just a small little error from Pilsen. But he's doing scouting on the backside. It's not hard to scout your opponent. They're really close to you on this map. So he sees the military school. He knows there's going to be a spearman coming. But you know what? Most of his houses, probably the spearman can only burn 2 of these houses. So most of his starting gold is at least protected by the town center. Let's take a look at sheep count. Looks like MightyMorris is bringing back a whopping 11, and Pilsen's haul maybe a little bit more anemic. He might have dropped off once already, but he's only got 4. I think advantage MightyMorris in this situation. Ottoman's a very food-hungry civ, so getting a few more sheep is absolutely crucial to them.
Yeah.
Kind of looking at this, it's a tight map. You know, I think we're gonna get like a cow boom out of Pilsen, and Ottomans also need a lot of space to kind of build, so it's gonna be tight.
Yeah, he definitely would have on the left side of his map. He would have enough space to put down the cow boom here. We have the Monster Quarry coming up here, so a little bit delayed because of the pit mine, but not massively. So coming up here as well, some nice safe spot for him. Yeah, we do have the 1 spearman here already, you know, poking, doing 10 damage per throw here as well.
Yeah, and this is a little bit of, oh, he's brought the scout over. He might be able to actually get this house. I'm pretty sure Pilsen will just, you know, move a villager over to repair, but you're still getting idle time. You're still forcing the repair cost there, so a lot of value here in just trying to burn this house down. And what else are you going to do with that early spear, right? It's not like Malians are notorious for any Dark Age aggression. They're not. So, might as well just do something with it if you're going to open up with this military school. We do have a Twin Mariette Madrasa coming out from MightyMorris there, so he's clearly a little bit more focused on food than he is on any other resource, or, you know, than on gold, which tells me maybe he wants to play this game in feudal and keep this game in feudal. Ooh, Scout's getting a little bit too close there. Ooh, he's gonna go down.
Yeah, he got lured in here as well. Yeah, but I mean, the thing is, like, what are you gonna do? Sultanate Trade Network doesn't really do anything for you here in this map, so, I mean, Twin Minaret Madras is the only viable landmark for Ottomans in this map, I would say. One thing to note, we talked about earlier about the water, but I mean, there's, like, I don't know, maybe it's a Dead Sea or something, like there's literally 0 fish on here, so yeah, you can go water aggression, but there's no fish in here for you. Scout against Spearman action here a little bit, so trying trying to interrupt MightyMorris's aggression here. He's going on the pit mine, so he can also burn that down. Can get repaired, but he could try to get it down, which would be a massive eco damage for Pilsen. But he's already going for archers, so he'll be fine.
Yeah, he's not getting that down. Those archers are going to come scare away these Dark Age spearmen, and you know, he'll build out his houses around that. One thing for MightyMorris though is if he does decide to go on water, right? All of the close golds that I think Pilsen could expand to in the future, all within range of the water. You put, you know, one archer ship on that, and suddenly you're looking at controlling the Malians. You know, one pit mine type of game, which is definitely where you want them.
Yeah, that would really be interesting. Although Pilsen is going on water as we speak, so he either wants to prevent that exact same thing from happening, or he himself realizes, well, I mean, he could also like take some aggression here as well. I mean, Ottomans in feudal age at least don't need gold. They can produce gold heavy units. And so he's fine for now being not on gold whatsoever. But yeah, the archer's doing really a lot of work here, same with town center. So Sipai is a good counter for the archers. But yeah, town center's still doing town center stuff.
Yeah, so Pilsen's moving out for the second pit mine, and you know, I'm curious to see if maybe he can't get houses around his starting pit mine. Might make Malians, if they can't get houses all the way around this, a little bit of put them in an unfavored position here.
He's
but
canceling.
Yeah, because I think he senses that MightyMorris is moving over here, and he's not able to defend the second pit mine yet. And MightyMorris has indeed scouted it out, so he knows he's going to come burn this house down. But Pilsen actually has a hunting canoe, which is his archer ship, and he's going to use that to defend the second pit mine position. That's a fairly unique strategy.
Yeah, but I mean, it works. I mean, if you look at the range, like he could now just have it, you know, it's kind of like a mobile outpost if you want, you know. It's like it protects the buildings. You can go. Now he could actually build a pit mine here, build the houses around it, and this hunting canoe would just be fine with that. Also, didn't this also get some buffs lately? I'm not too familiar with the Malians, I have to admit, but I think they got some hunting canoe buffs lately.
I don't know if it was in the most recent patch. I think it was in the Season 8 patch where they got the buffs, but yes, they did get a handful of buffs for sure. That hunting canoe though is moving around. Gonna see if maybe he could get some value on MightyMorris, and I was just about to say he's not gonna find any because MightyMorris isn't on gold, and I look and he is on gold. That hunting canoe can do absolute damage. Nice little raid though.
Yeah, but so far
came around to the wood line.
So far, actually, there's no villager kills on either side. So a little bit of damage here and there. Right now, Pilsen did a little bit more than MightyMorris, but it's dead even in terms of villager count. Although Pilsen is lacking in army. I mean, his most of his army basically is on water right now. So.
Yeah, I don't see any cows coming down. I don't see, you know, him setting up that infrastructure, but I do see him macroing for castle. So I wonder if it's going to be a Farimba garrison poison archer play.
Well, I don't think he has enough gold income for like an effective Farimba play. But I mean.
Yeah, I can't wrap my head around what he's doing other than a Farimba play, because you'd be setting up the cows now if you wanted to do a cow play.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. He is going for the Farimba garrison here as we speak. So he murdered one of the cattle and then put down the Farimba garrison here. So
yeah, he's just gonna eat those cows, and you know what? I love cows, burgers, steak.
Oh yeah, we all love cows.
So once this Farimba garrison pops, I wonder, you know, is he gonna go into? It's got to be poison arrow archers. MightyMorris though, putting a tower up on this wood line, trying to deny the wood from Pilsen. Definitely a smart play, so he has no production, but the Nuremberg garrison is going to be all the production he needs, at least for the beginning part of this game.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the nice thing, like, you only need gold. I mean, you need a lot of gold, but you only need gold, and so as long as he has his pit mine and the monster quarry going on, he can still produce units just fine, in a way. Although, as I'm saying it, like, where's the second pit mine? He is really lacking in this regard. Like, yeah, you can mine, like, the gold here, but at some point the gold will, you know, like, be depleted, and then he has only the passive income, which is not, you know, too much, you could say.
Yeah, it's about 78 per minute in passive income, because I don't think he can get those houses around it.
No, I don't think there's
Rumba is cooking up jav throwers. He's going to throw up a toll outpost. Jav throwers, Castle Age jav throwers, pretty good here. High base damage in Castle Age, and they're resistant to arrows. They have that ranged armor, so these archers from MightyMorris are going to be a little useless, and they allow him to kind of poke from afar. But Sipahi, however, will do wonders against jav throwers.
Yes, and there's not enough Donzos here. Oh, sorry, the wrong one here. There's not enough Donzos here. There was one, but that got destroyed, and then it's just the javelin throws. And yeah, I mean, they're fine, but they're not cutting it against Sipahi. And so he's still holding on. So I mean, he's, in a way, you know, he's not investing a lot of stuff, and he's still holding on, and it's just fine. And so MightyMorris was not really able to disrupt him too much. But yeah, now he's going for the ram, so unless Pilsen can find a way to deal with those units and possibly the ram within the next minute, he will probably lose the game.
But you can tell Pilsen's wood starved, right? He's moving 17 villagers, or not anymore, he pulls them off. He's got 11 villagers on wood.
Yeah.
So he needs wood for something, probably a second pit mine, probably to eventually move out and, you know, put a mining camp up on another gold mine here. You do have the Donzos coming through, so, you know, a little bit of defense against those Sipahi, but they're not going to survive long with all these archers here. They're still just feudal age. They're hardened Donzos. So MightyMorris is just going to dive here. One ram. I don't know if he has enough to survive though. That town center is absolutely punishing, and he's going to lose this ram. Yeah, he knows it. He's pulling back. But he invested a lot here, and he's behind an 8. So MightyMorris needs to sort of recalibrate here and come up with a new plan.
Yeah.
Because this Nuremberg garrison is going to be able to constantly produce enough to allow, you know, Pilsen to defend.
Yeah, at the same time we do have the hunting canoe still, you know, hunting down the military school here. And it's just insane. If you look at, you know, like how little Pilsen actually invested into military. And how well he was able to not only defend, but also, like, you know, like just happily keep on mining gold and having all the, like, it's not even as much passive income as you usually would have with Malians at this point, but it's still enough to keep him in the game, and he's just doing fine here. He just moved to wood here on this side, he doesn't really care, and so yeah, MightyMorris has to get the gold here. If Pilsen would see that, he could just move around the hunting canoe. Yeah, he went to this one because he expected him to be there, but he wasn't. So it's just, yeah, insane how little he invested, and he still held on to it, destroyed the ram without too much of an effort.
Sipahi found the wood line.
Oh, whoa. Yeah,
well. So far, no villagers have gone down. He's going to lose one villager gets picked off there, 2 villagers.
2 with just
Donzo's coming over to the rescue, though. Probably going to be all he loses there, but that was a nice find for MightyMorris.
Yeah, that was good for him, and then also, like, not only killing a couple villagers, but then just the idle time, he has to move back here again, and so also his army, so Pilsen's army is still in this one spot here. So nicely done from MightyMorris, but still, it's like, if you think about how much he invested, I mean, yeah, granted, like, a lot of these units are free because of the military schools, but still, he invested a lot of stuff, and he did get a whole lot of damage done. So, if I'm Malian in this game, I'm feeling not too bad.
Ooh. MightyMorris snuck in a dock on the west side of the map, and now he's using the dock to deny those pit mines, almost as I predicted at the start of this game. Pilsen is now forced to invest more into water. He's making some hunting canoes. Probably gonna need a war canoe sooner or later.
It's either that or a naval also. Yeah, and he lost the fight here. It was one archer ship against the other, but there was a dock here, so he was at a disadvantage. He lost this one because there's two archer ships, so very nicely done by MightyMorris. Just, you know, opening one more window of the game where he can punish and pressure and has to make Pilsen even more multitask here. So nicely done.
Yeah, so I'm looking at this. Pilsen's moving out, sort of on this west side of the map, but normally when you have an age advantage like Pilsen does have right now, he's castle and your opponent is feudal, you use armor to cut their eco down. But Malians, outside of the sofa, don't have access to a ton of armor, right? They don't have a men-at-arms unit, so there's nothing Pilsen can really throw in the mix there to start shutting down MightyMorris' eco, and as a result, MightyMorris is going to get the castle age. And that early castle age advantage Pilsen had will be taken away.
Yeah. Well, and then also the sofas are quite expensive, so it's not... It hurts you a lot if you lose them, and then you know that... Well, I mean, in this case, Ottomans don't really have a lot of spearmen, and it's also only Dark Age, so Sofa's probably a good play, actually, if I think about it.
Yeah, but the thing is, they can quickly switch into spearmen, so Sofas are a risky play. Other civilizations have men-at-arms units that they can just stream into the opponent's base to shut the eco down, but Malians don't have that, so he's got to kind of dance around the edges here. He can't really go in for the kill. MightyMorris is in a very good position here, going up with the Imperial Armory. Gonna be under the influence of that blacksmith, but just look at this, right? You have such a small map that next to the blacksmith you have farms. And he's starting to build farms next to the blacksmith because he just don't have that much room. And oh, Pilsen might have found the
rams.
That's expensive.
Well, that's mostly, you know, javelin throw, so he will be able to get most of them out at least. So now he got to Castle Age himself, and one thing, as you were mentioning, the men-at-arms, I mean, people might be wondering, okay, well, if they don't have men-at-arms, what else do they have? Well, they have the Musafadi warriors instead, and they have the stealth ability, which is really awesome if the opponent doesn't see you. But you can see, like, there's towers here, and then there's towers there, and so if, you know, a big if Malians would go for Musafadi warriors here, they couldn't even use them properly because they would be scouted out immediately, and so it's there's no point in going for Musafadi warriors basically, and so yeah, he needs to go for some sofas, as we are talking about it. There is one already.
As soon as the age up hit, though, Pilsen kind of moved in there, and he was able to take a little bit of a winning fight, if you will. He's got some sofas in there, but his military force got reduced to nothing that could kill MightyMorris, so MightyMorris is still in this game, and Pilsen's forced to retreat. Meanwhile, MightyMorris now has full control over the water, kind of making it a little bit difficult for Pilsen to get access to some gold. He does have the safe gold with double outpost on the west side, but no pit mine there yet, and it's down to 2,000 gold. All the other gold on the map is actually controlled by MightyMorris, either with a tower or with water control. Right? Am I missing any gold mines here that Pilsen could access?
Yeah, it's difficult. Also, what you have to be careful of, if he mines all that gold before building a pit mine, he can't go for a pit mine anymore. So that's gonna be difficult for him. So he needs to be careful with where he's getting the gold and when.
He does have those 2 relics on the west side secured, so he could pick those up, but as this game continues to progress, I'm liking Pilsen's position less and less. Ottomans are about to have their first Mangonel come into the picture in a few seconds here, which is gonna wreck any jab throwers. And they you know, we're gonna just be able to add in more free units. You have, um, you know, 3 military schools back there, plus some barracks. 1 military school is still kind of pumping spearmen. Probably should switch that to something else, but this Ottoman war machine is now kind of getting going, and once they start, they're really difficult to stop.
Yeah, I mean that's one of the reasons why the fast castle Ottoman play was, or maybe even is still so famous and popular, because it's so easy to do it, and then once you have the Mehmed Imperial Armory, you get to get the siege units for free, whichever type you need at this moment. Great raid here coming in from MightyMorris, getting a lot of idle villagers and, you know, eventually dead villagers at this point. Nice around here. Oh boy. Oh, that is painful.
That might be unrecoverable for Pilsen at this point. He doesn't have a cow boom to sort of replace the economic output of those. That raid might be critical, but oh no, you've got some villagers under threat that Pilsen could kill. There's 4 of them there in the path, but they do make it to the tower safely, and you have that Mangonel coming over.
Mangonel coming over, nice shot right in the middle.
Oh, that was a beautiful shot.
Yeah,
Pilsen's moving his Sofa out.
Yeah, Sofa trying to clean the Mangonel up, but there's just not anything left from Malians here. Tower also shooting down on them, so the javelin throwers getting killed here as well. Spearmen cleaning the Sofas.
I think.
Well, yeah, I mean, if there's spearmen coming in here for the Ottomans, so eventually he has to retreat. But yeah, in a way, it was a winning fight, and he still survived with all those Sofas here. So.
Yeah, he delayed the Ottoman war machine from building up critical mass for a little bit longer. Has found some of the gold villagers, so he's gonna exact some revenge here. Pilsen's pulled his villagers though, they're gonna burn that tower down. He's desperate for gold.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, at the same time, you're also getting him off of gold, so it's kind of like a win-win in a way, if you could, yeah. And he didn't, I don't think even, well, I mean, he lost like 1 villager here or 2. So he's slightly, you know, killing some villagers here, so the villager lead is getting evened out.
The first Janissary.
Yeah.
You have the first Janissary, they're gonna just wreck these Sofas. And I think that Pilsen knows that he's pulling his villagers to fight, try to kill some of these spears. But he needs this gold, and he's fighting over 275 gold. There's not even a lot of gold there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's basically gone. So I mean, if you would build a pit mine here, if you could, then you could, you know, like utilize it a little bit better. But as it stands, it's basically gone in like 2 seconds, and then it's what else? What else do you do then? I mean, he still has this one here. This one is gone, and then there's one over here, which is, you know, getting attacked. So at some point, this will actually end. So yeah, Pilsen in a tough position here.
Doing damage to some of Pilsen's villagers here, and I think this might be the end here. He's streaming over some more Donzos to try to stem the tide here, but he's got nowhere to get gold from anymore. His Marimba won't be able to be used as effectively as he needs to be. He's got archers in queue, but they don't have veterancy in yet. So it's a tough position for Pilsen, and you know, MightyMorris is now moving in. I think he knows it. He knows that Pilsen is struggling. I think Janissary Company was selected because he's got 9 Janissaries on the field right there. So, not much in terms of comp. Pilsen can really use to counter this. The Sofas won't work against Spear Janissary. Donzos are good, but again, you got Janissaries that will shoot through them.
Yeah, now he's finding villagers here.
Those villagers are all going down.
Yeah.
Get massacred. Firing squad.
Yeah, and the Janissary is really putting in the work here. A great unit to have if you're Ottomans. And so yeah, I don't see. I mean, being in a tough position is an understatement. I don't see any way for him to recover. And I'm not saying that because he just tapped out. So, but yeah, great game, a lot of aggression back and forth, and it's just like I said earlier, it's just a crazy map, and since it's so small, it just provides some wild gameplay and just some Some very interesting stuff to see. I don't know if the Farimba was the right choice, to be honest. I think he was doing a good job with defending and, investing not as much and then keeping him alive. But without the cow boom, he was lacking the passive income, and then at some point, you need something to respond to the free production of the military schools and the Mehmet Armory. Um, in order to keep up with that, so you can tell by the military graphs it was just not there at some point.
I'm not gonna go as far as say that this was a spawn loss for Pilsen, but I will say that the spawn gave MightyMorris a favorable position to go on water and deny those pit mines. And because so much of the gold spawned on the coast that was under threat of an archership, and MightyMorris saw that, and he knew that Pilsen went for Farimba. As soon as he saw the Farimba, you saw him move out on water to take away that gold from Pilsen. So it's not a spawn loss, but it's definitely one of those losses where Pilsen was on his back foot as soon as he lost water because he lost access to gold. And you know what? Credit to MightyMorris for scouting that, for seeing that, and understanding how much gold Pilsen would need and how to deny that gold for a relatively low investment, right? He made 3-4 archer ships, I think, and all of a sudden Pilsen didn't have access to gold anymore.
Yeah, so very nicely executed there for sure. And yeah, I agree. The spawn was not really in favor of Pilsen. Um, that's for sure. So a little bit of an unfortunate situation for him, and well done by the Ottomans here.
Yeah, like I said, you got to scout that. And, one of the big things about Age of Empires 4 is decision making. And you can't make good decisions without proper scouting. And MightyMorris displayed that. His use of the water to deny gold was just textbook strong decision making.
Mm. Yeah.
So, kind of bouncing back in, taking a look at these brackets real quick. We do have round 4 underway, so we're going to go to Danube River, which is one of my favorite hybrid maps to play on.
Yeah.
Send me an invite when you have a chance. What are you thinking?
Let's see. So Bagsy and Pilsen already finished their game, so we do have anti-radar still going. Wins against Reddarksider, the bottom bracket is also going. Da-da-dum. Let's see if I can. Okay, I'll send you an invite first. And then we're going to Reddarksider because he just sent me a friend request, and so I have to be nice to my friends.
So that's the trick. We got to send you a friend request. Are you
Yes.
implying that I need to unfriend you and then refriend you just so my games get cast?
That's exactly what I'm implying. You know that feeling when you're going into the game, you're opening it up, and then there's like 10 new friend requests. It feels so good. It just makes your day. And so, at the end of the day, don't we all want friends? Even if it's only virtual and online friends,
I think a lot of players with a lot of friends, such as Maneas, will probably agree. Some way to sort our friends would be appreciated.
Oh yeah. Oh, please do that. Please do that, devs. But yeah, so let's hop into the game. Interesting matchup to say the least. So
yeah, so a little bit of El Clasico from the early days in Age of Empires 4. You've got French versus Delhi, and definitely an interesting matchup on both sides, right? Delhi Tower Victory, very good at killing those French knights. You're also in a hybrid map here, right? And Delhi had some recent buffs that allow them to open Dark Age Dock, which is exactly what we see out of Wind here. So gonna slow them down, but give them a boost sort of mid-game here because of all this food here. Interesting matchup for sure, and Reddarksider's also going to open on water himself. So we're going to have a little bit of a slower Dark Age here, but things will get going. 10-minute mark, it'll get real bloody.
Oh yeah. That's definitely for sure. Yeah, you can tell by both players going on wood at the start that they're both going for the dog. And I mean, yeah, the thing is like, yeah, of course you don't have deep sea fish here because it's just a small river, but there's so much food to be had here, and if you don't do it like we talked about earlier with Himayama, yeah, you're delaying your feudal age for like how long is it? Like a minute or so? But then your castle age and your unit production is just gets out of hand because at the end of the day, it's kind of like not really, but it's in a way it's a second TC that you get here for relatively cheap cost because they just produce food for free and then you have two, yeah, kind of like two town centers basically.
Yeah, but I think this in this matchup heavily favors the Delhi because there's a few things you have to understand. First off, the Delhi fishing boats are produced a little bit faster, so 30 seconds for the French, even though French are making more villagers faster. 25 seconds on the Delhi side because when you build that first dock, you do get a scholar, and so he does boost the production speed out of those fishing ships. But to me, this screams a lot of feudal play, and if there's one civ that is just so powerful and feudal, it's Delhi. They just outproduce everybody. And if you give Delhi this much food, that's gonna be painful.
Yeah, especially I mean, I guess that's true for basically all civs, but it feels a little bit more true for Delhi. They need a lot of food, and so usually it's like once the berries run out, and then where is it? There's the deer pack, and once that is gone, you're like, oh shit, where do I get my food? And then you have to scramble for a farm transition or something like that, and that's the point where your opponent can strike you and hurt you really a lot. But once since you're having all the free food here on the water, you're not hurt as much food-wise, and so definitely a great map for feudal aggression Delhi play here. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, also by the way, it's not terrible to trade here. The trade post being here in the corner, so I would love to see a Chamber of Commerce here.
I was about to say, you're not insinuating a Chamber of
Well,
Commerce, but you are.
Well, I totally am. I mean, I love trading, and it's something like the thing is, okay, for example, if you're thinking about the Khan's hunters that we saw earlier, if you want to have them before you get the Karanat Palace, you need to go for the deer stones. And so that kind of like, because of that, the silver tree is kind of like out of the picture. Or if you want to have the king with the English, then you have to go for king, no, not King's Palace, but like not the council hall, Abbey of Kings, you have to go for that. But with French, I mean, you can have royal knights with the stables. You don't necessarily need to have the School of Cavalry for them. And so you can totally go for the Chamber of Commerce, and then you get all your equal upgrades. You get free traders, and then boom, you just steaming ahead. And then Delhi is taking the sacred sites, which there's only 2 here on the map, and they're feeling pretty good. But at the same time, you're trading for like 5 minutes already, and so you're not feeling. And as I'm saying, where is it? Please tell me. It's right there. Okay, there's the Chamber of Commerce.
Oh no. You're right. I was gonna go on this little bit of rant, and thankfully I didn't get hit with the caster's curse about how Chamber of Commerce would not be a good play against Delhi here, because you're already opening dock, now you're going chamber. It's very greedy.
It is greedy, yeah.
Reddarksider is just, you know what? I'm gonna go Chamber of Commerce. We're gonna try it out. And on the other side, you have a Dome of the Faith.
Wow.
So was I wrong about feudal aggression? Right? Both of these to me seem like castle plays.
They definitely seem like castle play, and yeah, it's yeah, I'm speechless in a way. I mean, the thing is, like, both landmarks usually are not seen as often. I mean, Chamber of Commerce, you rarely see it. Like, I think the only times I actually see a Chamber of Commerce is when I'm playing against an AI, and they always go Chamber of Commerce for some reason. So that's like the only times I see a Chamber of Commerce. So he's also, what is he doing? I think he's probably going for.
So, I have a question about Chamber of Commerce. Do you get a trader if you upgrade extended lines? in your dock. Does that give you a trader?
Ooh, I mean, it is an eco upgrade, so I would expect that you get one.
I guess we'll find out if he does go for it.
We'll probably
But we
find
have
out.
some very off-meta play. And by the way, everybody watching, these are high-level players. Wins, I think, if I'm not mistaken, is Conqueror level. I know Reddarksider is either Conqueror level or High Diamond. So these are two players that absolutely know what they're doing, and they know how to, you know, sort of reform the meta. And, you know, I'm just kind of looking at this going, Chamber of Commerce, new meta, what?
Yeah. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that both are Conqueror 1 or 2. And again, Reddarksider is one of our regulars. He's playing almost every tournament we're doing. And so he definitely knows what he's doing, and he's a very experienced player. And so I'm really excited to see what's happening here. So yeah, just as I hoped for, he's going for a market here so he can reroute the traders, because you know, from here to here is not a great route. We also do have the galley coming up here, so Wins was doing a great job here with the wall here, preventing the galley from going further, but he was just barely able to pull it off. So there's a galley here, and then there's, I mean, the funny thing is, like, the fishing boats from the galley, they can attack, but I don't think it would be worthwhile attacking the galley, so that will probably not happen here.
No, it's not a good use of resources, and the viewers back home didn't get to see it, but I did. It was some crazy micro getting that wall up because the galley was there, and he actually got most of the wall up while only taking, I think, a little bit of damage on a couple of villagers with his color that can heal them up. So just absolutely phenomenal. Wins, though, is not making any military ships. He's continuing to produce fishing boats, and eventually this galley is going to break through the palisade wall and be able to hurt Win's eco.
Well, the thing is, I mean, it looks imposing if you look at it. You know, it's like a big, massive ship with nice shields and all that. But basically, it's just a small, tiny archer ship. And so I don't think that, for now at least, Wins has to be afraid of that. I would be more afraid of this Royal Knight coming in here. So he probably will be able to find some eco damage here. Wins able to react in time. Very nicely done. And there's a counter Ghazi Raiders from him as well. So this Royal Knight has to run away as well. And yeah, the thing is, with, if French doesn't manage to kill a villager, there's always some scholars being more than willing to heal them back up again. So nicely done by Wins here. Reddarksider not being able to find some eco damage here.
So why I was a little uncertain about the Chamber of Commerce is, if you look to the south part of the map, Wins has Ghazi Raiders there that are going to start pestering these traders.
It's out there, yeah.
And he has to be very careful, Reddarksider, because he's going to start losing traders to these Ghazis. He's going to have to use Knights to kind of defend. The Knights will never be able to kind of catch up to the Ghazis. Ghazis can always run away. At the same time, you have a little bit of a water fight going on, so Reddarksider has absolutely decided he wants to push the water meta and force Wins to invest in the water, which is also going to slow down Wins' harassment of his trade line. But, you know, Wins has murdered a couple traders here, and I know he's getting them kind of for free, but there's 3 that have died already, a 4th one about to go down. Can't really sustain a trade line like that. You do have walls coming up to start zoning a couple of these Ghazis, but those walls aren't going to get up in time, and there's a couple Ghazis out there, and you have 5 traders down at this point.
Yeah, and then you also have the Ghazi Raiders already being in there, so he has to, yeah, it massively slows down his trade here. Bagla being healed up by the fishing boats here and the docks, so Delhi also here kind of winning the water, I would say, here with 2 Stringo ships. If he's not careful, there's a demo ship here, but will not be able to do anything here. 2 demo ships actually. So yeah, a lot of different angles of attack here. And then also one thing Which I agree with you that the Chamber of Commerce is a strange play, and it kind of benefits Delhi actually a little bit, is because if he pushes, you know, French in there and he has to go for the walls and all that and has to try to defend his base in the back, he's less focused on the attacks and the raids here in the front, which usually French really excels in. And so that's something, I mean, he is able to kill a couple villagers, but, well, I mean, wins killed more, in a way.
Yeah, and Winds is still pouring over, you know, Ghazi raiders into these French knights, and little by little, he's winning control of this west corner, and he's going to deny Reddarksider's trade.
Yeah, and then one thing to also notice, the Ghazi raiders, I mean, they're technically horsemen, but they have a bonus, a slight bonus, against heavy units. And so, in massive numbers, they can actually compete with the Royal Knights. And so, you have to be careful to not lose the Royal Knights, because yeah, I mean, they're super strong, but they're also pretty expensive, and so every unit lost is really painful for you. And so right now they're basically dead even here, almost with the destroy value. But Delhi is ahead a little bit economically. Although speaking of that, we do have the guild hall here for the French, and so French now went into Castle Age, and yeah, let's see how Delhi will react to that, because they have enough food, but they need more gold in order to also go for Castle themselves.
Yeah, and he's Wings is gonna get sacred sites, but he captured the middle one, but Reddarksider murders that scholar. So he's gonna have that one for a little bit longer, and that's gonna be the gold he uses to get up to Castle Age. He's got the food, he just needs to get the gold here. But Reddarksider, you know, making the chamber play look viable here, right? He's completed the wall on the south side, he's putting towers up, he's also moved into spears, and there we go. That's the second time today we see French men-at-arms. So, definitely a tech advantage that I think Winds is gonna have trouble competing with. And Winds needs to get up to Castle Age, like, now.
Oh yeah. Well, then also one thing to notice, like, since he went for the Dome of the Faith, he doesn't have the attack speed bonus that you would usually expect from the Delhi spearmen and archers to have, and so he doesn't have any benefit there. And so yeah, he definitely needs Castle Age pretty fast, especially because it will still take a while for the upgrades to come in once he gets to Castle Age. I mean, yeah, he gets it for free, but at the same time it costs time, and time is money, and so it still costs something, I guess.
Yeah, time isn't really on his side right now when you've got veteran Royal Knights moving over into your eco. Sure, they're being flanked by these Ghazi Raiders, but those are feudal age Ghazi Raiders. All those Knights need to do, and just as I say that, is turn around and murder them, and that's exactly what they did. They didn't even, it wasn't even a fight.
No, and that's the thing, like, there were only 2 of them because he pulled back some more, and then Ghazi Raider tried to fight with a galley here as well, so a little bit unfortunate here. A lot of spearmen, but then again, you have the veteran spearmen against the hardened, veteran Royal Knights, excuse me, against the veteran spearmen. Yeah.
They're just hardened spearmen right now, and they're not even Tower of Victory.
No, and so, like, they could actually, you know, they could probably move around and then kill them and probably lose, like, I mean, those 2 would die, but, like, he would come away with most of the Royal Knights, and so he would be fine. We have Castle Age reached now for Delhi, and so please click those upgrades.
Yeah, he's got a lot going on though. He's got knights raiding him, knights in the backfield. He's getting pressure from the water. Reddarksider doing a fabulous job, just kind of putting the pressure on him. And I don't think he's paid for a single trader, right? At this point, I think all his traders came from his P per eco upgrades, and they're just generating 66 gold here. So Reddarksider is gonna have plenty of gold, and this guild hall is building slowly but surely. And I wouldn't be surprised to see if we get a red palace in the middle. You know, I think it's funny. It's Caster's curse, if you will. I was like, oh, there's going to be a ton of feudal aggression. And here we are 15 minutes in. Both of them are Castle Age, kind of like, we'll show you.
Yeah, I mean, I would absolutely expect a red palace here. So that would be really, really fun to watch. We have the one sacred site now again for Delhi. But as we're speaking, there's a lot of units here moving in from Reddarksider, and that's a lot of men at arms and knights, and so there's not really anything here. Well, I mean the crossbowmen, they can really deal really well with them. So Delhi in a good spot actually here defending this with the crossbows. So slowly but surely this one knight is also going down, and there's one more over here. So Delhi able to hold and push back, still on gold, so he's not losing anything there. But yeah, at the same time, French not in a bad position at all. Although they lost a lot of units here. I don't see where their army is at the moment. They lost almost everything.
They don't have one. And these crossbows are now going to start moving across, and Winds is going to capture the sacred site. And what looked like Reddarksider was going to have map control, massive advantage, be able to put the red palace wherever he wants. Winds has quickly kind of flipped the script on him, and now he's going on the aggressive stance. Both players are grabbing relics on the backside of this. Looks like Reddarksider has one. Winds has one in with the second in hand. Did not scout this board play from Reddarksider, but that's definitely a good play from Reddarksider. And here is kind of, you know, where I think Winds might struggle a little bit. You have the Arbitrator coming out for Reddarksider, which they are a brutal unit to deal with. They have good melee armor once you get their upgrades, better attack speed than other crossbows. They're really just a one-unit wrecking ball, and if Reddarksider can mass up enough of those, you know, Winds might find himself in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, definitely difficult to deal with. Although I think that's one of the points where the siege units then come in, so a couple of mangonels would still be fairly effective in dealing with the Arbitrators. But yeah, we'll see. So right now we're having a show-off here, a couple of crossbows on both sides and a couple of knights, although Delhi definitely in favor here right now and able to push back and then just destroy all those crossbows, and once they are gone, Delhi is kind of like reaching a critical mass with the units here, and French is not, so we'll be able to push him off stone here. Or kill the villagers, either or.
Winds has a critical mass while Reddarksider was trying to build one up, so Winds kind of won each of those fights, and Reddarksider was rallying his military into the enemy. He's gonna have to pull back and sort of rally closer to his base and build up a nice little ball. And I know it says that Winds has 57 military, but 22 of those are fishing ships. They count as military for Delhi.
Well, and then also like 14 of them are scholars, and so it is a little bit distorted. So that's a very good point to keep in mind. But yeah, I mean, regardless, it's still not a terrible position at all for Delhi here. Being able to kill some villagers, he has to move away here now. And so if you look at, I mean, look at the kill villagers. It's basically flipped. Usually you would expect those kind of numbers from French, but Delhi is the one killing the units, and now the difficult position that French is in, like all the units that are coming out of the production buildings are getting killed one by one immediately. So very nicely done by Delhi. He just needs to be careful that he doesn't lose his front line here.
I don't think it matters. I think Reddarksider to survive this needs to delete all his production buildings, or Winds needs to move away. But Winds could just sit on top of that production, and Reddarksider can't make anything. And he can just kill all the villagers coming out of the TC at the same time. And yeah, I think Reddarksider is in a little bit of trouble here.
Oh yeah, and then also, I mean, yeah, he's like under the town center, but the men-at-arms don't care, and then there's also no garrison units, so there's only one shot per, you know, every 2 seconds or whatever, and so he doesn't really care. And now he found another couple of villagers, so all of them will probably be dead in a couple seconds. So 20 killed villagers already, and that's it. Ooh, that was brutal. That was a blood. I mean, we expected a bloodbath. We just expected it differently.
Ooh, Whew. All right, that game did not go to the script that I had playing in my head. I definitely thought there was going to be a ton of feudal aggression. Instead,
Mm,
we got the castle aggression. But I like seeing the Chamber of Commerce there, even though if I did not initially think that was the correct play, I do understand why that was the play he ultimately went with. Because when you have that much economy coming in, you don't care about, uh, putting down more production buildings and having the speedier knights come out.
mm,
Um, Ultimately, though, I think that game just came down to a couple key fights that Winds took. Reddarksider was throwing, some knights and some men at arms early on into Winds' base, and Winds was able to kind of build up that crossbow mass. And once that crossbow mass sort of moved across, Reddarksider was in a little bit of trouble there and couldn't remass, um, at least large enough to contest what Winds had at that point.
yeah, yeah, difficult for him to remass at this point. And like I said, I mean, if the opponent is in a production building, it's like what you gonna do? You can't garrison them immediately inside a production building or whatever. It's just impossible. And so it's yeah, very tough position for him to be in. And then he losing a lot of villager, and he was on one TC as well. So there's no, it's not like, well, I don't care. I have three TCs. I can just rebuild the villages. Like no, if they're gone, they're gone. And there goes the equal advantage that he maybe had at that point. Um, so just a couple villagers dying here and there, and then if you look at the eco, it's basically even with the resources. I mean, yeah, Winds had more food, but then Reddarksider had more gold, so that kind of like evened out. But just the engagements were so much in favor for Winds, and then just not being able to have the mass at any point, losing two critical fights while Winds is just continuing to outproduce him there. So yeah,
All right, so
different
gonna
for
jump.
sure.
Yeah, listen, didn't go to the script I thought it was going to go to, but that's okay, right? These are two high-level players kind of showing us some of the new mechanics, and that is absolutely good to see. I like seeing, Chamber of Commerce. I like seeing diversity in builds, right? When it's just the same thing over and over and over, it gets, little worn out. So it's good to see some other strategies out there. Looks like we do have round 4 wrapping up in the bottom bracket. We have one game going in the top bracket still. Looks like Anti-Raider and MightyMorris, so not sure what you're kind of thinking there. But if you want, we can probably quickly grab that one.
Yeah, I would say we go for that. Like you mentioned, I mean, bottom bracket is done and round 4 almost wrapped up as well. So I think this is definitely one game we can still grab, and then we might actually do a caster switch after that, I suppose. Why is this game not observable? Hmm.
That's going to be critical.
Well, I guess
Absolutely
we
critical.
can't observe it if it's not observable. Um, all right,
So
well,
while you're looking for that,
let's see.
it does look like our finals competitors for the bottom bracket will be FrancisBean versus TurboTom and TheNavneet versus Mountain Ale. So those games are going to start, coming up very soon if we can't find this Anti-Raider MightyMorris one.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
if we're going to jump into the finals, maybe we grab Askallad. We'll see. Are you able to find it, or
no, no. I mean, like, if I try to observe the game, it's not observable. So that's not.
maybe it just ended?
That could be true as well. I mean, all of the other ones are done, so maybe that also just ended. I also can't find it in the observe tab here.
Yeah,
Um,
Anti-Raider's in lobby, so it
all right,
just
well,
ended.
then that's how it is. Cool. Well,
I think we're going to go to a little bit of a break here. It's been a pleasure casting with you. I
yeah,
appreciate it as always. You're going to get the all-powerful and all-knowing mighty Askallad after the break here, ladies and gentlemen, and they're going to take you into the playoff, where we're
exactly.
going to start on the most vanilla and amazing of maps, in Dry Arabia.
Yeah, yeah, looking forward to that. And yeah, pleasure to cast with you as always. Great to have you here, have your insight, and it was a lot of fun. Some cool maps, and we're going to a break. A couple minutes. It shouldn't take very long, so don't go anywhere, guys.
All right, we'll be right back.
Alright, and we're back after clicking the wrong button first. Welcome back, guys, and welcome Askallad, my favorite German caster.
Well, I mean, that means a lot. You know, Crackety exists.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I haven't really met him yet, and so maybe you'll get second place once I meet him actually in, King of the North 2 or something. But for now, you're my favorite.
Any meeting that you'll have, it's fine. I'll keep that position.
Yeah. Well, good that we talked about that. So let's see. Are you online? I can't see you online. Why can't I see you online?
Because I'm just restarting the game because I had it open the entire time, and sometimes, there's issues.
Yeah. All right. So chat.
Love you too, Caleb.
If you have any desires which people you want to watch, you can let us know. Let me update the. I tried to fix the page here, so hopefully you can now actually see the matchups here. Well, not really, I guess.
Do you know how to navigate inside OBS? Just hitting the interact button?
Yeah.
With the page? Yeah, okay.
Ah.
Just checking.
Yeah, well, it's been a while. It's been a while since I last hosted, and so. But yeah, that's a good point. So. Okay, so we have the top bracket semifinals going with wins against MightyMorris. We covered both of them so far, and we also have Reddarksider against RoyalPleco. Curious to see that Cow is not here anymore. So we can't cast him, unfortunately.
There's been some issues on another stream. There was a caster missing, and since I was already planned here. But we will give Cow a suspension, and he will have a warning, and Kev will not be able to play in LEL for a while.
Well, I mean, as if he would have the time for it to do anyway. So let's see. I'll invite you. Okay. Any suggestions here?
Okay. I mean. No, I don't necessarily have any preferences. I'll enjoy all of these.
Do you enjoy all of these? Let's
I don't know. If you tell me one of them is an English mirror, I'm out. But other than that,
let's try to find an English mirror.
If you make me cast an English mirror, I'm leaving.
Don't worry, you'd still be my favorite German caster. But I don't think we'll see an English mirror today. Fingers crossed. Let's see. Well, I mean, let's just do here FrancisBean against TurboTom. If they put it as observable, they did. Alrighty, so then let's.
Well, guys.
Fingers crossed. It's not an English mirror.
I mean, I like this matchup. I know very well who I'd like to be here, but I like the matchup.
Alright, I'm popping into the game. So we do have FrancisBean in the beautiful yellow on the western side playing the Japanese against TurboTom playing the Delhi Sultanate. So what would you expect from this kind of matchup?
I mean, okay. I don't know how highly ranked these guys are, but in general, from this matchup, I expect Delhi to just go, full feudal, as usual, because, it's Delhi. And I would expect Japanese these days to go for an early daimyo, and then try to harass with the Yuma Bannerman, and get a castle behind that. But FrancisBean's gold is, how I say this, a rather unfortunate spawn for him, and he might just be, if he's unlucky, he might be completely pushed off. And then he's gonna be forced to stick it out in feudal.
Yeah, I mean, luckily for him, he's playing against Delhi and not against like an aggressive cavalry civ. So against French, that will be a horrible map spawn for him. I think against Delhi, he'll probably be fine because TurboTom will focus on getting the 3 sacred sites here. And so he will probably, probably be fine. But we'll see about that.
I mean, thoughts experiment. I'm playing Delhi here. I see this gold. I see a scout around their base. I see the second gold next to it. I mean, I'm all inning this. I'm possibly tower rushing this.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if you go for like, okay, look at the range. If you push him off, and then you go for a tower here, you basically deny like 4 resources, like 2 berry bushes, 2 gold spawns. So that will be really, really fun to see. I don't expect it though, but we'll see. For the time being, it's all very standard. Mill just going for the early wheelbarrow as Delhi Sultanate because all the upgrades are free. Going a little bit of gold. Actually, a little bit more than I would expect.
Is this the old school opening? I mean, he's 8-4, so he has a lot more gold than he needs to, so that's a little bit of an imbalance. Now he's also going on wood. Usually when you go 7-3 and then you rally to wood for the early lumber camp, which also means he double chopped the tree. Yes, he did. Like this is an old school build, minus the 4th guy on gold.
Yeah, that's the thing, like 4 on gold is a little bit different, but other than that, yeah, it's very old school, that's for sure. But, I mean, why not? You know, it's like, he can still make it work, just because it's old,
here's the reason why. He's got 70 gold, so if he had only 3 on gold, he would be dead even, he would have reached feudal a little bit faster, but he's going tower. So we've got feudal, we've got no shenanigans on dome, which is also really good now. And do you see that Tatara coming out for Francis? Oh my god, is he blending?
Wait, really?
Are we getting some Bugeshas in, please? So far, there's no indication. Like, he's still with 6 on the food and 4 on gold, but he is getting the melee damage upgrade.
Interesting to say the least, yeah. Well, we'll find out, I guess. So no forestry for now.
Okay. Yeah. Since this is bottom bracket, I'll just spew some random thoughts outside of the 4th guy on gold for Delhi here. And, you know, since you go tower, you want to queue up the scholar now, as soon as you have 130, and then actually usually pull off the gold. Because you want the rest of your scholars, or rather your age-ups, to come from the sacred sites for gold. Second mosque, though.
Second mosque, yeah.
This is very old school.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this really is old school. Going for a second mosque is super, super old school. But I mean, yeah, it kind of makes, like, the reason behind that was always that you go one mosque focuses on the technologies and the other one on scholar production, and therefore you need the 4 scholar, the 4 villagers in gold. Although I guess you could make with 2 or 3 as well. It's not really mandatory. And then, yeah, if you go for a second scholar, then yeah, they're
I mean, if I'm scouting Tower of Victory and I see 4 on gold and double mosques, I'm expecting them to go fast castle without taking sacreds. But there's a stable.
There's a stable, okay, so probably no fast castle there, which also got immediately scouted out here by FrancisBean. So yeah, it's curious to see. You're going for Tower of Victory, but then you're not going for archery or barracks. Then you have 2 mosques, but okay, now he's producing 3 scholars. I was gonna say it's like 400 gold. Like, what are you doing, my man?
You know, unless you have spears sitting literally in your face, you always open stable. Like, it gives you so much agency on the map. It puts pressure on your opponent. Gazis are just a good unit. Now, looking at the Japanese build in the meantime, He's got all of his eco upgrades. Or let me check. Does he actually have all of them? Yes, he's got all of them. I like that actually. No specialized pick just yet, which as Japanese you can get it pretty early, but yeah, you want usually 10 on the resource for it to make it be worth.
Yeah.
But the thing is, he got the berry upgrade in Dark Age, right? He didn't go on the berries. Like you want, because the resource is forward and you're facing an aggressive, usually aggressive Civ in the form of Delhi, you expect to be pushed off of this eventually. So you take those berries immediately as soon as your upgrade to increase the gather speed finishes. And then you go on the sheep after.
Yeah, you would usually do that, but he chose not to for whatever reason. He has 1 barracks and going for 2 archery ranges right now, and TurboTom, I mean, he's definitely aware of that, so we'll see how long the scout will survive in this position here. He's getting poked. At the same time, we do have a Darcy Raider here, so yeah, that's what you mentioned. Is like at this point he would have been pushed off of the berries, but he wasn't even there, so no pushback.
Yeah, and if you see that Ghazi come in, you just move your wills to the sheep, and now you have that much less sheep. Like he has 6 left, that's 1200 food.
Yeah.
If he hadn't gone on sheep early, he would have like double that. And there's a big Delhi army coming, and so far, okay, double barracks, 1 archery range, so Yumi and spears, okay. I do not recommend diving a town center with 1 Ghazi, by the way. Never recommend.
No, it's usually not worth it. I mean, even if you get a little bit of idle time, it's not worth it usually. But yeah, he's at the fort here, so pushed off gold. No more gold for Francis at least, except for those few stone villagers also producing a little bit of gold. What do we have here? We have berries running out for Delhi, so now he needs to find some different food sources, either the deer here or going for the berries back here. Still 4 on gold, so more gold than he would need right now.
Francis has been streaming a few units out, a little bit of a control issue there, but TurboTom, so in general, if you go on just, I mean, if this is too basic, then let me know, but if you go on deer like that, what you want to be doing is you always take select 2 of your villagers, and any deer that are close to the mill, you just shoot.
Yeah.
With 2 vills at once, so they don't run away. And then you just switch targets every single time. And you can do this pretty efficiently. Like, this is perfect, right? How they're placed right now. They're super close.
Yeah, just kill it right now. That would be perfect here. Yeah, definitely a good tip. But yeah, I mean, it takes APM quite a lot actually, because you have to go back and forth and check, oh, now I could kill it, oh, I could kill this. This is not in a good position, so I need to push it back in. So it just takes a little bit of APM, and so at the end of the day, you're probably like, well, I can't do it, or maybe I didn't think about it, and that's fine. He's still in, like, regardless, in a good position right now. Pushed off gold, so no gold here or there. The next gold would be here, and that's rather. Well, I mean, you know, TurboTom doesn't even know about it.
He needs to go for it. You wall the front sides, like towards the wood line and the other wood line there.
Yeah,
to the edge of the map, then you have berries and you have deer and you have the gold. Like, you need to do that.
Well, look at this, Askallad. You just mentioned it, and he's an obedient guy, and he's listening to you, and so he's just going for the fort as we're speaking. So nicely done here.
Unfortunate.
So,
you know how I would have approached this spawn as Japan? I would have put double tower on my forward gold.
Ooh, yeah.
Yes, it's disgusting, but hey, what do you do? What do you know? Like, you open Yuma Bannerman, you make a bunch of horsemen to apply pressure and keep the Ghazi in check. They can't go archers yet, or if they do, you just kill them with mass horsemen. And in the meantime, you put up 2 towers. And then you have the option to go castle whenever you want.
Yeah. Well, TurboTom battling back and forth here with the Yumis, which feels like
triple sacred side behind it. Real nice.
Yeah, good timing moving out of them. I mean, it could have been a little bit faster, but other than that, good timing, getting all of them at the same time almost. He still has his archer mass, so both players trying to preserve their archers, but Yumi famously being a little bit weaker than regular archers. So he is
These are
getting
Tower of Victory archers.
plus the
They're-
Tower of
they're
Victory, you know, so
pretty damn good.
pretty damn good. Yeah, couldn't have said it better myself.
Yeah, Francis has finally secured himself the corner. I don't like that he went for all of these farms because it's a lot of investment, and you know there's a deer pack right there below his base. And now he has the issue, like he cannot move out of his base because his army is just not big enough to support it, and there's Ghazis out. He has no horsemen, so he cannot like threaten the sacred sites without it, and they're just ticking away. And Delhi's looking to go castle behind this would be my guess, or they can just pump infinite units with market.
Yeah, I mean they need a little bit more food, but the income is getting there, so that definitely could be an option. And yeah, I agree. Like, I mean, if you look at like those many farms here, like that's a couple more units instead. So usually what you try to do is get the neutral, you know, Gaia resources, food resources. Maybe even, I mean, I don't know if you do that with Japanese really, but you could also go for the boar here and just try to get the food on the map rather than just walling yourself in and getting the farm transition too early, because it's just a lot of resources that you cannot spend otherwise.
I mean, that's 500 resources that could have been units, and a Yumi famously costs 65, so that's like 8 extra Yumi there.
Yeah.
Did I say 8? That was dumb.
Which, yeah, but I mean, it would be quite a lot. So that you know, in fights like this, where some, like a few units, a handful of units can really turn the tide, that really could change the outcome of the fight. But I mean, that's his choice. He did it like this. At the same time, it does provide safe food for him, because Ghazi raiders are moving out, and so if they would find a bunch of units of villagers running around here and gathering food, they would be dead. So it is safe food
I mean, you're
for
staying
him.
safe. Watch these Ghazi hit the back of those farms.
I watched them hit the back of my... That sounded wrong.
Only because you wanted it to be wrong. But
I
now
admit.
the Ghazis are a little trapped here because they're gonna run into that gate. And how many spears are we having? Okay, we have a single spear.
There's one spear here. No?
But yeah, Ghazi pathfinding is not lucky, and they take a lot of damage here.
Well, they also don't have, you know, a scout here, so they're basically running in half blind. So a little bit of damage down here for Japanese. But yeah, now we're gonna have a rather big fight, maybe, hopefully, probably. Ghazi raiders going in for the Yumis.
Not a good fight though. I mean, there's some men-at-arms involved. There's some samurai involved here, but like you cannot fight this. It's 56 to 25 army supply. You invested a ton into the farms. You were idle. You didn't take the deer. You were pushed off of gold for a while. And yeah, this is going to be a resounding win for the Delhi, who are, I was going to say about to go castle age, but you know, they just queued up a bunch more units. He could also just buy himself some food and then go castle.
Yeah, he could definitely do that. But yeah,
that's
and
the thing is Delhi. Sorry.
No, well, the thing
Go
is
ahead.
like with the, I mean, yeah, he had samurai, that's cool, but as I mentioned earlier, the Ghazi raiders have a little bit of an advantage damage-wise against armored units, so it doesn't really matter for him that much. So yeah.
A Ghazi will lose 1-1 against a man-at-arms.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, like it's
The
just
advantage is you can choose to fight whenever you want because you can just run away.
yeah, but also it's like if you're having like 15 Ghazi raiders and they're all doing 2 extra damage, it's actually a lot better to fight against samurai than if you would only have regular ass horsemen. And so yeah, it's just a little like a small one more small advantage that the Delhi have. And while all of this, you know, is happening, we're still controlling 3 sacred sites, which is a lot of free gold. He's not on gold anymore, so Delhi is getting a lot of free gold here with the 3 sacred sites. The
I
sacred
wish we
timer.
would be using that gold.
What? No, he's not using the gold. That's definitely one thing that he could improve on. but he has it. You know, that's my point. Like, it is free gold, and at the end of the day, he could use it if he chose to. Does he even have a market? He does have a
He does
market.
not. I just checked.
Well, I mean,
I'll say this. He has 12 scholars right now. That's a really nice number. That is more scholars than I usually go to castle with when I'm playing Dome.
yeah. I
mean,
totally
it's
agree.
just about. Like, I go up with like 8 to 12 usually.
Yeah, I think it's a bit much. But I mean, at the same time, like, he has two mosques, so I mean, he might as well fill them up with scholars and then the production buildings as well. So
Anything to use it. By the way, FrancisBean is going Castle Age. Let's see if it saves him or not.
Oh no, I've seen this way too many times.
I mean, it's his only option. Literally, his only option. The problem is he has no solution to those 17 Ghazi. To be fair, he also has no solution to the 45 archers, but the Ghazi for now are the bigger problem because they will just deny his gold in a second, and he needs that gold to get anything out of castle.
Yeah, he definitely.
And here comes the Rams.
But okay, so the thing is, like, I've seen, if you really, I've seen this way too many times. Japanese going for floating gate while the opponent is knocking at your door, and then as soon as the opponent realizes that, they will just move in and destroy everything. And then it's like, yeah, cool, you went Castle Age, and you spent like 1,800 resources. That would have been like, I don't want to do math on stream, but that would have been a lot of samurai. So
don't do it. So
no, I don't.
Francis' issue right now is, what do you go? Okay, he's going for the veteran samurai. I was gonna say, you have choices now. You either go for knights, then you would need a stable, but honestly, you don't have it set up yet, and you already have 8 samurai, so upgrading them is probably your best bet. And then you get range defense level 2, and then you can fight. You cannot fight right now, because if you take a fight right now, well, we'll see in a second.
We'll definitely see in a second here. Just a lot of archers here firing on them. Like, I mean, how many archers do you need? Right? Apparently a lot.
I mean, if you want to kill buildings with Tower Victory archers, you need a lot of them.
Exactly. You need a lot.
Okay. I mean, the entire eco here is idled out, so that's great for TurboTom. At the same time, he's not really finding that many villager kills, I say, as I look at the 17 dead.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't find many because most of them are dead already, so they're either in the buildings here, or they're down there in the corner, or, yeah. That's basically it. I mean...
Okay, now Francis is taking the fight. He has 8 veteran samurai. They're really good, but at the same time, can I find one of them? Okay, he has 5 range defense. Tower Victory Archer does 6 damage. So for that, it actually doesn't matter. I was expecting TurboTom to hit Castle Age long ago, but he rather floats 6,000 resources at this point.
Just because he can, you know. So he doesn't care about Castle Age. Who needs Castle Age anyway?
I mean, Delhi basically won the game the second you cornered your opponent there, and well, they start their farm transition.
Yeah.
That is basically when the game is already over, because if your Delhi opponent continues producing units, you will never be able to catch up.
Yep. Yeah, and then also like all the free gold, and the thing is, like, the funny thing is he didn't even need or use it, you know, like, just imagine he would have utilized on all the free gold he had and just bought himself some food, go for Castle Age himself like 5 minutes ago. Like, he could have done all of those things and would have been in an even better position.
You just build a few proxy stables, and then you go castle, and then you queue like 10 war elephants, and then
yeah, those
it could have been so beautiful.
Well, sometimes this is just what you get, you know. It's like, Mom, can I have Delhi? We have Delhi at home, and this is Delhi at home.
Yeah, but what we just saw is the reason why I really like that is the reason why English also plays Abbey Horsemen now against Delhi, because you get some map presence. You can actually contest sacred sites, you can raid their food, you can be a danger and make them stay at home instead of staying in your face. Oh yeah, I should quit the game. Let's see. What else do we have? That was the first semifinals. Guys, do your tasks. Tasks. Do the tasks.
Yeah, I think that was the first. So let's see. We could we could go for either the other semifinal for bottom bracket because Mountain A we haven't casted today either.
Let's go for it. If they're still around.
Let's
You
see.
send me an invite already.
Yeah, are you're in lobby, so now I can. Why are you in lobby? No, there you are. Okay, so the Navneet is online, so I assume that their game just ended.
Probably. I mean, we can either cast it from replay or we check on the other bracket and see if there's one running.
Yeah, I think there's one more running on the top side. Yeah, let's see. Okay, let's just jump in that then. Alright, let's go top bracket. And we'll see, what do we have? Ooh, that's a good matchup.
Casting Pleco. All right, let's let's judge him fairly. I wasn't gonna say shit on him. Not me. Not ever.
No, you would never. You would never. Alright, well, back in the game we have the Reddarksider in the blue playing the HE on the left side against RoyalPleco in green playing the Malians. So HE against Malians, let's quickly check. On Dry Arabia, of course. So interesting. I mean, one thing I always look at first is like the market placements here. So I mean,
It's Arabia. Come on.
yeah, I know, but like they can be, you know, like this one for example is a little bit closer to Malian, so it's for Malians it's not a good trade line. For HIE in theory you could go trade, but trade, yeah, if you're going trade with HIE I think you already conceded that you're lost, so I don't know if you want to do it.
I mean, it's also HRE, so you're meant to win. So I don't know how that one works out then. If you're cursing yourself to lose, but you also won through Civ pick, I don't know.
Yeah, well, it's the mystery of Asia Empires. So
Yeah. Anyway, HRE is pretty favored in this matchup usually. We'll see how it works out. You
Yeah, I
don't
know,
see
I
it too often in pro games because, guys, HRE never gets through because it's always banned.
yeah, so that's why we're casting it, because we wanna see how are they gonna do against HRE with Malians. So we have 6 houses here already. So a nice setup here for the pit mine. Going on food as usual, so nothing spectacularly different here from both players. Let's check in what they see already. So yeah, RoyalPleco just did a nice turnaround here, sends some sheep back so he doesn't run out of food, and then he continues going forward. As to the other side we do have kind of like a similar pattern here for HIE going all the way up to the front here.
You know what I would have never thought I would say, but I recently discovered? There's a different opening that the Taiwanese players have recently been using for Malians. Where you keep chopping the second tree with 3 vills, and you keep adding houses on your pit mine. And then, because you do that, you can immediately queue the wheelbarrow and the double broadaxe as soon as you build the mill and the lumber camp. Like as soon as you age up. It's real nice. I've been using it. It's very, very nice. Okay, let's see. Aachen on the wood line. I wonder what that means.
Yeah, I mean, curious to see. I mean, what can you do with wood? Let's see. Archers could be in play.
I have some ideas. Wait, no. Sorry. Oh god. I'll see myself out.
Well,
Warman cursed me. I should never cast with her again.
well, I wonder. Okay, so I mean, like whenever I play HRE, which is not happening that often, I think about.
Because you're an ethical person.
No, I mean I like Mongols more. That's why. But So if I would have placed the, you know, like went for the Aachen, I wonder if like, you know, this would have been like a better spot here with like the berries and the stone, and then you still have the woodline if you want to go for mass archers, like feel free, but that would like cover more resources. But I mean, yeah, it's more exposed, so you probably have to go for like a wall at some point, some palisade walls here.
So here's the reality. Against Mali, you could probably do that.
That's what I mean.
Even if Mali realizes what you're doing and goes all in on you, you can probably just hold that. But if you do that against the French, you're dead.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously you don't, like, I'm not doing the same strategy against every opponent, obviously, so I wouldn't do it against French, I wouldn't do that as against Mongols, probably not against Rus as well, depending on what I could expect from them, but like against Malians, against maybe something like Delhi, maybe Abbasid, depending on if they're focusing more on eco, you could probably pull it off.
Let's all judge Reddarksider for his empty Aachen for the last 15 seconds.
Oh, I remember like the last...
No, it happens.
Yeah, wasn't it like in the... it probably wasn't Reddarksider, but in the last War Chief Club, you also...
It was Myriad.
It was
I
Myriad.
am not afraid to say it, and it was for more than 15 seconds. It was like 5 minutes.
Well, I remember when I you know, like edited the videos for YouTube and I watched that game, I was hurting almost as much as you were when I was watching it.
No, I wasn't hurting. I was just thinking of all the great jokes I could make to Myriad about this.
Well, okay, yeah. I was hurting, you were just shitting on people. That's just how it is, I guess. We're built different. We're just built different.
I like Myriad. He's such a nice guy. By the way, Pleco is going for the barracks. Has one Donzo out already. Reddarksider is opening stable with some horsemen. So yeah, nice interaction there. Second pit mine coming out for Pleco, so he's going full greed, basically. How's his update situation? We've got the lumber press, not lumber press. We got the double broadex and the wheelbarrow is coming in right now. So yeah, no surprises there. The question is, will he be able to hold that forward pit mine? My guess is absolutely not.
Well, I mean, we do have one horseman here, two actually here from Reddarksider, but horsemen are not, last time I checked, are not really good against Donzos. And he also lost his scout, so he is going in semi-blind here basically, especially in the stealth forest here. So a little bit difficult position for Reddarksider to actually assert a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, he wants to even up the playing fields. But I don't think these horse will they be able? No.
Well, I mean, in theory they are faster, so they will eventually get the scout. But that's a very
also
late
seem to be
eventual.
Confused. There we go.
There you go. Well, I mean, 1/3 or 1/4 of the health already down here from the Donzos. I feel like those, you know, like I like the concept of like throwing your spear, but I feel it's so broken. it's really strong. It's super annoying to deal with. So yeah, there's that.
I like it. It's a fun little mechanic.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Like, I like it as a mechanic. It's a cool concept, but I mean, like, okay, let's say you're dealing with early aggression and you're trying to get in there. If the opponent has spears, you're having spears. That's fine with you. But if the opponent has spearmen that can throw their spears, it just, you know, it feels unfair in a way. It's like, why can't you, like, you know, you guys just throw your spear? Like, why not?
Oh,
ooh, imagine the horseman throwing the spear. That would be fun.
I'm still campaigning for, if you kill a horseman, you should be able to pro scout the carcass home.
Oh yeah. Oh, that would be fun.
But I was gonna say Pleco cannot hold this pit mine, right? I'm not sure he's going to, because maybe he's just gonna be fine on one. Still hasn't started his cow boom, by the way. He's full defensive Mali mode. No greed at all at this moment.
Look at these idle villagers. There's like 5 idle villagers here just because there's not enough sheep, so 6 now. So he really needs to figure this situation out here.
He needs to just queue a few more cows. Now, the thing I was referring to is the fact that Reddarksider already went for a ram, and Pleco will be easily able to rebuff this. Like, there's no way that Reddarksider can take this fight.
No, there's not enough
He
spearmen
needs to save.
here.
He needs to save the ram.
Spearmen, archers, I mean, yeah. Yeah, but at the same time, I don't think that RoyalPleco actually intended on holding this necessarily. I mean, it probably by this time already paid off the cost of itself. So he's fine with... I mean, the thing is, like, if you have to fight your opponent, would you rather fight him here? Or would you fight him here in your base? You know, it's like, if you can take the fight outside here, even if you lose it, you can still just fall off. You don't lose your eco at the same time. So I think it's a good position for him to you know, like, relocate the angle of attack of Reddarksider. Plus there's also the stealth force, which can work in RoyalPleco's favor if you look at all the donzos and javelin throwers, like, shooting out of it. And again, no scout here for Reddarksider, and RoyalPleco does have a scout here. So the side advantage is basically night and day, you could say.
So basically, Pleco knows exactly how fudged he is, because, I mean, he's currently spending gold to eat cows, and he's in brackets mass producing units. The issue is HRE is producing just as many units as you are without them spending 100 gold every few seconds for a new cow. Okay, it's 90 gold. Never mind. But yeah, this is not a great proposition for the future. You need access to those deer. You need to start your cow boom.
Well, but the thing at the same time, like, the army value is almost 2-to-1 here for the Malians due to the javelin throws being more expensive units. And so as long as you can get rid of the archers in time before the donzos get eaten up by the horsemen, like, I don't know about you, but I think this looks like a winning fight for Malians.
I mean, this was a great fight for Pleco, because Reddarksider went for 2 rams. Like, he's spending so much on these extra attacks that he doesn't need.
Yeah,
like,
that's...
You haven't beaten your opponent's army yet. Okay, if you had a scout, you could check that they have a ginormous army, and your ram push is not gonna do anything at this point in time.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I mean, rams are cheaper now, like, other than a couple patches ago, but it's still 200 wood that you have to spend this way, and now he has to go for a tower because he knows that the circus is coming to town and the chickens are coming home to roost, sort of. So yeah, going for more production buildings here, some more barracks, and he has quite a good number of archers here, but it's still not enough against all those javelin throws. So you can tell by the army value. Look at the army value; it's 4-to-1 at this point. So yeah.
I mean, Pleco can just, he's gonna try to burn this down. He's gonna lose a bunch of donzos in the process. Let's see if we remember auto repair. There it is.
There's the emergency repairs. So, but I mean, still, like it's idle time. He can kill some archers there. So he killed like half of the archers that Reddarksider had, and so he's fine with that. And now he can start burning it again. And the emergency repairs is not available for a while now.
I'll not get into why I think this should have never worked for Pleco the way it did, but Reddarksider made some mistakes here and there that shouldn't have happened either. So it is actually working. So Reddarksider is off of gold. Pleco's army is double the size. Also, welcome in Pilsen AoE. Thank you very much for the raid. I hope you had fun in the tournament. And yeah. I haven't watched the games earlier. I'm sorry, I missed yours.
You missed out on a lot of fun maps. So especially Socerton, that was a wild game.
Hopefully lots of boats.
A couple actually.
When there's galley combat. Nice.
Quite a couple. It was fun. Also with Malians, by the way. So seeing the hunting canoes there, quite a sight. I haven't seen that before. I believe. There's... Well, okay, so I mean, RoyalPleco, yeah, I totally agree with you. It should not have been possible like the way it was, but again, like the number was the same, or like it was even, but the army value is just so much in favor of Malians, because yeah, again, like the javelin throwers are more expensive, and the donzos also slightly more expensive than regular spearmen.
I mean, Pleco is by no means out of this just yet. Like, if you look at this farming economy and HRE's income, it's a little ridiculous. Even though he's super unbalanced right now. So what is he producing? He can produce some men-at-arms, but that's about it. And Pleco is already queuing Musafari. The thing is, okay, Pleco is actually going castle behind this. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cows up. That's a solid number to age up with. Like you don't need the full 20, right? There's the main
Yeah,
thing.
you don't. I mean, yeah, if you can get it, sure, why not? But I mean, it's not necessary, and if you can get your castle age faster, then that's definitely worth it as well, especially because of the upgrades.
Look at the top tier pack though, where the blue dots are running from the green army. This is the reason why I do not understand this farm transition that Reddarksider is doing. While he was also going for rams, like he went in so many directions at once. He got pro scouts.
Yeah, I don't.
Pro scouts should be your solution to your food while you kill your opponent, not go farms and pro scout and ram push while not making actual army. Then we are in a situation like now.
Yeah, tough spot to be in for sure. I mean, you can see Malians already moving out here, getting his 4th pit mine soon. Or can he?
So here's the double veterancy that's gonna hit in 15 seconds, and then Pleco can just move into this base. Okay, he has 21 javelins. He needs a solution to the spearmen, because you can swarm your opponent with mass spears if they don't have a front line. Like, javelins have such a low actual attack speed that they can't deal with mass low HP unit, like mass trash, basically.
Yeah, they really can't. I mean, he has 2 archers, but I mean, they're also feudal and it's only 2, so yeah. Well, I mean, I could imagine that he's not too worried of the spearmen at this point, because 1, it's not that many, 2, it's only feudal age, and 3, I mean, yeah.
Oh my god.
He has so many donzos and javelin throwers that can shoot at them, so it doesn't really matter that much to him, I guess.
By the way, Pleco still has 25 vils on food. Watch his food flow to up to 2,000 or some such, because he doesn't have enough production buildings to put all of that out there.
No, definitely not. I mean, he's going for some more now here, with some more barracks.
Oh. But allowing that gold though, Reddarksider is going to be able to just go up to Castle Age as well, and I mean, his army is quite big now. He has a partially farm transition. His pro scouting is still going on. He's taking Pleco's deer, which is the main thing that I think Pleco should be dead at this point. If his opponent hadn't gone in so many directions, because he didn't go for any of his food resources. He ate only cows.
Yeah. Yeah, so a little bit of an oversight by RoyalPleco, I feel like. Now he's realizing, oh, what are those scouts doing? Where did they come from? But that would be a little bit too late. Ragnar's Cathedral coming up here, and I mean, HOE is still in a tough position, you know, with like relics and all that kind of stuff. So I mean, by no means is it a fast castle, but as you mentioned, like he has a lot of units, and value is still in favor for Malians. But once the upgrades kick in for HOE, then it will be a different story. And well, I mean, I think at this point it comes down to first produces siege units, because just imagine
Mangonels are
Mangonels
real
here.
scary. Pleco's going in now. Their castle age is in. Reddarksider needs all of his upgrades now. This is the moment to attack, but
Yeah,
he needs to really preserve his Donzo here, because when they fall, and okay, never mind. This is a good engagement. The horsemen can't do anything.
Yeah, they are screwed. I mean, he can't really go around the Donzos here. It just takes too long, and then you have all those veteran javelin throwers here, and spearmen will not be able to cut that. So good engagement by Pleco, realizing that he needs to attack the very moment that the HUP comes in, because he can't wait for another minute, because then the upgrades will be in. Continuing to pressure the opponent. Reddarksider lost like 3/4 of his units, and also losing his gold now. So he could go back to his first gold, but it's just a lot of idle time. He will lose this tower as well, eventually at least.
Come on, Pleco.
Oh.
Just move your jabs in. You have enough. You can just frontline, push your opponent off the wood there and take out these archers instead of hitting the houses.
Yeah, you can definitely close out the game by now. I mean, he's now.
Spears are all gonna die now.
Well, unfortunately, the dancers are dying, so now there's just a lot of javelin throws. But this one horseman was not gonna do anything here, and spearman as well. So
I wish my prediction had been wrong, by the way. But look at Pleco's food.
well, he's not at 2,000 food. Let's say this much.
Did he get a... Wait, does he have a market? No, he doesn't. So he actually spent it. It's fine. He's also getting so far now. He has the imported armor queued. Veterans he's already through. And Reddarksider has 0 spears right now. He has a bunch of barracks, so he can react reasonably fast. But like, if there's 10 sofas out on the map, when you start producing spears, you're screwed.
Yeah, that's too little too late then. He's going for some men-at-arms, which is a good decision because, I mean, yeah, that's lower than the horsemen, but at least they can get onto the donzos and not die immediately.
Oh no, Pleco, what are you doing? He revealed the sofa already. They were at the bottom side of the base, and Reddarksider dropped 2 barracks immediately. Okay, he's producing men-at-arms though. I know heavy maces exist, but donzos are still... donzos I say. Sofas are still extremely good.
Yeah, they are.
Like, against this, you can just go mass spears. Like, the spears will do reasonably well against the jabs. They will destroy the sofa, and they will do reasonably well against the Musafari. You just make mass spears and nothing else here.
Yeah, I mean,
until the first archers show up.
Well, though, I mean, I want to say you could, but if you look at the income, Reddarksider doesn't have the income to actually produce as much. His TC is idle, so he's not producing villagers at the moment. He's down quite a lot of villagers. I mean, yeah, he lost 19 villagers, and so he's not gonna come back eco-wise here.
Oh, Pleco almost let him get back into that game.
Just almost, yeah, that's the key word, almost. Aye. Well.
But yeah. When I saw that RAM, I've seen that so many games, my own games. Okay, fair. Please don't mention it. Where you go for the RAM, and in the meantime, your opponent is producing units, and then your RAM comes out. You just spend 400 resources on that RAM and the technology, and well, now your opponent has 400 more resources in units, and he's beating you, and the RAM gets destroyed. Congratulations.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like if he had the chance beforehand to get a couple will kills with horsemen, and then once he has a little bit of a lead, then going into 1 or 2 rams, then that would be fine. And by the way, I mean, I would only go for 1 ram if he doesn't have any towers or something like defensive structures, because you don't need to get them down fast, you just need to get them down, and the ram is a good way to do that. So that was a little bit of an overcommitment on his part, and not having the military to back it up. You can clearly see it here. Like, that was just brutal.
Yeah, like the blue line could be that much steeper.
Yeah.
If he had like 5-6 more archers in that fight, the javelins are just getting outscaled. Because javelins, yes, they counter archers, but if you have a giant ball of archers, they're cheaper. They're also faster because you're HRE, and like, you do so much more damage with the archers eventually.
Yeah, and I mean, 1 ram is basically 4 archers already, and so there's that, no?
Right. Pleco wins. I'm disappointed. I mean, congratulations, Pleco, for moving to the finals.
You can't hide it. You just can't hide it.
What?
All right. Well, we have a somewhat difficult choice to make. We have TurboTom against the Navneet in the bottom bracket finals, which, by the way, bottom bracket is more like mid-bracket finals today because we're only having 2 brackets. Or we have wins against RoyalPleco in the top bracket finals. So since you're fresh out of the gate here, what would you prefer? Or chat, if chat has any suggestions, I'm more than willing to hop into any game here.
Did we cast Navneet yet?
We did earlier, 1 game. Which doesn't matter. It doesn't mean that we can't, cast another one. So basically, we casted either player. We casted one game with Wins. We casted one with RoyalPleco now. We did cast one with TurboTom, or two actually, and one with Navneet. So it's all the same in a way. We could check for, let's see, do we have the Civ
Wait.
draft?
Heads or tails?
Tails.
Oh, it's heads. Well, we didn't really, now that I realize it, we didn't really say what was what. So
Yeah,
this gave us nothing, but hey.
I was gonna say, it's like, what does that even mean? Like, heads or tails? Like, I'll just pick option 2, I guess, but I don't.
Right, let's just go for whatever is going on first. Like, the first game that will show up, we will cast. How about that?
Sounds good.
I feel like that sounds fair to all involved. Also, I should probably get an invite, please.
Yeah, I'm inviting you as we speak. Okay, so in my friend list, actually, RoyalPleco is more on the top, so we could just hop in there for now. Also, it's an interesting matchup, I feel like. So
interesting matchup. Okay.
it's not an English mirror, don't worry. So if you don't.
How bad is it? Is it a China mirror?
No, it's no mirror at all.
What else is a horrible matchup?
I don't think it's a horrible matchup, actually.
Also, let me think about the map pool of today. Did someone update the command, please? Anyone?
Ooh, I'm not sure.
No, this does not look like the map pool of today, so nobody updated the command. I'll just check myself real quick.
In the meantime, I'll check the other matchup. Yeah, I'm how do I say it the nicest way? I think it would be more fun to watch the top bracket.
Well, then we'll go watch the top bracket. Why didn't you just immediately say that instead of dancing around the issue?
I'm sorry, I didn't, want to disrespect my beloved bottom bracket.
Wow. Disrespecting the bottom bracket. You're the worst.
Well, that's rich coming from you. But anyway, so we have Wins playing the Ayyubids in orange against RoyalPleco in green playing the Japanese on Gorge. So, by the way, the other matchup would have been Delhi against Abbasid, so I feel like this is more interesting to watch.
Delhi Abbasid. I mean, I like Delhi Abbasid actually, but Ayyubid. Okay, I mean, I like Delhi Abbasid more because it's closer. I feel like this. At the same time, Pleco just won in a matchup that he shouldn't have won, just from Civ perspective. But yeah, we've got Japan against Ayyubids, and this is pretty Ayyubid favorite once again. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, all of these, it's this way favored, it's that way favored. This is all Conqueror 4 perspective, right? This is from pro level plays that we watch and analyze. And this is not where we are at. This is low in the legends. We'll see how it works out. People do tend to make some mistakes occasionally, especially when we watch Pleco. What? No, what?
Well, I mean, they're both, I believe, like Conqueror 2 or maybe even Conqueror 3. So I expect only the highest of those players. Speaking of this, let's take a look at the scouting pattern. So RoyalPleco barely scouted the berries here, so he can guess that the town center is right here. Then taking a loop back to deliver his sheep. On the other side, we do have Wins, kind of like doing almost the same pattern here, just barely missing the gold here, but he could kind of decipher that it's here. And then moving back to, he got some more sheep than Pleco at least, so he is up in the sheep game.
I mean, it's 12 versus 12 right now. It's all good. Pleco sent some back immediately when he ran
Right.
ahead.
Well, yeah, then he's fine. I mean, either way, he would be fine. But yeah, quite a nice amount of sheep here for wins. Um, what would you expect, you know, like wing-wise here for the Ayyubids?
It's growth or reinforcement. I'm expecting reinforcement actually against Japan.
Mm-hmm.
Please go industry, please go industry, go industry. Come on, do it. Or Gamba. It's growth.
Yeah, not very surprising here.
I mean, it gives you options, right? Growth is just good in general. The only negative part about going growth in feudal is that you can't go growth in castle.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Of course. But I mean, that's like
So
that's something you're willing to do. I mean, it's kind of like if you're wait, I have to look that up. Like, where's the one where you get like so many resources?
that's industry.
It's industry, right? it's
Yeah,
insane.
the Y button.
Yeah, yeah, it's so insane. Like if you go for that like Imperial Age, I think you get like 4,000 resources or something like that. It's insane. But at the same time, I mean, it's Imperial Age. Like, do you really need those resources at this point? Like,
You
maybe
really don't,
maybe
which
you
is
do.
why industry wing is not chosen.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, there's probably games like maybe I could imagine like team games maybe where you kind of need them. But most games, I don't know if you need industry at this point in the game. So
You're on prairie. You fought for 50 minutes in Castle Age. There is no more wood on the map. Okay, go industry wing. I'm fine with that.
yeah, yeah, absolutely. But I mean, prairie is a strange map, like especially in terms of wood. But so yeah.
Let's go back to reality. Whoops, there goes a Japanese scout up the hill. Let's see, how's the sheep situation? We've got 15 for Pleco. We've got 15. I mean, they're taking this very seriously. 15 to 15, nice. That's a lot of gold for Ayyubids here, though. I was hoping that Wins goes for a little bit of feudal action. But with 5 on the gold and no Gamba wing, I don't think so.
Yeah, it looks more like a fast castle play, which is more like the standard way of playing Ayyubids these days.
Even going for it without a tower, like Pleco is putting up his tower on the gold. He's so far looks he's also going for that fast castle style against the Ayyubids, and you know, Camel Lancers are nice and they debuff your opponent's knights and all, but deflective armor is actually just that good. Like, Mounted Samurai are better than Camel Lancers.
Yeah.
And they're good against Camel Lancers, which is weird,
Wild.
right?
That's really wild, yeah. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, Pleco knows that... I mean, he probably expects the fast castle play. And so he knows that he either you go super aggressive and try to punish it, or you don't and match it by going fast castle yourself. And he probably decided that on this kind of map you can't punish it as easily, and so the safer choice is actually going fast castle yourself.
What does Pleco see? What did he see that he goes for the tower with arrow slits, and at the same time, like he's still clearly going fast castle, right? He's only on food and gold, but he's going for the Takizaiku 2 now, which okay, it increases berry gather rate, but it's an expensive tech, right?
It is.
So it slows down your castle age that much, and Wins is about to click up. And he is going for, let's see here. I mean, I guess it's logistics. We'll find out in a moment. Or will he go reinforcement? Reinforcement castle would be... Okay, there it is. So, Desert Raiders, on the other hand, while the Camel Lancers are not super great against the Mounted Samurai, Desert Raiders are actually amazing. Because they get the bonus damage against Cav. They get the... Is it 5 melee armor in feudal, and then it just goes up from there? Like, they're really good.
Yeah, they are.
And you get them for free.
Yeah, I mean, you never say no to free. Well, okay, so the thing
It's
is...
3 raiders. It's nice.
With the outpost, you know, I understand that he's going for the arrow slits because he's kind of, in a way, getting the stone for free. So I can understand doing that. But yeah, at the same time, if you're not pressured, like, do you really need to do that? So a curious choice for sure.
Here's the issue for Pleco. He did not scout the House of Wisdom. He has no idea that his opponent went eco. And now he sees the military wing come up, and you think to yourself, is it gonna be free camels? The camels would be great against me, but it could also be master smiths. And you know, that would also be a timing attack, so Pleco knows he's about to get dented.
Well, he still has a minute or so to, you know, to prepare for that, and he's gone up with a floating gate as well. So yeah, as we talked about earlier, matching it basically 1-to-1 here. It could actually be, I mean, like, how long does it take? 22 seconds still. Yeah, I mean, Vince will be in Castle Age for earlier than Pleco, but still, it will be fine for him.
Yeah. Let's see here. Does Pleco already have a waypoint set? He does not. He also doesn't have a production building, because he doesn't have the wood. So this is all gonna be very, very rough. Let's see, Pleco, what are we going for? I mean, it's pretty much 100% guaranteed gonna be a stable, and when I guarantee things, it's always gonna be the barracks.
And it's gonna be the stable, so no caster's curse for you this time.
I mean, it just makes sense. If you go for the archery range, the Onamusha lose to the Desert Raiders.
Well, then don't they use?
If you go for the barracks, the spearmen lose to the Desert Raiders. Yeah. And then your opponent can also just go Yumi.
Yeah.
Did I say Yumi? Like archers.
You're a hero being put into the stable, and then he's going around the wolf here, trying to get the relics. So he's trying to get some relics here. Ayyubids pushing out on the map with his 3 Desert Raiders.
Oh, that's
getting
2
a
Desert
heavy
Raiders.
shot. Ooh, that's only 2. And there's the Mounted Samurai. Let's see how well he does against them. Fairly well, actually.
Deflective armor is nice, but he took 1 hit and he took 22 damage.
Yeah, and then also he's doing like 5 less damage, so it's only 19 damage. So yeah, it doesn't feel well. It doesn't feel good.
Let's just say you don't want to have your 250 resource unit trade out against the 3 Desert Raiders, the feudal Desert Raiders, I might add.
Oh my goodness! I for a second I forgot how expensive those Mounted Samurai are.
They're just 10 more than a regular knight, but look at that. Pleco knows there's no tower on the gold, and there's also no defense on the gold. And the new batch of Desert Raiders is nowhere in sight just yet.
Yeah, so he's poking here a little bit, doing equal damage at the same time,
raids.
attacking there as well. So yeah, he got 2 kills already. Now he's on this side here as well, but the Camel Lancers are attacking as well, so he's fighting against them instead of the villagers. Only 3 villagers down so far.
Yeah, the Lancers aren't really doing all that much. The main selling point of the Camel Lancer is the charge. That does so much damage if you go from a longer range. But the deflective armor takes care of the charge.
Yeah, that's insane. Like, it doesn't really matter like what kind of damage you're getting. The first damage is just getting neglected. So that's really, really nice.
It's weird when you walk into a greater bombard emplacement and the first shot just does nothing.
Is it really even with siege damage? Because that shouldn't be. I feel like
it's targeted. It's targeted. The units around it will get siege splash, but the unit that is targeted will not.
I feel like this shouldn't be like this, but I mean, yeah, you do you.
Oh, Pleco.
And
oh no,
wow!
Oh my God, that was so lucky.
Oh wow, he actually managed to kill that one. That was unfortunate.
I was gonna say no, he's gonna have it out healed. I think he had the exact same HP that the hit did damage.
Yeah, it actually it looked a little bit like it had 1 left, and then it just still fell down regardless. So.
Oh no, Pleco's going spears. So okay, I can see this potentially working, but all that Wins has to go do is go archers, right? You could also say like if Pleco goes Yumi here, then all you Wins has to go is horsemen. But yeah, I'd prefer the Yumi. Okay, nice raid here on the gold. Second tower, Pleco is just too late on the garrisoning, so second tower does nothing.
Yeah, a little
And
bit
Wins
unfortunate.
secured himself 4 relics.
Yeah, that's insane. Like, very well done by him to get all the... I mean, okay, I say well done, but at the same time, he does have the dervishes, which are a lot faster than the Shinto priests, so it's easier for him to secure those relics. But still, well done. Pleco still running around with hardened spearmen instead of veteran spearmen, so I would love to see his upgrade at some point. We'll see if he'll go for that. I mean, if you're going for spearmen, you might as well, you know, get the veteran upgrades.
Win sees the spears at Singulam. Now, same issue here. Like, you have a giant front line fighting each other. The Gulam, they counter the spears. The spears counter all of your cavalry. And the mounted samurai soft counter the Gulam. Good times, good times.
Good times indeed, yeah. Desert Raiders attacking the samurai instead of the spearmen. Interesting.
Like, you really don't want this connection. The moment your mass touches the spears, like he lost three camel lancers there for free.
Pretty much, yeah.
And now he's not using his raiders to kite and shoot the spears. Like, this is pretty much worst case scenario. Why are they so slow by? Oh, because there's one Gulam involved.
Yeah, that's why they're shutter stepping like this. Yeah, which is also one of the reasons why you should normally don't, you know, like have your armies in a bulk and move them as one unit, because then they move as slow as the slowest unit. So,
Especially true if you use rams.
yep, rams or mangonels or whatever. Like, it's just painful.
The last time I asked Cow to come defend me in a team game, he said, "Yeah, I'm sending stuff. I look, he's sending stuff. It's walking with 3 rams."
Ah, yeah.
Ramming speed. Anyway, Wins also added a second town center. Haven't mentioned that just yet. Pleco nowhere near booming in that regard, but he does have the daimyo up, and he does have a rather scary army. So let's see if we can do anything about it.
Yeah, it is a pretty scary army. While you mentioned the second TC, he's not producing any units from there, so it doesn't really matter.
Not a good connection here for Wins, and the spears are all over the camel lancers.
Yeah,
Wins is gonna lose his entire army here.
he's gonna lose
everything.
everything. He's gonna lose everything here, and the town center is not really providing
this is
any
game.
help here. This is
This
yeah.
is done.
I agree. This is basically over. So, RoyalPleco was able, by the way, to get the veteran spearman before he went into this fight. So he actually got a lot of strong units here going into the fight. Now villagers getting garrisoned into the 3C, but there's still quite a lot of villagers being killed here. Again, second TC now producing. So he could mitigate their damage. The issue is he will not survive long enough to do that.
To explain what happened here, Wins just A-moved his army. So all of these desert raiders that were countering the spearmen, well, they were not shooting the spearmen most of the time. And so the spearmen just wiped everything.
Yeah, that is really unfortunate. So, I mean, it's interesting in a way to see such a mistake and such a high level play. But I guess it could just happen to anybody. So basically what you would usually do in a situation like this is first you A-move your units so they don't run into the opponent, but then you select your groups and then assign them to certain enemy groups, potentially even shift-clicking all of the, you know, archers or spearmen or whatever you want to focus on. And this way you would actually have a super efficient fight, and this was just not it.
I mean, if you're the guy with the ranged units against this spearman combination and you are running cavalry frontline, it's always really hard because the execution is definitely a lot worse for you. Like you have to be kiting back constantly while touching the spears as little as possible while shooting the spears
Yeah, and then
with multiple army groups.
yeah, then also mind you, the camel raiders, yeah, they're ranged units, but they also don't
They're
have
also on
the
a horse.
bonus damage against against
Oh yeah,
spearmen.
that too.
So
Wait, let me actually check that. Do they have any bonus against light armor cav at all? I don't know, so I'll check. Desert Raiders.
yeah, that was
Ranged
brutal. That was a brutal
attack.
fight.
They do not have bonus damage against the infantry, so yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, very unfortunate for I mean, I checked earlier, and usually ranged or mounted archers don't have bonus damage against spearmen. So Mangudai, for example, don't have it. I'm pretty sure horse archers don't have it either. And so it's
No, horse archers just win because they're cool.
yeah.
But camel archers do extra damage against spears.
Oh, really? Do they?
They do.
Oh,
Oh,
then
yeah.
that's probably the one unit
Pleco
I didn't check.
wins! Yay!
Yay! Well, it was a very decisive win. A little bit of back and forth in the mid game, you could say, but yeah, at some point, I mean, this one fight here with A moving the units and then focusing the mounted samurai, which they don't give a flying F about it. So that was a little bit of unfortunate, to say the least.
Yeah, like going for the Gulam. I would like to just go you just go archers, right? You just play the knight archer combination, and if the mounted samurai come for your archers, you have desert raiders, which are just amazing against that for free. And the Yumi. Why do I keep saying Yumi? Yes, I know Yumi means archer, but at the same time, regular archers will just take care of the spears for you.
Yeah.
And I say just, it's still the same thing. You have to kite back. You don't want to touch that because Japanese infantry is also cracked. But
Yeah, I do understand the Gulams, the idea behind it, but I mean, 2 or 3 Gulams are not gonna cut it. And then especially if the focus is not there, it's yeah. Well, that's how it is sometimes. Do we want to go for the second game here in the series, or want to switch it up with the bottom bracket? What is your preference?
usually we just see it through. Are they in the second game already? Do we have to cast another Pleco game?
Well, I have to say yes.
And they did their draft, and I see that. Okay, fine.
It's fine, right? It's fine.
They banned the fun civs and they left the other ones.
Yeah. Sometimes it do be like that.
For reference, folks, they banned Rus and Mongols respectively.
We could have had another Mongol game. Why didn't they do it?
And we're going to Socotra.
Oof, that's gonna be a wild game. So, in the game we go. Let's hit the custom mode and starting with RoyalPleco in the green English. Going for an early house in the east side of the map, and Malians in the beautiful color pink. Going for the pit mine and some additional wood for their houses. So, I don't know. Pretty standard stuff so far. Nothing unusual. What do you expect from this matchup? Especially on this map.
I will wait. Let's first. Okay, yeah. Wins is already getting screwed by the spawn. Sometimes you have enough space to fit houses in the back of the pit mine, but not this time. Not this time.
Yeah, not this time.
That's the one thing I really dislike about Socotra, that Mali players can't get real value out of their first or even out of secondary pit mines, because most of the gold just spawns directly at the waterfront.
Yeah, it's like
And
inside
Pleco
there.
is going for the boar. Let's go. This I like. This I like.
Yeah,
Does
nice
Twin
micro
scout
here.
this, though?
Very nice.
And
yeah.
the beautiful thing about this is, like, what is Win's gonna do about it? Because English villagers shoot arrows.
Yeah, I
He
mean,
cannot
like,
do anything.
no, even if he goes for some Donzos, like, it doesn't matter. Like, the Donzo will lose, and then also, if you're going for early aggression, that just, further delays your feudal age, your castle age, and it doesn't, yeah, as you mentioned, like, English villagers, what you're gonna do. So, yeah, it's like, he knows about it, he can't do anything about it. So that's basically it.
So basically what Wins has to do to contest this at all is get to feudal age, build a production building, and then bring units into the middle. And he also doesn't have like full range of what he can go for in the production building, right? Because the only thing that basically will threaten it's 7 English villages. Did Pleco lose one? No, he didn't.
No, he
just
didn't. He
only
did lose
pulled
one.
7. Is a sofa, because everything else will die.
Well, okay, hear me out. So what if you if you would go for some pro scouts, some warrior scouts? I mean,
warrior scouts are horrible against arrow fire, so the villagers will just kill it.
Yeah, I mean, he probably would have to pull too many to make it work, and then it's really not worth it. And again, it would just delay him so much. So I think this is just something where he's like, okay, got it. I understand you're doing this, and I don't like it, but I can't, change the fact that you're doing it. I can't deal with it right now, and I don't care. I'll just, do whatever else I want to do as Malians, and leave it be for now. We have the Abbey of Kings coming up, so it received some buffs, and since then it became the more popular of the two feudal landmarks for English. So we'll have some king, probably horseman aggression here. Although he will have a hard time here, so the pit mine is secured by the town center, so he will not be able to burn it. So we did cast another Socerton game earlier with Malians in the south side, but basically the same spot but reversed. But he was able, the Ottoman, to actually burn the pit mine and a few of the houses. So English will not be able to do that. So I'm curious to see what he's gonna plan to do with his king.
I mean, if the map is so close, it has a secondary factor, right? Because you have the abbey. Okay, it's a fairly backward abbey. It's like basically on this TC, but it's a heal, right? You can pull your units back and heal them to full for free. Really good. If you can ever utilize it. Usually you can't because the map is big and you don't want to walk all across it. You only do it for cavalry.
Yeah, and then it's also it's only outside of combat. So if like people pressure you, so I mean, I thought for a second, like, what if you put it like there, and then the white tower here or something like that? But I mean, it wouldn't really work as well. So we'll see. We'll see what he's going to do. By the way, white tower, since I mentioned it, I witnessed a Socerton game once where we had a white tower like somewhere here in the front, and it was super nasty. So I'm really curious to see how this game is gonna end up here. Scout being a little bit of a pickle, but able to get out still. And first javelin throw. So we have a javelin thrower to deal with the villagers here. Although nice
King
wall
is gonna
here.
be out in 3 seconds.
Yeah, nice wall here by RoyalPleco here to prevent some Malian aggression.
It's the obvious wall. So let's see. Wins finished. I say finished. There's 3 houses and a mining camp on his gold, so his passive gold income is not great.
No.
And oh my god, Pleco is a dick. Pleco is a wonderful person, and he killed the deer pack on top of the second pit mine. He did not block the mine itself, which is bad, by the way, in our tournaments. But he did block some of the houses.
Wait, where?
So good on him.
Second
Left
one.
side.
Oh yeah. Oh wow. Okay.
I mean, this is just nice. This is nice gameplay. This is well done. If you block the pit mine, I feel like it's not intended. That shouldn't be possible.
Well, I mean, it would be possible actually to do that, which is kind of like an exploit. But yeah, you can block the houses, which is annoying enough. So he has to go pro scouts to deal with that. So That kind of sucks. Yeah, as you mentioned earlier, like the villager already full health again, just pulling him back, and javelin throwers here don't really matter.
3 jabs against the king. Let's see how they do.
Well,
King's pretty good.
They don't do good. Let's see. Let's put it this way.
King is almost a knight, and that is -1. He can easily kill the second one. Don't lose the scout here for free. That would be awful. But I mean, it's already awful. Like, you don't go naked jabs into the king.
No.
There's the barracks coming out, but it's too little, too late.
Ooh, yeah, he pulls
and now
back.
Pleco can just pull back.
Yeah. Nice charge damage here. So javelin thrower already less than half health. So there's 2 javelin. Well, I mean, there's 4 javelin throwers, but only 3 of them here in the front. Scout almost. Okay, he's trying to get the king there. So king has to be careful. Down to 24 health already. There's another javelin thrower. Okay, but I mean, why are you shooting?
More damage per hit.
Yeah, he's hitting the mill, so it doesn't really matter. Where's the king? There's my boy. Ooh, and there's some army. There's some army coming to help the king out. So RoyalPleco was not idle and built some nice army composition here. Some men-at-arms, spearmen, longbows. Just the usual English stuff, you know.
It's just like the king forces out the spears eventually, unless you lose them into a town center or against like mass ranged units, which did not happen here, because he just pulled them back and healed them back up. And then, as soon as your opponent goes some Donzo to defend himself, you just go longbows. And longbows happen to be pretty good against javelins as well, because you have that extra range, you have that extra damage, and as I said earlier, the jabs, they have the issue in higher numbers that they overkill so much, because you need 6 jabs to kill an archer. But, well, if 15 jabs focus 1 archer, well, that's a lot of wasted damage. And they have slow attack speed.
Yeah, you can mitigate some of that issue by A clicking or like A moving, and so they split up a little bit depending on who's closer to them. But yeah, that's usually the issue. They take a long time to fire, like to shoot their spear, whatever, javelin. They shoot their javelin.
Oh, but Pleco is not in a great position here.
No.
But there's also absolutely no front line to deal with the king here.
Yeah, king and spearmen, which don't deal terribly with the javelins. There's one villager going out here trying to attack, which is very brave move by him.
Let's go! Wins is only going archery ranges. Like he has the barracks, but he's not making a single donzo, not even for maybe a brace. No, it's all just jabs.
Just javelins, all day javelins. Well, I mean, the thing is, like, they are cool. And they are strong, but yeah, none of that matters at some point. So we'll see how well the English army will be able to deal with that. Not a
what's Pleco's answer? I was gonna say, is he gonna go for a stable? No, just more archers, mass longbows. Let's go.
Which, I mean, are English players allergic to stables? I feel like, because stables would have been perfect in this position. Especially, especially with the king. Like, have a couple of horsemen accompany him. That would be fun.
I mean, as soon as horsemen come out, Wins will have to make spears. And he has a barracks set up already, so it's not like gonna be completely putting him behind another production building. And mass longbows is just great.
Yeah, with one caveat, and that is that his army is super, super, super slow. And so if you had horsemen, you could actually, move around, and it would feel a little bit more threatening than, I mean, it's like almost like an immobile army here. It's so slow. Like, even the spearmen are so, like, they feel like so slow. And so if you had the horsemen, you could at least, pressure the opponent, like maybe send 1 or 2 in here, kill some villagers, so it would just, like, help you with your mobility. That's what I mean. It's like, not that they would be like the key to winning the game, but it would just be another angle of attack for him.
Can we talk about the fact that While playing Malians, Pleco ate nothing but cows and ignored every other food source, and now he's playing English and he's actually on every single Gaia resource he can find. And doesn't make a single farm. Pleco, thoughts? I mean, I like it, but at the same time, what? Why play Mali this way then? Oh, King might die here.
Yeah, King getting sniped away here. So King is dead. Long live the King. We have an outpost coming up. So finally, that's one thing I expected to see a couple minutes ago actually. On this kind of like small map, you know, like you have an outpost here, you have one here, you have one here, and then you basically all the time have the network of castles buff for English. And then it totally makes sense to go for so many longbows because then you have the buff for it. So finally we're getting the tower that we always wanted.
Oh, Wins is being so greedy with his cow boom behind this. He has 15 jabs. There's 23 longbows and men-at-arms out now. Yeah, I don't know if he holds this.
Well, question would be also for me like how do you even place the cow boom here?
I mean, he already is doing so. And does he have any single spot to place a corral? No, he doesn't.
Yeah,
he blocked everything off perfectly.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like he kind of.
If he chops that, no, not even if he chops the tree.
No, the tree doesn't matter. That would fall anyway. No, he kind of would have to destroy the archery range here to place it here. Like that's the only spot where he could actually put it, I think. So.
Fine. He has 2 more. He has 3 more.
Yeah, but still, it's just unfortunate. We have a new king here, so King Henry, the second.
It's only getting scary if we're getting to the 5th.
Yeah, probably.
Right. Stable coming out for Wins behind this, which is a good move. I feel like so far would actually be really good here.
Yeah.
And he does have the food economy now to actually support this. A little bit. I'll go with a little bit because he has so many cows out right now.
Yeah, but he also just lost a lot of gold income here with this pit mine, so a little bit.
I need to go on the other side.
Yeah, he can just go there. But then again, there's also he can't produce put all the houses there that he wanted to. This would be like a premium spot for him in terms of houses, so.
And here comes the punish. Wins is about to be pushed off of both wood lines. And Pleco does have siege engineering already, and he also happens to have 32 longbows, which will now one-shot javelins.
Yeah, not only that, I mean, even if now there would be a couple sofas coming in, which there are 2 in the queue, I mean, he will one-shot, or at least 2-shot each sofa, and so basically before they reach him, they're dead.
Come on, Pleco, where's the second tower? Like, you just need another forward tower so you can trigger the buff while you fight in their base, and then the game is done.
Yeah, so what I mean, like, I would have put one here, and then one here, and then just put one here, or maybe here, and then you can fight here.
You can just build it in the stealth forest. Wins will not be able to see it because he doesn't have a scout.
Yeah, so either here or like in the beginning of here. Yeah, that one tower here, that would be fine.
Revealing the sofa for a raid. I don't know. I feel like you just stack them up in your base and then you come rushing out to try to get on the longbows. But I feel like it's already too little too late. There's 40 longbows. He can one-shot any unit that comes out of the Malian base. No problem.
Yeah, that's why I feel like a raid like this is a better choice, because this one sofa will not do anything against the longbows, but it will do something with the villagers. Now we have a couple villagers idle, he can just move back. Well, I mean, he could if he chose a better pathing, but well, it is what it is.
You're right. At the same time, I mean, Pleco now knows there's a stable in play and he can produce like 3 spears and then he's fine. He's fine anyway because his army is ginormous, but...
Yeah, I think he was just hoping to do a little bit more eco damage, which wasn't in his cards, but you might as well try.
Triple stable production, let's go. Okay, never mind, it's 2 stables and 1 blueprint.
Well, what are you doing here?
Okay. I mean, we have at least a little bit of front line now, but these javelins should be microed, so they are shooting the longbows instead of shooting any of these man-at-arms. And, okay, now it's happening. So Pleco's gonna lose a bunch of archers here, but, like, it's too late. His army is way too big.
Yeah,
Cannot be stopped.
It doesn't really matter to him, and it's the issue what you talked about earlier. It's like, if he's doing the A move attack, then he will shoot on the man-at-arms. But if he's focusing the longbows one by one, he will overshoot them, basically overkill them, and that's just not a good way to win a fight. And he sees that.
The more units there are, the more you have to you have to have like 5 groups of 6 javelins to shift queue through different parts of the longbow mass. And that is why as the Malians in this situation, you want to basically constantly fight.
Yeah.
You want to constantly keep down the longbow mass and focus down the longbows always.
Yeah, so it doesn't even build up a critical mass.
Oh my god, Pleco, you played so well. You were the best. Yep. No shit talking whatsoever.
Askallad, you can't hide it. You just can't hide it.
What am I hiding? No idea what you're talking about, mate.
Oh, did you just call me mate? That is so precious.
Listen, buddy.
Well, this was second win. Was it a second win? I believe
it
so.
was a second win.
They haven't finished. They haven't finished their task, but
do your damn tasks. Okay, how we looking? Is bottom bracket still going? Shoot me an invite.
Bracket is still going, I believe. Let's see. Where are you, Askallad? I invite to group.
It's true, Pleco is not at fault here. Cow made him play.
That's true. That is very true.
And then he dropped out. So yeah, we already gave Cow a ban.
Which is really disappointing. Not a ban. That's totally justified. No, I mean it's really disappointing. I actually hoped for Cow versus RoyalPleco in the finals, and then I look at the final stages, and I'm very disappointed to see that Cow is not even there anymore. So there's that.
Who would I be rooting for, though? I would have had to shit on both. I mean, I would have had to support both players equally.
Oh, man. Okay. Well, I mean, while we were talking, we loaded up the game, and I paused it because we lost some precious. Oh, look at this.
Is it the second game or the first? Does anyone know?
I believe it's the second game, because let me check real quick. They already played one game. And yeah, that was the one Delhi against Ayyubids. So now we're having Delhi against English. So okay, let's unpause.
So let's talk about the fact that we're playing on the Nubie River, and yep, that is a map that exists, and these people willingly chose to play on it. How are we feeling?
Well, I mean,
I love it.
Apparently, you're not a fan of the map, so if
no, it's a fun map to me. It's just okay. Here's the thing: I hated this map for one reason, and that reason has basically been removed from the game a little bit, at least. And that was Ayyubids Trade Wing. Now I kind of like it. Like it has fun factors. Like there's the double bore in the middle. You have the fishing option here with only shoreline, which TurboTom is going for, but the Navneet is not. Which, okay, I don't know if Navneet is playing a lot of Delhi, but Delhi has got some changes. They are now basically a water sieve. But at the same time, if you open on a hybrid map and the water is a little further away from your base, because you don't have a mosque initially, it feels daunting to go for a water opening. But yeah. On this map, you could totally do it. Like, you drop the dock right here. You also have the deer there that you can push on the dock, which is also a mill at the same time, which is nice.
Yeah.
And then you use the Wi-Fi from your dock for your eco buildings.
That's very true, yeah. And I mean, yeah, you would have to destroy one of the fish, but that's how it is. And but it would be a great play to do that. And actually, earlier we had the same map with Delhi against French. and you won't believe it, but French actually went for the Chamber of Commerce. So
I will believe it. It's really good now.
yeah, well, okay, yeah, maybe I hyped it up too much. But it was fun. It was fun. Well, okay, the thing is, I said, well, it would be so much fun to see the Chamber of Commerce, and Liquid was about to go in a rant and be like, no, it would be a terrible idea because of this and this and this reason. And then, like, as he was about to start, they started building the Chamber of Commerce, and he was like, oh, well, great idea.
Trade is good on this map.
It is,
Which
yeah.
is why I dislike this map a lot, because Abbassid just went trade wing and won the game while you watched, while you desperately tried to stop it, and then they got one trader through, or one set of traders, and you were dead.
Well, maybe that's one of the reasons why I like the map, is because you have trade. So, I mean, I you know, as a Mongol main, as a trade lover, like, yeah, of course, it's a good map for that reason. But
I also like Mongols on this map.
yeah, that's the
I
thing,
mean,
like Mongols.
fishing, trade option, and lots of resources scattered around. Like, this is a fun map in general. Tower Victory coming out, speaking of fun. So we've got Feudal Fun coming up, probably.
Hopefully, yeah. TurboTom right now not being on gold whatsoever, so Navneet was able to scout that out, seeing that there's no gold mined whatsoever, neither here nor here. So he might be wondering what's happening here with TurboTom, but then again he also saw this, and so he probably knows like, oh, okay, it's delayed, so I just have to brace for that.
I'll say in general, just as a rule of thumb, if you're playing a hybrid map and you're wanting to go for an okay, like a regular age up, you move out to gold at the 3-minute mark.
Yeah, that's a good rule of thumb.
Pleco, you won cow coaching. Congratulations.
Oh man, when am I winning cow coaching?
I mean, basically, all you gotta do is be here after midnight, because Cow will also be here, because he's got a horrible insomnia. So okay, so that's not nice, but you can just tell him, please help me, and he will.
Huh, maybe I should do that. But then again, I don't really have time to play the game anyway, so why bother?
Playing the game, who does that?
Who the fuck does that?
Okay, Navneet is up. By the way, if you're building a landmark, always, like, it's good practice to just have your villagers shift queue to a resource after, because, you know, otherwise they go idle, and you might even forget about them. Stable opening coming out of the Delhi. Not really surprising. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, like, what are you gonna do? Like, you're playing against English, you know longbows are coming. Like, it doesn't matter which landmark English is going for, you know the longbows will be coming, and so you have to go for the Ghazis immediately. Plus, also, it helps you to contain the map control here. TurboTom countering that sort of with the outposts and on the walls here, so he doesn't want
here, though.
anyone to cross.
Timing wise, Navneet scout is here. He sees the tower go up, so I would have built that wall first, just in case, because the Ghazi is en route.
Yeah, but yeah, okay, so yeah, he will be here before the walls are up, unless he does some crazy microing here. Also does back and forth. He has not. Oh, well, anyway.
Like, now Tom can garrison these vills, but the Ghazi will just run through and go straight for the gold. You're gonna be pushed off of that resource. Like, it's not horrible, because you have, but you also have 2 villagers in this tower that should be working instead.
Yeah, Ghazi Raider coming in, as you predicted, so English is off of gold for the time being. Going up with the council hall, actually. Quite interesting. No Abbey of Kings this time.
I mean, longbows are great, but if you're on a hybrid map, okay, there's no, let's put it this way, there is no deep sea fish here, so there's a finite amount of resources, a finite amount of wood you can pump into the water until it stops making sense. But it also is a lot of wood that you're pumping into the water that is not going into longbows, because longbows cost 50 wood.
Well,
oh my
look
god,
at this.
oh my god. Yep, that is Delhi trade. Delhi
Well-
trade is going on.
Well,
Okay.
we've seen it in an earlier game already, so apparently maybe that's just some kind of new meta that we haven't really been exposed to. I am not sure. Gazi Raider is here trying to torch down the dog probably, and then getting some sweet villager kills here as well.
Yeah.
Well, they will
Real
not
nice
be able.
pressure there. Gotta pay attention. The spear is already out. You do not want to be here.
Yeah, you don't. You really don't want to be there.
Okay, wanna hear me out why I don't like the outpost?
Sure.
Outside of it not protecting the initial resources, you can build this wall, and then you build a galley that can move along this whole waterfront and defend this entire shoreline against tower drops and the like. Well, this outpost is just sitting here.
Yeah, I mean the one thing that it actually provides is you know, like the alerting of the enemy, and then also providing the network of castle spawners. So I guess there is a reason for it. But yeah, I mean in general I'm not a fan of walls like this. I would have put them like around and then have an outpost here. So it would have been protected and it would have been further out there. It's like with walls, I feel like you're always like preventing yourself from expanding on the map in a way. I mean, this just limits you in a way.
Oh no! Look at the middle sacred side.
Ooh, wow, that's some angry wolves. Let's pull this one here as well.
That's a very confident scholar. Okay, there's a Ghazi here to defend him. But there's a Ghazi here to defend him against the wolves, but it's not going to defend him against the entire English army that is currently here. -1 scholar, it hurts. But we have trade, so we're good, right?
Yeah. Well, look at those wolves. Like, it's so fun. You hate to see it. And I mean, it all could have been prevented if you just moved like around a little bit. Then like, all of that wouldn't have happened. But it is how it is. I mean, okay, we're 13 fishing boats at the moment. Like, what is the amount that you can possibly go for which is still worthwhile? I feel like if there's no...
This is fine.
Is it really fine? Because I feel like if there's no deep sea fish, it's like 5 to 10 would be enough. And then anything other than that, like more than that, is just... At some point it will be a waste. Like, yes, now it's paying off, but at some point it will be a waste because they're not gathering as fast from them, and the routes will be longer and longer, and so...
You drop 2 docks on the right side. Okay, you're gonna block off some fish, but that's just the price of business. And you drop 1 more dock on the corner on the left side, and you go up to like 25 fishing boats. And then you just overrun your opponent with 25 more eco units.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, Pleco says around 20. He actually plays this game. So I guess he's got the right of it. I would just go for the greed option of 25 and try to just run at them. Like with that amount of food income, you can either just immediately go castle, drop a white tower on their face, or you just go mass men-at-arms.
Well, the funny thing is, if you would do that as Delhi, you could actually, once like all those fish run out, you could just send your fishing boats into the enemy and just attack them. So that would be fun. With English you can't really do that, but with Delhi you could. One sacred site getting decapped here, so Ghazi Raiders a little bit late to the party.
Yeah, let's go drop the white tower on the boar. Why don't no? Let's not do that.
Ooh, please do it like just
We just go tons of men at arms and we drop the white tower in their base. But for now, 25 English units against 14 for Navneet. I would like to see some more. Okay, I was gonna say I would like to see some more tower creep in the middle. There's a tower creep in the middle. Let's go.
And 3 wolves attacking here. They are not happy.
If you're playing English in this manner with the infantry composition, this is how you have to play it. Like you hop from tower to tower, you slowly creep forward while trying to keep Delhi off the sacred sites. By the way, the trade has now been discovered. Scout just saw it.
Well, I would probably have a good laugh if I would see Delhi going for a trade.
Oh my, fishing boats shooting the villager. And remember, these fishing boats can no longer miss. But there's also a lot of longbows here.
Yeah, so it's just a matter of microing here. Scout getting out here alive.
Okay, now it's getting real scary. By the way, Navneet's gold income is actually not bad with zero, with absolutely zero sacred sites. Because, you know, he has 9 traders.
Wow, that's some way to, you know.
Oh, but he's about to throw away his entire army, so that's not great. And he's about to get mass men-at-arms rush too, so he really needs that army.
Yeah, he has a lot of Ghazi raiders, so that's why his army value is as high as it was. That's a bad scout. No, it actually survived. Interesting. But yeah, he's lacking the archers, and if he had the archers to deal with the spearmen, then he would completely destroy English with the longbows here.
Oh, nice galley though. Oh, if he can get some demos out. Come on, where's the demo?
Where's the demo if you need it? Yeah.
This could have been a demo. It could have come out of nowhere.
It could have been a demo.
Longbows take out the galley. I mean, yeah, longbows are pretty good. Spears take out all the Ghazi, and this game is done.
This game is basically, yeah. I mean, the thing is also, if you look at the villager count.
Oh, he can still. He's doing the demo now. Let's go. Because the army is still here.
Ooh, imagine if it pops out here and then just immediately obliterates all those units.
Here it comes. There it is.
Come on,
it's
come
out
on.
of range.
No. Oh, okay. He got a lot of units there. That's something.
It's like most of his spearmen is gone, but the men-at-arms don't actually die because they have too high armor.
Yeah, and then also more health, so they don't really.
I mean, the game is still super over. By the way, Navneet is on almost 900 gold now because his trade is still going strong, but...
Well, that's the only thing going strong for him here.
Just took a bad trade there.
Yeah, that was a really bad fight. And then also, I mean, he didn't go on water, so I think that was also one of the reasons why he was behind economically. And so I guess in a way, like going trade, if your opponent is on water, it kind of evens it out, more or less. But then you have so much gold, which, what are you going to do with the gold? I mean, let's look at the gold here. Yeah, I mean, he had enough gold to go for castle, but yeah, what do you do with that? And there was just not the army mass. I mean, usually you can outproduce most other civs with Delhi. And it used to be the case that English was at a very big disadvantage against Delhi. But yeah, not if you execute it this way, then it's not.
The longer the feudal goes, the better English position gets, because usually of the farms, but in this situation, well, you had mass fishing and your opponent didn't. The gold is nice, but Delhi doesn't really have a way to really use it. So, like, and there's the army composition, right? He went, what was that, 12 Ghazi or some such? No. The Ghazi cannot engage the army as long as spearmen exist, and he had like 10 archers against double the amount of longbows. That just doesn't work.
Well, if it was even 10, I think it was less than that because they were dead before like they even could put any dent into the spearman mass.
So if English plays the infantry composition, how Delhi usually approaches this is you open Ghazi, you force out the barracks, you force out the spears, then you go triple archery range, and you really focus on archers only. You only have the Ghazi to lead the spears around and force them forward, and as soon as the spears are taken out, the Ghazi can actually fight, but before that, they're only there to soak up arrows.
Which you don't do as great of a job as you would hope for.
And, you know, raiding. Raiding is nice, but this is the reason why we see more and more English players just play Abbey and go for, what's the word? Go for mass horsemen in feudal age, because otherwise Delhi just outmasses you with Tower of Victory archers and murders you.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, I think we have one more game.
So it's 1-1. Let's go.
Yeah, it's 1-1. So let's just hop right into it.
Look at these beautiful people doing their task while they're playing.
Oh, isn't that wonderful? Other than the top bracket, which failed to do so, I think. Still going, by the way, the top bracket game apparently.
I'll have to side with Pleco on this one. I mean, these players are just objectively better than. Oh wait, who was Pleco playing again? That was mean. Oh, against Wins and Reddarksider. I don't remember who the fourth guy was. Was it Morris? Sorry.
MightyMorris was, yeah, that was the fourth one.
Also, did I say thank you to Morris? He dropped us a sub earlier. Thanks, buddy. Hope you had fun anyway. Right, let's see here. We are on Gorge. My favorite... No, it's not my favorite map, honestly, but it's a good 1v1 map. I just saw it way too many times. And we've got TurboTom in the southwestern spawn going up against Navneet in the northeastern. We've got Delhi versus Biz.
There's a very close sister in here, but I guess that's fine.
Yeah, gold is in range, right? Should be. It's a nice cistern. It covers the edges of all resources. Should be good.
Okay, cover. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it actually would cover those resources. I was like, put it more like here, but that's fine. I mean, it covers it. Why not? Like, this is all you need. And once again, the classical Byzantine theme varies in the back. Like even on a map like this, where it can't be in the back, it's still like somewhat in the back here, like protected by tree lines and everything. So nice setup for Byzantines. So Navneet in green playing the Byzantines against TurboTom playing the Delhi. I feel like the TurboTom played Delhi like 3 games at least today. So
okay. Well, if people let it through, I'll say this: he did not queue his wheelbarrow.
He did not. No,
that would never happen to me. Never in 100 years, and it certainly didn't happen to Puppy Paw as well.
No, never.
Yeah, also no efficient production, so no text. Okay, there's the efficient production. He remembered the wheelbarrow right after. So yeah, this is that like aha moment, 1 minute and 40 seconds in when you say to yourself, wait, what am I playing again?
Yeah, but I mean, this like, it's getting late. Those people have played 6 games. Let's see, 6 or 7 games already. So I believe it's the 7th game today, and so it's you're just getting tired. You just forget about it, and then you're like, oh snap, that was something I forgot about. And it can happen to the best, like you mentioned. I mean, Puppy Paw, it can happen to even like the best of the best. So that's just how it is. Which I think, speaks for the game itself. It's such a cool and complex game that it's fairly easy to learn, but then it's kind of hard to master, and you can learn like a lifetime. You could even say, I guess.
Yeah, let's see here. By the way, this Delhi opening by Tom, love it. This is the Donardi opening that I practiced 3 seasons ago. It was beautiful. You chop twice. You go with the we go 8-3, and then you go with the 9th villager on wood. And you should also build a lumber camp because the point is to get forestry up immediately. But he's gonna age up now. Let's see. Probably tower again.
Should be.
Any towers?
There it is.
There it is.
Tower of Victory in the back. Interesting. We do have the Grand Winery coming up for the Byzantines. So just an overall nice spot here, of course. Could have put a little bit more here, but that's fine. But yeah. Pretty usual stuff here for both civs for now. Second mosque here as well. So yeah, TurboTom definitely playing the older kind of Delhi metas here.
Oh, Donardi is just gonna be very happy about this. So yeah. how this build order is usually progressing is well, you get the extra scholar. You pull off the 3rd guy from the gold at some point. I think it was 120, so he should have already pulled. And you keep producing scholars. That used to be the thing, and then you go one by one through the sacred sites. Is the play here? But yeah, let's take a look at the Byzantines. There's the second cistern on the other side, buffing the wood line, buffing all of the berries on the Grand Winery. So all is well. Navneet really needs to immediately queue his ecotex because, you know, he's got those 250 gold. Personally, I'm not sure what the order of techs should be. Usually I like to go double broadex into housing tech into wheelbarrow. Okay. Tom remembered to get his eco upgrades. Let's go. We've got Sanctity in the queue and...
Yeah.
I'll say we got Sanctity in the queue. He queued it behind Piety, so... Especially if you have a second mosque, don't do this. You should also not do it if you have only one mosque, but basically what you do is you cancel Piety, you queue Sanctity, and then you re-queue Piety behind it.
Yeah, and so for those who may be wondering, like, if you cancel a tech with any other civ, you have to restart all over again. If you do the same thing with Delhi, well, you actually keep the progress, and so it actually totally makes sense to start a tech, even if you're not, like, even if you're sure you will not finish it, but it still, you know, works out in your favor.
Yep. So TurboTom opening with a barracks, interesting. Navneet already has Limited A out, and what's the play here? By the way, if I'm Navneet, he got the housing tech, which is really nice. What I would always do, because I'm paranoid, is I drop down a house on top of my winery, like over the berries, like a little bit to the north. So I have vision of the incoming Ghazi.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, like, you kind of expect Delhi to be aggressive. Usually you're not expecting them to be aggressive with spearmen, but yeah, you kind of expect them to be aggressive, and that's why you put the Ghazis at Eliminate here. That's why you put either a tower or a house here, and then just go from there. Because you don't wanna, you know, like, lose the Grand Winery here. That you wanna have the berries, you wanna have the oil production get going, and then go for this is the mercenary house. Go for some mercs.
The most important thing, I just checked on it, and looks like Navneet is not going to give it to us, which is sad. We've got Sipahi and Arbalists, and we've got Zooks and War Elephants. So we could potentially get Gulping War Elephants. I'm just saying that out loud for anyone watching. There is a chance.
Well,
it's not gonna happen, but there's a chance.
There's a snowflake's chance in hell that we're getting this Askallad, and you know it.
I choose to believe in this, and I want to believe in this, and you can't tell me otherwise. What I'm not getting is why we're marching single spears across the map, because if Navneet was a little bit earlier on his Merc house with these longbows, then the longbow badge would be coming out in 10 seconds, and all of these spears that are forward here would be dead.
Yeah, also mind you, I mean, there's a scout right here in prime position, so he knows exactly, Navneet knows exactly that TurboTom is playing with spearmen and with archers, which is no huge surprise as Delhi with Tower of Victory, but it still, like, makes it a lot easier for him to deal with it regardless, because you can know about it so much ahead in time. And so he's not really surprising going for the Western contract here with a longbowman.
I love the reaction here by Navneet, by the way. You don't usually see Byzantines do this, and that is, I think, one of the reasons why Byzantines lose some of their games, is that they only go for longbows as their backline. But we do see an archery range drop down, and yeah, archer is going to be great here. It should actually be the main part of your army. We'll take this fight.
Yeah, I think, like, the reason is also, I mean, if you only go for the longbows, you can only get so many with the contract, and then you're kind of stuck when you're losing them. You're like, oh shit, I don't have any range units anymore. What do I do now? And so yeah, he's not having an issue. So he's having the better spearmen and the better archers against Delhi, which, yeah, Tower of Victory buffed, but still, it's a tough position for Delhi to be in here, and so he has to run away, run back, losing a couple units. There's a spearman here, there's a spearman there. And
Navneet
Scout
also
as
already
well.
has range defense. Like, this is going super well for him.
Yeah, that's
TurboTom is
really nice.
macroing quite a bit better here. If you look at his current resources, he's keeping them fairly low. Navneet is floating just a little bit there. Opening or putting up a stable now as well against 12 spears. I'm not sure about this move, sir. I would have just made a second or a third archery range. But yeah, engagement in the middle, and this should go squarely in the favor of Navneet because longbows and archers pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, he's losing like almost all of the limited nade, but I mean, okay, first off, he started the fight while TurboTom was running like almost passing him. And so he lost like 3 spearmen already here before he even reacted, and so like before the fight even started, it was in his, like, not in his favor.
Okay, now here's the thing. We are 10, almost 11 minutes in. Delhi has not taken a sacred site. So this is really, really bad for Delhi. It's bad news, Bears. And now the horsemen actually start making sense because you keep down your opponent's spearmen. Now you can actually just react if in case they try to sneak a sacred site.
Yeah, which
because they cannot fight you directly.
No, they cannot, and you can see like there's a scholar, so Navneet knows that.
What a great fight here for Navneet. Needs to pay attention.
Yeah, he lost almost all of the limited nade, but again he also decimated the amount of archers for TurboTom, and so value is pretty even at this point. But the horsemen will come in super nice here. Now sacred sites are getting taken, 2 of them basically at the same time. So Navneet kind of has to decide what he's gonna do, or he just splits off his units. There's 2 horsemen here, so that's 1 dead scholar.
Yep, and
at
the
the
other
same
one
time
is probably also dying soon. Where's no more green units moving to the other side? Nope,
no, not
yet.
really. At least for now, but he is creeping on the pressure here, so any Ghazi Raider that comes out here will basically almost die immediately if he keeps on the attack.
Oh, no.
There's no...
Tom is going full Ghazi, no archer production at all.
Yeah, that's
like, the best unit that you can make right now is archers. You need to spam archers and then you get a few Ghazi in, so you can have like some pressure against the limited nade, and you also need a few spears because your opponent just showed horsemen, but like not a few, not a whole lot.
Yeah, and I think it's the same pattern we saw in one of the earlier games, is where the Delhi player had like 12 Ghazi Raiders, and that's really cool and stuff, but if you're not having like enough archers to deal with the spearmen of the opponent, your Ghazis don't mean anything. And so yeah, I totally agree, like he should spam archers like there's no tomorrow. He could, if he re-macros a little bit, he could actually do it. Right now he's heavy on food and not as much on wood right now. And that would have been his better option, I think, because yeah, if he doesn't have any archers, like how are you gonna deal with this?
Not sure what Tom's plan here is. He has 1,000 food in the bank. It almost looked like he was gonna go Castle Age, but no, don't think so. And he just doesn't have enough wood income to produce enough archers.
Yeah, and I mean
he
can't go castle if he's not on gold, and he doesn't have the sacred site, so he can't get gold enough. And so it's also, why is this town center not producing? You're at 1.213k food. Yeah, please produce some more villagers, my guy.
It happens if you're under pressure. But look at these Ghazi. I don't know why Navneet was pulling back here. Probably expected more enemy units. Limitanea also out of position. They should be here protecting these longbows, which are your highest value units. But it just doesn't matter because the mass is just not there.
Yeah, I mean, just look at those archers. I mean, the Ghazi Raiders, like, I looked, you know, like, to Chiro Siphon for 1 second, and I looked back and, like, the Ghazis are all dead here. So it's like, what happened there, I wonder? At the same time, Navneet still has his horsemen, he still has his limited nade, he still has his archers and his longbows. And so, yeah, like, to your earlier point, like, 19 archers here at this point, 20 archers. Like, great job to not only rely on the longbows, but have your regular archers there. Also kind of protecting the longbows, by the way, because they have a shorter range, so if they get attacked, they get attacked first before the longbows. So overall, very nice execution here, very nice gameplay, and the plan was just on point.
Yeah. Navneet was doing well here. That was nicely done.
Yeah, yeah, very nicely done.
The spear opening, yeah, I know you can't make me like it. I'm sorry, you cannot make me like it unless your opponent goes hippodrome, and then you still open stable.
I was gonna say, even with the hippodrome, which you usually don't see as often, even then, like opening spearmen, it's just like you limit yourself because you're less flexible, you're less fast moving on the map, and you basically forfeit map control. And even then, you're still like damage-wise not really there.
I know your opponent likes to make Limited because they're a great unit, but well, you don't have to directly fight them, and you also don't have to stay on Mars Ghazi. Like they're just a unit to bring you map presence, to have the option to raid. They're just a good unit.
Yeah.
Playing cavalry units is fun, guys.
Oh yeah, you should try it. Moreknights.com, huh?
Yep. Go over to www.moreknights.com and well, order your first batch of knights right now.
Oh, by the way, I mean, if you look at the resources, I mean, TurboTom wasn't like off, economically. Like he had more food, more than he needed to. Basically, he had less gold, less than he needed to. But other than that, it was fine. Like yeah, it was a mix between not getting the sacred sites and not having the correct units to deal with the opponent, and then something like this happens, which is really unfortunate.
You could say that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was. I mean, this was also well played by Navneet. Like
Oh,
we
yeah.
were watching bottom bracket, so to speak, but well, felt decent. It was a good game.
Well, I mean, also since we're mentioning that, let me pull that up real quickly. I mean, they both originally signed up for middle bracket, so I mean, they wanted to play a middle bracket, and they're both platinum players, so it's not like there's silver and they don't know what they're doing. I mean, they're both plat 1 and plat 2, so definitely not bad players at all.
I have seen Byzantines played a lot worse. I'll say that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
I've seen Byzantines die horribly because all they had for a backline was 5 to 10 longbows, and then well, they just got overrun.
Yep. Alrighty, so let's see. Interact. So Navneet taking it 2-1 against TurboTom. So congratulations, Navneet, for. I don't think it's his first win in this tournament. He's one of our more regular guys. So congratulations for Tom as well. Having played a very good tournament as well. And as we mentioned earlier, top bracket finished earlier. I mean, okay, I say they finished earlier. They're still going apparently. So
Do your damn task.
at some point, an admin might have to jump in here. But for now, like they won. RoyalPleco won against Wins. With a very decisive win actually. So that was also very well played. Congratulations to you as well. And speaking of admins, I think we probably need to decide on who to raid rather soon.
Who's on right now? I see Sassy and I see Sir Penguin. There's also Warlord. Balltune is on. Do we raid Balltune?
Let's do Balltune. Yeah, why not?
Wait, hold up. Okay, it's Bytune. He's playing two. Okay, no, he's actually playing the team. Do we raid Age of RTS? We should probably, right? Are they still on? No, they're done. Or is it? Oh, I get it. Age of RTS. Why are you not online? I am so confused right now. They're not online. They're no longer casting. I guess we just raid Balltune anyway.
Sure thing.
Raid by Tune. For whatever reason, I guess Baltune was already taken, so he has an I in there.
Oh,
But
really?
yeah, folks. Do you want to beat a sellout or should I?
Well, I just wanna mention one thing. So if you, I mean, since you were complaining about some of the maps, if any of the viewers or players are not happy with the maps, just come to our Discord and let us know, and we'll try to have some other maps on. We're very happy and open to suggestions because if not, we'll just do, whatever else kind of maps we do.
Come to the Discord, complain about the map pool. We will take it as initiative to do more of the same and just not care about your opinion in the slide. I mean, we value your input. We value your input.
Yes, exactly. Well, I mean, I haven't thought about
it's
this,
going to be
before.
archipelago. It's gonna be
Warring
floodplains.
Islands.
It's gonna be warring islands. It's gonna be moving out and migration next time.
Oh, Mikadoman said he only wants archipelago. So yeah, let's do that next time maybe. Speaking of which, we might do something special next time because it will be our 2-year anniversary for Low Elo Legends or Rising Empires tournaments. So you definitely need to be part of it next week.
Yeah. What are we doing? Did we think of anything? We were doing something special, folks.
We're doing something special, yeah. Funny hats, I believe, was one of the suggestions, but we'll think of something. Either way, it will be something very, very important, a very important event for sure. So that's all I can say for now. But yeah, if you liked what you saw today, you can feel free to join us in our weekly tournaments. We do them for free. They're community funded. And also, you might have the chance to get in touch with admins and get some coaching or whatever. We'll have to figure that out how we do it in the future, but that's also one of the options. And it's just a great community, so thanks for all who came here to watch us. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you tune in next time.
Yeah.
Anything else, Askallad?
Saturday. Yeah, just I don't know. I was gonna explain that since the guy who's been supporting the coachings for the last 1.5 years every single week is no longer doing that, which is perfectly fine.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Well, that's why we're not having the raffle anymore. So in case you were wondering where that went, but yeah, if you have questions about your game, we do have a section about replay analysis, and you can also try to talk to people. Try to talk to Cow. He loves it. So yeah, that was it. That was Low Elo Legends. Next weekend again on Saturday. Come check it out. We'll see what we have special there. And now I'm hitting that raid by Tune.
Sounds good. All right, guys. Thanks very much, and see you next time.
Say hi to Baltune. He's a great guy.
Yep.
And he's playing with Anna Chad, so should be good. Bye-bye.
Bye, guys.
And we're done. Whoop, whoop.